Just starting right now on my mega meatballs. They're mega because I'm using 2 pounds of meat. I've got some ground pork right here, and we're only gonna make 8 meatballs out of it, so it's gonna kind of be like quarter-pounder meatballs. But it's not gonna be like a burger because I don't just have beef, but I've got the ground pork, and my beef is ground round. Now, it's not the 80-20 ground chuck, a little less expensive, which is great, and it's a little bit more lean if you kind of look at it right now. Less white fat, more red meat, and it's about 85-15, perfect for the meatballs. It's gonna still maintain its moisture. It's just gonna make it all nice and meaty for your guy or your chick. All right, so some parsley is gonna go in. A nice little snatch off the bunch. And then I've got a lot of garlic over here. Now, if you're having someone come over, I say this is the way to phone it in. You can totally go get the garlic. It's like pre-chopped in the jar and pull some out because we're using a lot. All right, in here, just a little bit of garlic, maybe a little bit more. And then I'm gonna get in some Parmesan and some breadcrumbs. The Parmesan is really good adding some salt content. Plus, I like to think about it when it cooks, it melts slightly and it's gonna help be a little bit of a glue, but we're gonna add some binding agents in a quick second. And then some plain breadcrumbs. I already put some parsley in. No need for the Italian breadcrumbs or anything like that. You can make it your own. Right into the bowl. And then to add a little bit more flavor, some onion powder is gonna go in as well. And then I'm gonna add in some dry rubbed sage. Let me tell you, I love sage. I love nothing more than having some leftover beef and seasoning it up for the next morning so I can have some sausage. And this is the first thing I go to is sage. Just rub it a little bit, bring it back to life, and get it right into the bowl. A little bit of salt, a nice little bit. Always say about a teaspoon of salt per pound, so 2 nice heavy pinches, but not so much because you're thinking about the Parmesan that's in there. A little bit of black pepper. A couple of eggs are gonna go in. They're gonna really help pull this all together so your meatballs don't fall apart and become ground beef and pork in your pan. Really quick, get my whisk here and whisk it together. You know, I'm making mega ones, you know, 8 out of 2 pounds. But if you have a lot of time on your hands, you can always go ahead and make those little teeny weeny ones. Those are cute too, but you know, I'm having a guy over and it's really nice. I love to kind of like make their eyes pop, you know, when they see things. And a big old meatball or two over a bowl of spaghetti with homemade marinara sauce is where it's at. All right, so now it's time to work on my meatballs. Just gonna go in here, make a dividing line, and then another dividing line, and that cuts it into 4, and so I know each of these sections is gonna make 2. Let me roll one out right now. Perfect. All right, this is my perfect meatball. Gonna get it right into my pan here. Let me just finish all the rest. All right, so now let me show you what I'm looking for here on my meatball. This is good. This is really good. Time to turn, time to turn. So just give it a nice little nudge over. Check the bottom. This is gonna be so good. So I'm gonna make my spicy spaghetti sauce right here. I've got my pan, I'm gonna preheat it, a little bit of olive oil in, and then half of a green bell pepper. And then I'm gonna get in half of my onion here. You can use a sweet onion or a Spanish onion, either works. I just love sweet onions. Right into my pan to sweat. All right, let me go ahead and season this up. A little bit of salt so it can sweat out nicely. I'm not going for color here, I'm just going for a nice translucent onion. Move this around. Let me get some garlic in here as well. All right, so I'm just gonna move these around. Remember, nice medium low, just going for translucent. My oven is preheated to 350 degrees. It's only gonna take about 15 minutes more for them to get to the completely done mark. It'll be nice and moist on the inside. It's a good time to just start adding some flavor to my sweated onions and my green bell pepper. Just a little bit of olive oil and salt. And now I'm adding some dried oregano to the mix. This is the dry heat. Kind of think about Arizona or Vegas, Nevada. And this is the wet heat here, my hot sauce, kind of like Miami or New Orleans. It's so, so hot and humid down there. All right, now a full can of whole tomatoes in their juices right into your pan. And I'm gonna break it up with my wooden spatula here. I'm gonna turn this up, and this is it. I'm gonna let this kind of simmer and bubble, and all the flavors are gonna come together. Look at that. Nice and chunky.
When I was a kid, I loved manicotti night. So my mom would make this, and my version is a cheesy vegetable manicotti recipe.
Okay, all right.
All right, yeah, I'm adding a little veg to it.
I'll do it, I'm ready.
Yep. All right, so Sunny, I'm gonna have you help me here. The manicotti is already cooked. You just kind of par cook these, not all the way of what the box instruction says, you know, give them a few minutes less since they're gonna go in the oven.
Okay.
And first I'm gonna make the mixture. So I already sauteed some zucchini and squash and onions, and I'm gonna add to that some ricotta cheese. An egg. This helps everything hold together, but it also gives it some richness too. Some Parmesan cheese.
Katie, you could use like frozen cut vegetables, right?
Completely, yeah. Cook them first to get out some of that water.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could just do frozen. And some parsley. Gonna hit it with a little bit of salt.
Lots of parsley,
A little
I like
bit
that.
of pepper in there. And then this just gets mixed up here. I've got the measuring cup here with the zip top bag in it. Fill it up, then you close it, then you snip it off,
I'm
and
ready.
then you fill the shells,
All
okay?
right.
And while you do that, I'm gonna make our sauce. You just take a can of San Marzano tomatoes. I like those because they're the sweetest, they're the best canned tomatoes you can buy. 28-ounce can. You're gonna put them in the blender, pulse them up. So all you do to this, add some salt to it.
Like a pizza sauce, right? Basically.
Add some pepper to it. Add some fresh basil to it. And it's gonna cook in the oven. And like I said, these tomatoes are such good quality that they don't even really need to cook that much. I put a cup of it down here, and then I'm just gonna put these in our 9x13. So this is great to assemble ahead of time. You can, then just have to pop it in the oven, or you can even wrap this up and freeze it, and then all you have to do is take it out, add cheese to it, and bake it. So now I'm gonna take the sauce, the rest of it, and pour it over the top.
Beautiful color.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah,
When you
see
don't
how
cook out the sauce, it's
bright and rich that is.
I want to get a gold medal for manicotti filling.
You didn't even need a piping bag or a pastry chip, nothing. You did
And I'm
that.
not even Italian, you know what I'm saying?
All right, more cheese. We've got shredded mozzarella going on top of this.
Oh, yeah.
So 3 cheeses in here, the ricotta, the mozzarella, and the Parmesan. And we're gonna do a little bit more Parmesan,
Do
because
it.
it's comfort food night, so why not, you know?
And I mean, there's veggies all up in there, Katie,
That's
come on.
exactly right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna pop this in the oven.
Can I mention how fast this is? You could probably do this whole thing in 15 minutes from scratch. Mommy would be proud.
I think Mom would be happy.
proud.
Mom, you watching? Did I do okay? Fresh parsley.
I'm not missing any of the meat or anything. This is really yummy. Pasta cooked perfectly.
Wild mushroom risotto is a classic Italian dish, but I'm going to turn up the volume. Instead of just using chicken stock, I'm using white wine. It gives it a really nice edge. And instead of just using one kind of mushroom, I'm using 2. I'm going to have these creminis, and I'm also doing dried morels. They have really intense flavor. First thing you need to do is just heat up the chicken stock. It's 1 quart of chicken stock. I always use homemade, but if you need to, you can always use canned chicken stock. So these are morels. I've taken 1 ounce of dried morels, and I soaked them for 30 minutes in 2 cups of boiling water. So the little ones, I'm just gonna chop them a little bit, straight across. Big ones, maybe more. So these are cremini. I'm just gonna take the stems off. They're a little tougher than the tops. And just brush the tops a little bit with a damp paper towel. Make sure that there's no dirt on them. What you don't want to do is wash them, because they just absorb all the water. Time to make the risotto. So what I did was I sauteed some onions and pancetta. It's that Italian bacon. Next step, saute the mushrooms. I'm just going to put them in the pot with the pancetta and shallots. Just saute them for about 5 minutes, just until they start to soften. This is the way they have the most flavor. Looks good already. You really do need arborio rice for this. Arborio really has sort of a starchiness that you need for risotto. Okay, 1½ cups. And just give it a big stir so the rice is all coated in the butter. Okay, next is the wine. So I'm gonna use an all-purpose Pinot Grigio. It's a good dry white wine. And one of my rules is you always wanna choose something to cook with that you're gonna drink. Starting with, I'm only using ½ cup, so you wanna be able to drink the rest of the bottle. So I'm just gonna pour it in first. I'm gonna add saffron. Saffron's this really great spice, and it's the stamens of crocuses. Can you imagine that job? I'm gonna add about a half a teaspoon of salt, half a teaspoon of pepper. I'm just gonna keep adding 2 ladles of stock every 5 to 10 minutes until the risotto's done. After 5 to 10 minutes, the liquid will have been absorbed into the rice, so add the next 2 ladles. Keep stirring it every few minutes and wait until it seems a little dry before adding more stock. Keep adding the stock 2 ladles at a time until the rice is completely cooked through, but still al dente. It'll take 25 to 30 minutes. I'm gonna put in about 2/3 of a cup of grated Parmesan cheese. I always grate it in the food processor. It's faster, and I like the texture of the graininess of it. Fantastic. Just stir that in. And always a little more Parmesan cheese on the top. How Italian is that? Just gotta make sure it's delicious. I love wild mushrooms. So complex, the flavor. And I have to tell you, the wine makes all the difference in the world. It just gives it a really nice edge. This is one of my favorite meals ever.
I'm making chicken Milanese. It is so delicious. It's buttery, golden crusted chicken, and I serve greens, lemon, and Parmesan over the top. It's out of this world. Now, I started with 2 boneless, skinless chicken breasts. I cut them in half down the middle to have 4 thin cutlets, and I've basically just been pounding the heck out of it. I want it to be as thin as I can possibly get it before the chicken starts to tear. I'll put some all-purpose flour in one dish, and then I'll sprinkle in some salt and pepper. This is a really simple breading method. I use it for so many different things. It's really, really versatile. So I'll just whisk that together. Now I've got 3 eggs in a second dish, and I'll just pour in some milk, and I'll whisk this together. And then for the third dish, I've just got good old seasoned breadcrumbs. Just pour those in. The breading is all ready, so I'll sprinkle some salt and pepper on the chicken, the very, very thin chicken. I start by dredging with flour. Just turn it over, shake off the excess. You just want a nice thin layer of flour on both sides. And then quickly dunk it into the egg and milk mixture. You don't want to linger too long in there. And then right into the breadcrumbs, and they are gonna stick on the outside of that chicken. Give it a nice, beautiful crust. All right, I'll scoop that over and I'll get the second one breaded. Chicken Milanese is delicious served hot right out of the skillet, but it makes the perfect picnic food because it's also really portable. You can serve it cold or at room temperature. It really travels well, really elegant. It's perfect for girlfriends. Get all those breadcrumbs on the outside. I don't want any part of the chicken showing through. I've got a big non-stick skillet, and I've been heating some olive oil with some butter, and I'll just put the pieces right in there. The mixture of olive oil and butter will give it such a beautiful flavor and color. Now I'll let those go. It'll take about 3 minutes per side. It is perfectly golden brown, just beautiful. I'll just let it finish cooking about 2 minutes on the second side.
Because we call it focaccianini, we got to use focaccia, right? And this is fresh from the bakery. It's a real traditional Italian bread, really oily, a lot of times studded with herbs and tomatoes. This is just going to be perfect vehicle for our creamy mortadella, our stinky cheese, our fruity fig. It's awesome. And when I'm making a focaccianini, any type of press sandwich, make it big, right? We're putting all this work into it. Make yourself a big old sandwich, huh? Look at these figs. The balsamic, the sugar infused in there. That's gonna go right into a food processor and zip it up. You know, we want it spreadable. We're making a fig spread here. Look at it go. That's right. Perfect. What I love most about figs is that crunch of the seed, you know? Can you kind of hear it? It's awesome. It's gonna add a great textural element to our sandwich right now, which we are gonna build because I'm hungry. Let's make it happen. Spread it on the bottom, nice layer. Once that cheese hits it, once the mortadella hits it, heaven. So this stuff, it's kind of a hybrid between Fontina, mozzarella, provolone. It's an American-made cheese, so it's not Fontina. It is original. It's Fontanella. Pretty indigenous to Chicago as well. It's so sharp, it's so creamy, it melts really nice. If you can't find this cheese in your grocery store, use Asiago, use a nice sharp aged provolone. The stinkier the better. Pairs really nice with that fig and that mortadella. So cut some of that, lay it even right on there, nice and thick. There's only 3 ingredients going in between the buns here, so we want to make those ingredients shine. Right under there, perfect. Now, for the main event, my favorite deli meat, mortadella. It's studded with pistachios, give you that nice nutty crunch in there. Those white little flecks, that's fat. It's gonna make it a really nice buttery bite. It's like high-class bologna, and every house should have at least a pound of this in their fridge. For moments like these, when we're making the sandwiches, perfect. Let's close it. Let's brush it with a good amount of oil. Let it glisten. We're gonna put it on a nice flat surface like this. You want this to go a little low, a little slow. You don't want it too hot. You wanna help activate all those oils that are in that focaccia already. Since I don't have a panini press, because, you know, I ain't no millionaire. I don't have all this equipment, but I do have a bacon press. Paninis are supposed to be pressed, they're supposed to be grilled, kind of compacted, nice, so all those flavors kind of meld together. So we're gonna mimic that with a nice little bacon press. So let it go for a little bit, let it activate. And I'm gonna get to making these other sandwiches. So I have a feeling one is not gonna do it. All right, looks like my focaccianini is ready to be flipped here. Nice and oily on this side. Put the press down. I'm gonna finish these other 3. My last focaccianini, brushed with oil, ready to go on the press. This guy is done. Look at that. All that heat kind of traveled up, kind of crisped up that mortadella there. I think it's time to cut into this. We want a nice triangular cut here. Get a nice little pointy bite out of that. Look at that beauty. Look at that. You see the fig spread, the cheese, the mortadella nicely rendered. That in there. I think it's time to try it. Focaccia is so fresh. It's got that oily crispness to it. And right on down, man. When my teeth hit that buttery mortadella, that really sharp fontanella, that's all offset by the sweetness of the fig and those seeds popping in my mouth. It is a perfect bite.
What we found is some beautiful mushrooms at the market. We found some chanterelles and some porcinis. Now these are very typical mushrooms for this particular region. And this is gonna be the base for our risotto that we're making. So we got a couple of onions. I'm gonna chop these up. Take my pan, I'm gonna warm it up a little bit, right? Just on like a medium flame. All right, so I got a little bit of extra virgin olive oil and a little bit of butter. Okay. All right, then we're going to add our chanterelles, beautiful chanterelle mushrooms to this. And let them start to sear the chanterelles. That's stunning. A few bay leaves I'm going to throw in as well. And a little bit of onion, almost like half my onion. And just a little bit of sea salt on top of that. All right, so I'm going to take the first batch here, just kind of dump it out into a platter. I'm going to do this a couple of times, just so we can get all the mushrooms cooked. All right, so I've got porcinis, right? The saute and the oil. Cook these guys down. Just give this a stir and let these cook. Glorious, man, glorious. So I'm gonna add this to my mushroom batch here. It's got all that kind of glorious natural flavor.
The next step is the risotto itself.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is add the onions, all right, to the olive oil. I'm gonna add a little bit of butter to that. Okay, saute the onions. We'll let this sweat a little bit. And I'm gonna add my rice, okay? And this is that rice we found earlier, the Violone Nano. So I'm just gonna stir the rice, okay? What I'm gonna do is add just a little bit of white wine to this, a little shot, right? Because you need some kind of acid. Do a little splash. Okay, then we're gonna start adding broth. And I've got some fresh chicken stock. That's gonna make all the difference in the world in risotto. Bueno? Yeah? Bueno? Bellissimo? Huh? Not bad?
Buonissimo.
Not bad from a kid from New York? Not bad, huh?
The way I make risotto is to stir it over a gentle flame until each ladleful of liquid is absorbed.
Very simple. Now we take the mushrooms, right? All their natural juice, which looks like autumn and Piemonte, baby. You know what I'm talking about? That looks beautiful. I'm gonna add a little bit of salt to it, like that. Boom. A little bit of pepper. And a little bit of fresh chopped parsley for a garnish. Big hunk of cheese, right? You want to grate some nice fresh cheese in this. The Parmesan Reggiano or Pecorino Romano or whatever you got, doesn't matter. Big knob of butter. Give it a good stir. Beautiful mushroom risotto from the hills of Piemonte. All right, this is fantastic. It's done, right? All the flavors are in, and it tastes delicious.
Allora, tutto bene? Com'è sta storia?
You taste my risotto? Taste it.
Fammi potaste.
Go ahead, dig in, dig in. It's delicious. Okay. Huh? Not bad? Not bad, huh?
Voglio bene, eh?
No.
Andiamo male.
Man,
Buono,
got a
ma-
trick up his sleeve.
C'è ancora la possibilità di aumentare.
He wants to put some truffles in. He keeps his truffles in his pocket.
Aspetta, guarda qui.
Look at these.
Troppo?
The big one? Oh, you're the man. Okay, so what's really gonna set this off? Fresh truffles. It's delicious without it. You don't need it, I'm telling you, man. Stir this in. Now we're talking, man. That's fantastic. Try that. Wild mushroom risotto from Piemonte.
Risotto.
Tartufo. Con funghi. Ah, bellissimo.
Bravo.
Ecco qua.
Basta. Ciao, eh?
Yeah,
Oh, bravo, là.
Risotto, eh?
Bravo.
Funghi, eh?
The most important part of a perfect risotto is to allow it to set for 2 or 3 minutes before you serve it. This is when it becomes outrageously creamy, like it should be. Then you should eat it as soon as possible while it retains its perfect texture.
Che storie, eh? Allegria,
The best, huh?
felicità a tutti, eh? A tutta la compagnia.
Although you get good risotto in restaurants everywhere now, risotto is one dish that's better made at home when you have plenty of time. It's a fantastic family dish because everyone loves it.
Ottimo.
Ultimate. The ultimate. The ultimate. Risotto is the ultimate. I didn't have to say it.
All right, so I've got some of my favorite deli meats. I got some prosciutto, some salami, some smoked turkey, pepperoni, and of course, provolone cheese. All right, so I'm gonna give the meats a rough chop first, and I've kind of already diced some of my veggies on top, just to make it a little easier for myself. So I have some banana peppers here. Banana peppers are way more tangier than hot. You're just getting a lot of that acid and vinegar. Some red onion, some tomato. And what I like to do is actually add my lettuce in once I mix it up because I don't want my lettuce to get super, super wilted. All right, and chop. Because these are going on sliders, I want this chopped because I don't want those big pieces to kind of fall out of that slider bread. All right, that looks good to me. Nice and roughly chopped. I'm gonna take my meat and put it into this bowl right here. I have some romaine lettuce here. Again, just giving it a rough chop. I'm actually gonna push this to the side. All right, super simple dressing. I have some mayo. All I'm gonna do is just add an Italian dressing that I love having in my fridge. I usually make it from scratch about like a week or so ahead of time and just kind of have it hanging around for my salads. And in this case, for my sandwich, it's just like your standard Italian dressing, some olive oil, some Parmesan, some vinegar and spices, like dried basil, oregano, and parsley. All right, mix it up. And I'm gonna toss that with my chopped meats, cheese, veggies, and lettuce. That looks good. Okay, all right, now, to this bowl, I'm gonna add my lettuce and that dressing. Just add a little bit at a time because I don't want to make this super soggy. Okay, Give it a mix. Oh yeah. That's a chopped Italian salad. Wow. I got some sliders here that I've kind of sliced down the center. All right, so I'm just gonna take my chopped salad here and just add it to my bottom bun. This is definitely gonna be a hit at the party. And if you make it at home, it's gonna be a hit at your party too. And it's kind of messy, it's supposed to be that. I find that some of the messiest foods are the tastiest foods. Add my top bun, top it off, and this dish is done. All right, the fun part, take it apart. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna take a bite. Wow.
So now let's work on our pasta dish. So we've got some good extra virgin olive oil. And what we want to do is kind of bring this up nice and slow. I'm not looking to really fry anything, okay? Then we're going to take just some crushed red pepper flake, and it's either a teaspoon or a teaspoon and a half if you like it kind of spicy. A little bit definitely goes a long way, but not enough to really kind of blow anybody's heads off. And I think that's going to be great. All right. Then we want to add some garlic to this, and we're going to take the garlic and we're going to cook this really, really slow, and then adjust the temperature just so it's nice and warm. This will probably take about 20 minutes. Slower the better. Okay. Then we're also going to finish up with lemon zest. All right. So I've got a microplane here and a fresh lemon, and what we're going to do is just kind of rake the lemon zest into the oil, pasta in the bottom of the bowl. And then we've got this beautiful oil, look at this. So this is a little bit of red chili flake, sweet toasted garlic, and then lemon zest. The flavors are fantastic. All right, perfect. Looks really, really good. All right, then we've got some of our breadcrumb. So we've got some nice toasty, crunchy bits going on. And then also our arugula. Just so it's clean and fresh. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that. Kind of pile this high. And then we're also gonna hit it with a little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano. Nice big snow shower cheese right on top. Look at that. Perfect. Pasta looks dynamite.
So I have some little neck clams here that I scrubbed and I checked. I stick these guys in a really hot oven for like 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, until they just open up a little bit. All right, see you guys, 450 for like 2 to 3 minutes. My clams have come out of the oven and look, they're open just a little bit. Look at how POC, piece of cake, these are to shuck now, all right? This still is a little bit of a labor of love, but it's way easier shucking. Take the top shell right off in the thank you for coming bowl, and we're gonna loosen the clam from the bottom shell. There we go. All right, so clams are shucked. Let's think stuffing. I've got a garlic, a bunch of breadcrumbs. I mean, this is like the bulk of our filling here. A little bit of crushed red pepper, salt, oregano, and parsley, and we're gonna chop them up. Into my bowl, let's stir this guy around, olive oil, and we're gonna wet it up with a little bit of chicken stock. Let's go ahead and fill these bad boys up. We're gonna stick these in the oven, and I'm gonna put a little water right in the bottom of that so the bottoms stay nice and moist. See you in a few minutes, guys. They're nice and brown on the top. All right, let's taste a clam. Yeah, crunchy, herby. I feel all that fresh oregano.
I am here making one of my favorite appetizers on the planet. It is toasted ravioli. So we got some bubbling oil about to go here. So we got a nice heavy bottom cast iron pan here, right? You want something really heavy that retains that heat. I got a candy thermometer in here, and we're gonna turn it on to about medium, and we're gonna bring it up to 350. So while this is coming up to temperature, we're gonna start on our ravioli, starting with some Italian flat leaf parsley. This is just gonna be our garnish, so we can make this nice and minced. And you want to bunch it up with your hands like this. Do you see what I'm doing? Without having to compact it too much to bruise it. But this way you got this contained little ball that's easier to chop and slice. Using that rocking motion of the knife, nice, very tight, close cuts, right? And now we can kind of quarter turn it and zip through it the other way. And now once we get a comfortable little pile here, we can go back and forth with the knife. Lovely. Swipe it off, and our garnish is good to go. All right, so let's set up our flour, egg, breadcrumb station, or what I like to call the Fed station. flour first, then you dip it in the egg, and then the breadcrumb. You need something for the egg to kind of stick to, and that flour is the perfect coating for that ravioli. Then it goes into the egg, which we're gonna whisk up right now. So I got 3 eggs in here. Crack them right in the bowl. And I do have a little garbage vessel right here, okay? I'm not just throwing them on my kitchen floor. I don't urge you to do the same. It's pretty rude, actually. So now we can whisk this up. Now whisking, right? Everybody thinks you need circular motion, a whisk. That's not efficient, okay? You wanna go back and forth like this, like that. It's just the easiest way to whisk, to make sure you don't get any of those streaks of egg white within the yolk. Easy breezy, flour, egg, breadcrumb. We're gonna hit a little seasoning into the Italian style breadcrumbs. What does that mean? These things come in the container, they're perfect. So you don't want anything too dense like a panko. You want that full coating, and that's great. And it's already got a ton of built-in flavor in there. Italian herbs and spices. We got our fresh ravioli, right? You can buy these frozen. You can coat these frozen. It's just hard to work with when they're frozen, so you want them to thaw out a little bit. You can go to the, your grocery store, and the refrigerated aisle has great selection of fresh, hand-rolled raviolis. These are cheese ravioli you're using here. You can use meat ravioli, but we're using standard regatta-filled, plain, fresh pasta-based ravioli into the flour. So you're gonna shake off the excess flour and then put in that egg, right? Let the excess drip off that. That's what you wanna do, and then you wanna put it right into those seasoned breadcrumbs. But what you want is full coverage, coating. Look at that, beautiful, see? Full coating of those Italian-style breadcrumbs. And repeat, you could do a couple at a time. Fill that up, move it around a little bit. Shake off the excess, dip it in the egg, shake off the excess, dip it in the egg, right? You wanna make sure you shake off all that excess flour. It's really important because it could start thickening up your whisked eggs here very quickly. So you don't want that excess flour in there. Give everything a little bit of a turn, gently. You can use giant raviolis for this. I like the mini ones. Why? Because I can literally eat a handful of them in one pot. Lovely, here we go. Into the seasoned breadcrumbs. Let that excess drip off. You don't need any extra egg in the breadcrumbs. It's a very important step. So it's great to use shallow bowls for these. You got greater surface area. You can work in it more. It's easier to get out rather than trying to dig into a deep bowl. We're always keeping an eye on this. I'm gonna lower it a little bit. We are right at 350, perfect temperature. Press it down a little bit, shake off the excess, see? Now we're cooking here. All right, continue breading your ravioli in the breadcrumbs using the Feb station. I got some ready to go back here. Beautiful. Look at these. Our ravioli is coated, good to go. We're looking at our oil. I am spot on at 350. That is where you want to be. What I like to do is place anything I'm deep frying into a spider. You got to have a spider. We know it's working because it immediately starts going. This is a lot of oil, so we can do all these at once here. What you do not want to do is grab a handful of this and kerplunk it in there. Please do not do that. Big pot of oil over an open flame. You want to really be safe. Start moving these around. There's not much to cook. There's no raw meat in here. We're just really crisping these ravioli up. So literally, this takes about 2 to 3 minutes till it's golden brown, totally crispy. One of my very first jobs was in the city of Chicago. We have a big food festival called Taste of Chicago every year. And I would work for this Italian restaurant called Tuscany, making Italian beef sandwiches, Italian sausage sandwiches, and fried ravioli. We would keep a little boat swimming in marinara sauce at our stations at all time. You sell one, you eat one. You sell one, you eat one. It wasn't good for my waistline, but the memory is awesome. So you do want to make sure they're spaced out, not crowded. They're already seasoned, so we really don't need to hit them with any more salt. They need some time to cool down. We got another batch going here. Dip it in there nice and gently. These aren't too sticky, so we can do this all at once. Look at that. before you start moving into there, let it set up in your fry oil. Then you can kind of start moving it around to make sure we are good to go. Let's talk dipping sauces, because this is not everything. So I got a whole plethora of dipping sauces. Obviously, red sauce, marinara. How about some fresh pesto, right? Store-bought pesto. Ranch dressing. And then we got Alfredo sauce, cheesy, creamy sauce. How about some Caesar? We got that in there. And of course, some vodka sauce. All right, this is almost perfect. You can see, right? They're starting to float to the top. So this is one of the instances where I don't recommend making your own pasta from scratch. This is a perfect use for those frozen or, fresh, prepackaged, ready-made ravioli. All right, let's plate. While they're hot, now's the time you want to shut off your oil. And another little tidbit, if you're paying attention and you care about deep frying, and you often deep fry like myself, you can't really cool down oil. If it does get too hot, which is easy to do, the smartest thing to do to kind of temper the temperature and bring it down quickly is to add some fresh, non-hot oil in there. Here we go. Hot rabs. Now we're gonna plate these so nice. You hear that? Wait, shh, I'm gonna get my mic. So crispy, so crispy. Hit it with a little bit of that parm, give it a dusting, and then that parsley we chopped for a little extra color. Now the only other thing you must do is choose which dipping sauce. I'm gonna start with the triple hopscotch, which is vodka sauce into Alfredo sauce into marinara. Your options are as endless as your dipping sauces and, of course, the inside of your ravioli. It's gooey inside, but it's also crispy and golden brown on the outside. Hope you guys had as much fun as I did breading and deep frying this toasted ravioli.
Panzanella is a great thing to make for a large crowd. You got some stale leftover bread, cut that up, put some vegetables in there, add a vinaigrette. You got yourself a side or an appetizer. So I've sliced one small red onion. I have one English cucumber here. I'm cutting the English cucumber into half moons. A traditional panzanella salad does not have cornbread, but of course we're in the South, so we're gonna use cornbread. Okay, so I got 2 pounds of heirloom tomatoes here. I love them because they come in all varieties of shapes and colors, and I think it's just a great way to mix things up a bit. So I have 3 large tomatoes and a few grape tomatoes here that I'm just gonna half. My veggies are cut up. Let me grab the ingredients for my vinaigrette. It's gonna be a little tangy. It's gonna have a little garlic in there, of course, some Dijon, some white wine vinegar, some olive oil. Let me grab my garlic cubes. And I might as well grab my cornbread. I have 3 cloves of garlic here. Just gonna do a quick mince. So I'm gonna use about, I'd say, a half a cup of olive oil. I'm going to emulsify my Dijon in there, so I'm gonna whisk and add in the Dijon. We're going about 2 tablespoons of Dijon mustard. Got some white wine vinegar. This is gonna be a tangy salad, and I like that. I'd say about a 1/3 cup. Heavy pinch of salt, and crack some black pepper in there, and some capers. And I like adding capers because it's gonna make it like a little briny. It's a little salty, it's very tangy. All right, put that to the side. I have cornbread that I made yesterday. Had I made this today, right out of the oven, it wouldn't have been as firm and it would just fall apart in the pan. So it needs to be day old, kind of hard. All right, so I'm gonna cut these up into, I'd say 1-inch cubes. All right, so I'm gonna head over to the stove and get my bacon started. I have a cast iron skillet here that I'm gonna heat up. I have 3 slices of thick cut bacon. Just gonna render down this fat, remove the bacon, keep the grease in the pan, and then toast my cornbread in that bacon grease. So I'm cooking the bacon all the way through. I want it to get nice and crispy because I am gonna crumble it and add it to the salad. All right, so the bacon has browned. I got my leftover bacon grease here. Just gonna put the cornbread right in the pan. Just gonna give it that smoky, a little salty flavor. All right, I'm just gonna flip them manipulate them around. And I don't want to be too rough because I don't want it to crumble up. I'm just doing a light toast. All right, these are toasted. All right, so the second batch is done. All right, let me grab my bacon and my cornbread. All right, I'm gonna take the bacon because of course I'm gonna add that back in there. Chop up the bacon. I'm just gonna finely dice this up, make some bacon bits out of it. In the bowl, got some tomatoes in there, English cucumbers, the onions. Add the bread, add a little bit of the bacon bits, add some basil, a little brightness, a little herbiness. And if you don't like basil, because I actually run into a lot of people that don't like the flavor of basil, you can also use parsley. Roughly chop that basil in there. I want to slowly add in my vinaigrette. Use a little bit at a time because you don't want to make it too soggy. Oh, guys, this, not only is it pretty, but it smells incredible. That looks good to me. Let me taste it. All right, let's see.
I'm making conchiglia al forno, and it actually comes from a restaurant in Providence, Rhode Island. So first I need 6 tablespoons of butter. So I've got 6 ounces of shiitake mushrooms. I'm just gonna take the stems off because they're a little tougher and just slice them 1/4 of an inch thick. Okay, so butter's melted. I'm just gonna put the shiitake mushrooms in. I'm gonna use some kind of really flavorful mushroom, not the white button mushrooms. They don't have that much flavor. Shiitakes have great sort of meaty flavor. I just need 1/4 teaspoon of salt in the shiitake, bring out their flavor. Let's give it a toss. Okay. Next, the cheeses. 1/2 cup of Parmesan, freshly grated really makes a difference. 1/2 cup of Gorgonzola, which gives a real piquant flavor to it. Just crumble it in. The next cheese is Fontina, good Italian Fontina. It has great flavor and it melts really well. So just need a grater, just about 1/2 cup of grated Fontina. I love Fontina, it's fantastic in all kinds of baked pastas. Okay, so I need about 1/2 cup, just about right there. You can never put too much cheese in, right? Okay, what's next? Radicchio. So this recipe has radicchio in it, and it's shredded, kind of like the way you would make like a coleslaw. And I need 2 cups of radicchio, which is like 1 large head or 2 small ones. I'm just gonna shred it. Okay, so that's about 2 cups of radicchio. Okay, right into the bowl. So I'm making a huge mix, and then I'm gonna put the pasta in it, and then put it in its baking dishes. Next is 6 sage leaves. These are really strong, so you don't wanna use too many. Actually, Joanne says if you don't wanna use sage, because a lot of people don't like sage, you can use tarragon or rosemary, any kind of a fresh herb, but it has to be fresh. So give it a big julienne like that, and just toss it in. Okay, next is 2 teaspoons of ricotta. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it really sort of binds it and makes it creamy. Just put it right into the bowl. I like recipes where you collect everything in one bowl. 2½ cups of cream. Now this is gonna be good. And then the shiitake mushrooms. Oh, they're perfectly done. Just slightly browned, just tender all the way through. Look how great those look. Just toss it right in. 4 minutes, it's time to drain the pasta. Whoa, big pot of pasta. Whoa. Okay, this is just gonna go right into the bowl. And a big stir. I need a bigger spoon for this. I'm just gonna stir this all together, and then it goes into dishes to go into the oven. Wow, doesn't this look fantastic? I mean, who wouldn't want to have this for dinner? Oh, okay, into the baking dish. So these are individual gratin dishes. You can get them anywhere. So you just spoon in pasta. Doesn't matter what shape these are. They can be round, they can be oval. Okay, that looks good. So this in a big salad for dinner, who wouldn't be happy with that? What I love about this is it's creamy inside, and because they're baked, the top pasta gets really crunchy. It's just so good. So the last thing Joanne does is put a little bit of butter on the top of each one, and what that does is brown the pasta really well. I've never known anything that was hurt by having a little more butter on it. Into the oven, 500 degrees, a really hot oven, 7 to 10 minutes, and they're gonna come out crusty and brown on the top and bubbly inside. These are so good. And I mean, how easy was that?
Margherita pizza with prosciutto. I've got my dough here, and I'll divide it into 8 pieces, which will make perfect little personal pizzas. I'll mold each piece of dough into a ball. I'll just get these onto a sheet pan. I'll cover them up and allow them to rest for 30 minutes, and that'll make them puffier and easier to roll out. Now, while these rise, I'll make a garlic oil. I'll slice up 3 cloves of garlic. I'll heat up 6 tablespoons of olive oil and plop in my garlic, along with some crushed red pepper for some heat. And this just needs to heat gently for a couple of minutes so the oil can infuse with those delicious flavors. I'll chop up some fresh parsley. Oh, I'm smelling this. I'll get it off the heat, sprinkle in my parsley, and then it'll be lovely brushed onto the pizza. It's time to roll out the pizza dough. I'll roll it out into a long, skinny oval, just so that they can fit on my grill pan here. I'm getting the dough pretty thin. I'm going for about 1/4 of an inch thick. Okay. So I've got my grill pan here. It's heating over medium-low. I don't want it to be too hot because otherwise the outside will burn before the innards of the dough are fully cooked. I'll make sure that it's well oiled. I'm using just a regular olive oil here because I don't want to infuse my grill pan with garlic. So anytime you're grilling pizza, you don't want to top it yet. You want to grill one side, flip it, and then add the toppings. Since it doesn't have heat surrounding it like an oven, you get even cooking that way. Plus a nice char on both sides. Okay, I'm hearing that sizzle. They're already starting to cook. While these finish up cooking on this side, I'll grab my toppings. Thinly sliced prosciutto, Parmesan, sliced fresh mozzarella, and sliced Roma tomatoes. Let me check on these. They cook up pretty quickly. They should come easily off the grill when they're ready to flip. Oh yeah, those are some textbook char marks. Beautiful. Okay, I'll start with a brushing of my garlic oil. Look at those pretty green flecks of parsley. And now I'll top with my fresh mozzarella and tomatoes. So now in order to melt the cheese on a grilled pizza, you've got to cover it and lock in the heat so that the heat surrounds it and it melts the cheese. Since I don't have a typical grill cover here, I've got a hack. I just got some cake pans. I'll throw these right over. There we go. All right, and now we'll continue to let this go for a few more minutes until the cheese is melty and the bottom of the pizzas have those same beautiful char marks that are on the top. Hi, this one's chatty. Oh yeah, that looks good. That cheese is glossy and melty. Nice. These are gonna be such nice, personally sized pizzas. Hi. That cheese is super melty. I'll finish these off with a little more garlic oil. My prosciutto, lay it on there daintily. And some Parmesan. I'm gonna finish these with basil and then eat one immediately. I like this one. Oh yeah. All of the deliciousness of margherita pizza with the added saltiness of prosciutto.
The most impressive antipasto platter this side of Naples. So what we're gonna do is take our grill, I got like a little tabletop grill, and we're gonna start to heat this up and add a little bit of extra virgin olive oil to this, just so it starts to warm up a little bit and get kind of smoky, all right, because grilled vegetables really like a nice fat, right? So the olive oil is gonna be really nice, and as they start to cook, it's also gonna take on sort of a roasted, caramelized flavor too, which is gonna be really good. And we've got some simple vegetables. It doesn't take anything really fancy to have a nice antipasto platter. It's all about the technique. So we got some red peppers here. We got zucchini, and we got eggplant. And what we're gonna do is just gonna start to slice this stuff up. Now I got my knife. All right, want some nice big circles. You don't want anything too thick. All right, so you want this stuff to kind of cook nice and evenly, right? So we're gonna take our eggplant. It's gonna take the longest to cook, so we can get this on the grill first. Kind of spread it out so everything has some really good contact time with the grill, so it's nice and caramelized. Has a really great flavor to it. So we got some wonderful stuff here. We got some San Daniele ham. We got some delicious grilled vegetables. We've got some wonderful California cheeses. We've got a hard dry jack cheese. We've got a wonderful Mount Tam triple cream. This stuff is fabulous. We've also got a truffle trimmer. Run, don't walk. It's really fantastic. And also some olives are tossed, a little bit of olive oil and chili. So you get a little everything, salty, sweet, savory. And this is also what I'm really in love with too. Like I came up with this a couple months ago, but it's toasted pine nuts, right? And then what we're gonna do is take a little bit of orange blossom honey and just drizzle this right on top, all right? And you wanna make sure the pan's still kind of hot so the nut oils and the orange blossom honey just start to work together. All right, perfect. That smells absolutely delicious, and it's gonna be really nice with our antipasto platter. With our antipasto platter here, I'm gonna make one more quick little thing. And this is sort of like a creamy component to put on top of our crunchy toasted grilled bread. It's ricotta cheese, okay? So we're gonna take a ricotta cheese. And this is whole milk ricotta cheese. It's pretty dry. And we're gonna take this and put this into a bowl here. And this is a really great recipe I've been playing around with. It's absolutely delicious. We take some fresh mint. And we're gonna take some fresh mint and strip it into the ricotta cheese. Leave the leaves sort of whole so you can see what they are. And then what we're gonna do is take a little bit of salt and pepper, and we're gonna season this up. And then also take a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. All right, and just kind of stir the whole thing together. And then this is gonna go into a bowl here, right in the middle of everything. So you've got some nice counterpoints, right? You've got something crispy, you got something creamy, you got some really delicious hard cheeses, and you got something that's really smooth that you can sort of put over top of our crusty bread. And this you gotta check out. So I'm just gonna do 2 little turns here, kind of mix in the mint. And then we're gonna take all of this with one swoop. Go right in the middle of our bowl here. Isn't that beautiful? Those mint leaves sticking out. And then we're gonna take our toasted pine nuts and our orange blossom honey. We're just gonna pour this right on top. How good does that look? Isn't that awesome? People come by for a pizza party, they're not gonna forget it, right? So I am absolutely starving. I'm gonna put a little bit of balsamic vinegar on top of our grilled vegetables. Make sure you dress these up too. And you got a beautiful platter.
To make things easy, I'm actually using a loaf of frozen bread dough. These come in regular loaves, and all you have to do is just thaw them out and then put them in a bowl with a little bit of olive oil, cover them with plastic wrap, and just let it rise. It takes several hours, so while the pizza itself is quick, you definitely want to allow time to thaw out the dough. So I'm not even rolling it, I'm just stretching it, acting like I'm a serious pizza maker.
Try to spin it on your finger.
I'm not very good at that. So I'm roughly matching the size of a cast iron skillet because I'm gonna make this pizza bianca in a cast iron skillet. Okay, Paige, you wanna come with me to the oven?
Yep.
So the secret to a cast iron pizza is you wanna preheat the cast iron skillet. So I have got this oven on 500 degrees and I've been heating the skillet for about 20, 25 minutes. I mean, there is not much on earth that's hotter than this. So the first thing I'm gonna do is take some garlic olive oil. This is just olive oil that's been infused with garlic. And I'm gonna drizzle, listen, it's sizzling. That is one hot pan. So then I'm gonna take the crust, you ready?
Yep.
Lay it in the pan. I wanna get it up to the edges. And then the whole point of this is to start that crust really sizzling. So I'm gonna put this on a towel since it's so hot, but look how good this looks already. It's already sizzling. I'm gonna drizzle on more garlic olive oil. All right, now I've got 2 kinds of cheese, low moisture mozzarella, and then I'm also using Asiago, which is amazing. And if you get some little shreds of cheese up against the side of the hot pan, no worries whatsoever. They'll get nice and brown when the pizza cooks. I'm actually gonna put on just a few little mozzarella balls, just here and there. They'll sort of melt in circles, different colors of white for the pizza bianca. Okay, so now it's gonna go back into the oven. And the cool thing is, the oven's already on 500 degrees. And the pizza itself is going to bake at 500 degrees. Now the pizza just needs to bake for about 12 to 14 minutes. Smells amazing. Ooh, it's kind of a puffy pizza Bianca. Listen. How good does this look? Wow, 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 wow. This is sort of a deep dish type of cast iron pizza, but look at this. Because the cast iron skillet is so well seasoned, it just comes right out. What a gorgeous pizza. What do you guys think?
So exciting.
So pretty.
So I'm gonna sprinkle on some shaved Parmesan cheese. So just to give it a little extra special touch, I'm gonna drizzle on just a little bit of truffle oil.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Truffle oil's your
It's
favorite?
a delicacy, yes.
Yeah, you can drizzle it over French fries with Parmesan, but it's pretty strong, so you don't have to add very much, but just a little drizzle. And then a bunch of basil. How gorgeous is this pizza Bianca? I say we cut this up.
Yes.
Wish me luck. I'm going in. Splendiferous.
Wow, that is a 10 out of 10.
Oh.
Perfect on the bottom, amazing on the top, melts in your mouth. You can't beat that.
But do you like it?
I love it.
A monster bowl, a bounty of lemon juice, some salt. Don't have to go too heavy on the salt. Granted, it all came out of the sea. Black pepper to get in with a little garlic, and I'm just gonna rough chop that garlic. This will break down. It'll share its flavor. Little white wine. And another one of my favorites when it comes to seafood is some capers. They couldn't make the jar any smaller, and they start falling all over the place. Okay? Just like I do with the garlic, just give it a little pop just to kind of open it up a bit. And last but not least, you think of the spice. Man, I've been to some Cioppino feeds. Woo! I mean, it is all spice. So we'll just add a little bit of chili flake to this. And then to coat it all, to help all this great flavor stick to this seafood, a little bit of olive oil. Okay, let me give this a quick whisk. Now, I'll turn this a few times as I let it marinate. But what we're gonna do right now, we'll drop that nice big piece of halibut in there. That's what we're talking about. Then we'll get those scallops in. Beautiful. We'll throw in, I'm gonna pop that crab in half just like that. Excellent. The other one, look at this, and this is so fresh. Here we go. Down inside, and then we'll throw prawns that will take it real quick. So grab this and a little foil, and we'll go back, because what do you want? You want your seafood nice and cold. So we'll throw a little cover on top of that. All right, grab a tray, because I'm gonna put a little marinade on these as we work. So the first thing I'm gonna start off with is a bunch of Roma tomatoes. Last of the Romas. Tomato sauce and Cioppino, hand in hand. Next up, red bell pepper. Red bell pepper and a big onion. One more, the fennel. The key here is to keep these fronds. We'll hold those to the side. Okay. Fennel, there's that. Now, check this out. Hit a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of salt, touch of some black pepper. Believe it or not, we're gonna hit it with a little fennel. Fennel's a strong flavor in this Cioppino. Okay, with a little fennel seeds. And we'll hit it with a little red chili flake. Again, spice is a key piece as well. Start to throw the fennel on. Throw the peppers. Just keep an eye on it. And you know, here's the cool thing about this. This is one of those things that you can grill. You don't have to worry about how ugly it looks because this is all going to get pureed up. So if it has a little extra char to it, fantastic. That's a little extra flavor. Look at that. Kind of slide them on. Oh, tell me it doesn't look great already. And to think this is all going to come together for a seafood dish. I'm going to make this fantastic cioppino. I've got a bunch of seafood that's in the fridge right now. And this right here, well, this is the cioppino sauce. You don't typically see it as a fire roasted cioppino sauce, but I'll tell you something, we're going to highlight that seafood incredibly with this. A little bit of chicken stock. Drop this on. Now I took the seeds and the stems out of the bell pepper, but otherwise, everybody's in there. Look at all that char and all those bits. All right, that's my kind of cioppino sauce. Fire roasted, right on. There we go. And if it gets too thick, I got a little chicken stock to thin it out. All right, awesome. Roasted garlic's down. Now, this is where this kind of gets into some decision-making process. What do I want to add first? Well, I've got the hard shell of the crab, and it's pretty industrial. I mean, it can handle the heavy heat. So I'm going to throw that on first. The shrimp, they're protected also with their shell, these prawns, so I'm going to go ahead and throw those on. Look at that. Okay. And here we go. I'm going to put the fish on. It'll probably go on last and come off first. Nestle that right in on top of there. And then I'm just gonna hold those scallops for a little bit. I'll put those on at the last minute. So I'm just trying to finish up this fantastic cioppino sauce. Add a little ouzo there because if you've had a good cioppino, you know it's got some spice, it's got some garlic, and it's got a nice little anise flavor. Okay, and we'll take this, I'm gonna pour it right onto my platter here. Now, some beautiful halibut. This all marinated, by the way. Leave that right there. Take these beautiful scallops, lay those around the side. And I just want these super, super tender because they're gonna sit inside that hot sauce. I mean, look at that. Tell me that is not gorgeous. Look at that. Get a little bit of the sauce. Just drop a little bit on top of this. I mean, it's gorgeous. A little more, the basil, some of the fennel fronds that I had. Okay, first I gotta dig into some polenta. A little bit of this halibut. And then, when you wanna get your crab, I'm a body meat guy. So you dip it right in there. This Dungeness crab, of all the crab that I have, I mean from king crab, snow crab, you can tell I don't like it. This is the one to go to.
Starting with the chicken. I'm not just using pounded, butterflied, beat to death chicken that you can only fit one of them in your pan at home. I'm using chicken tenders, right?
Yes.
Tender, very part.
Yum.
There's no manipulation. They're perfectly even. We dredge these, seasoned them amply in a little flour and salt and pepper, and we just gave them, we took them to about, let's say, 150. Par cooked them right to the edge, but not, because we're gonna submerge it in that beautiful marsala sauce in a minute, but we're not gonna lose any of that kind of frying fond down there or the fat. We're gonna keep that. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit, and now we can start building some more flavors. And we're gonna start with the beautiful shallot, 3 tablespoons of butter. And that's it. We're not gonna mount it with butter at the end, and I'll show you why. And some dried porcini mushrooms. So these are gonna kind of rehydrate in there and add the fresh cremini mushrooms, right? We're gonna let that chill for a minute, which I have right here. So we're just gonna slice these up thick enough so you don't lose them too much. You know, kind of lop off that dirty end of the stem. So that's the shallot, right? No garlic yet. Couple tablespoons of butter. No wine yet. And what we're gonna do is gonna cook this down till when it looks just, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. You gotta be very patient with your mushrooms, with the caramelization of your shallot, develop all those natural sugars in the shallot. But right when we get it to this super caramelized level, I'm going to actually do one thing really quick here. This is another secret ingredient. I know Jeffrey used this in some dishes, powdered unflavored gelatin. I've been using it a lot in stews, chilies, meatloaf, meatballs. It just adds this kind of slickness, right? This wonderful mouthfeel that you can only really replicate if we were using a ton of bone-in chicken thighs and simmering this for hours. So this is kind of a little shortcut, but we need it to bloom, because if we don't and just add it in all the other liquids in here, it's gonna get a little clumpy. All right, now I'm gonna add my garlic, because it's so tender. Couple cloves, and this is Marsala. Nice fruity, forward, fortified wine, and about a cup of that. Now, once you see it start to bubble up, we can add our gelatin and a little bit of chicken stock. Keep this on side. Depends on how thin. This is more if it's getting a little too thick after we add the gelatin. You can see how that gelatin blooms so nicely. Just gonna whisk that in. Do a little tempering there. Use it all. And it's just gonna make it so silky without having to add too much butter. We'll season it up, a little salt and pepper. It smells like, right? Just like it comes to your dish and it's so good, but nothing like homemade chicken marsala, I think. So now I'm not gonna flip it. Now what I like about this, just shake it a little bit. It's gonna finish cooking right in here, low simmer. All right, one more thing to go here, guys. We got our fresh parsley, which is a must, and a little hit of fresh lemon juice. And you could serve it right in this dish with a nice big old spoon. And we're gonna give it a squeeze of lemon.
Can't wait to try this.
Look at that. Boom.
I'm one of those people, like, either it's pasta or protein, not both together. I mean, pasta's a premium. It should come, you know, then you get the main course. I mean, I don't, you know, except for maybe spaghetti and meatballs, I don't like to see a pork chop on my pasta or vice versa.
Or a chicken parm with some pasta.
Yeah, one is gonna be overcooked.
There you go, Katie, and I put some bread on the side for some dipping.
Oh, I love
Here
the
you
way
go.
that looks.
Doesn't this look great?
You can thicken this. The sauce will thicken up a little by adding that little just kind of hack of the gelatin. It's a little less butter required, and again, it's shiny. It's got a great mouthfeel, but it doesn't need to be thick and greasy.
Let me tell you what. This dish tastes so light, and the mushrooms are so perfectly cooked. And they've got a nice caramelization on them. And the little bit of porcini that you added to it just took it completely next level. And I'm totally here for the chicken tenders. I'm gonna start buying these and using them for different things. Gold star.
Tagliatelle bolognese. We're gonna start out with some dried porcini mushrooms, which is a really beautiful Italian mushroom. And we're gonna just reconstitute them with a little bit of hot water, almost like we're making a tea. And we're also gonna save the water too. So we're just gonna put these guys back here and just kind of let them warm up a little bit, right? And then we're gonna start off on our sauce. Now I've got a big pot here, all right? So we're making a bolognese sauce. You wanna get your big spaghetti pot out because we need a lot of room. And we're also gonna pull a little saute pan because we're gonna cook up some pancetta for our beautiful winter panzanella salad that we're gonna make. All right, let's get these kind of cranked up, all right? Let them start to warm up a little bit. And we're gonna add a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. We're gonna pour this in, all right? So we got that. And we're gonna infuse some herb flavor into this by using some good sort of kind of winter woody herbs. We got some marjoram, oregano, some rosemary, and we got some fresh thyme. All right, and we're just gonna take these and kind of throw them straight into the pot with the extra virgin olive oil and just kind of let them snap, crackle, and pop. So we got that. That's starting to cook. It smells good already. All right, we're also going to chop up some great base vegetable flavor for our pasta sauce here. All right, we've got some carrots, all right, we got some celery, some onions, and some garlic. So we're gonna chop all this stuff up and then we're gonna puree it. Now, a traditional bolognese sauce, as far as the texture goes, it's pretty close to baby food. It's really soft, velvety soft, all right? So we're gonna take all of our base vegetables and we're gonna grind it up so it's pretty smooth, and that's gonna be the base that's gonna carry everything else in. So you got a food processor. All right, throw all these guys in, everybody in the pool. Now we're also gonna add some pancetta to this as well, which is a really great Italian bacon. All right, I'm gonna take this guy out of the freezer because sometimes it's easier to chop it up because there's quite a bit of fat. It actually slices a lot easier when it's really super cold. So we're gonna take this, check it out, we're gonna cut a couple of slices of the pancetta.
tastes like American country ham. It has like a salty flavor to it, and it's just really amazing. So I'm gonna chop it up into strips. I'm gonna throw it into my saute pan and just let it start to render out, because we're gonna sprinkle that on top of our winter panzanella salad that we're gonna make a little later. And then we're gonna take the other half, our pancetta, I'm gonna chop it up into pieces, and just like that. All right, we're just gonna throw it into the food processor. Also with our constituted porcini mushrooms, okay? I'm just gonna fold these in. All right, I'm not gonna throw this liquid out. This liquid has a great flavor to it, and I wanna keep that. Top's gonna go on, just like that, and we're gonna grind the whole thing up. All right, perfect. It's really smooth and looks really great and smells really good already. All right, so we got this. All right, we're gonna take out our herbs that have been snap, crackling, popping in the bottom of our pot here. And we're gonna garnish the top of the pasta with a big scoop of whole milk ricotta cheese and some of those crispy herbs. It's the first thing that went in the pot, and it's the last thing that's gonna go on top of the dish. It's very traditional Italian. And so we got that. And then we're gonna take all of our pulp here, and we're just gonna throw it straight into this oil. Again, so we've got some great things for all this beautiful vegetable pulp to soak up is that herb oil. And that's gonna give our beef and our pork something really great to soak up as well. All right, we got that. Get this out of the way. Let's start to fry away. All right, cool. It smells delicious. I'm gonna crank up the heat just a little bit. All right, get a spatula and just kind of stir the whole thing around. All right, we're gonna add some meat to this, right? Because every good bolognese sauce has a few different kinds of meat. And of course, you can use just beef, but we're gonna add beef and we're gonna add ground pork for fat. And I've got about 1.5 pounds of each. And we're just gonna cut these guys open. All right, just kind of fold the whole thing in. All that delicious vegetable pulp is starting to sweeten up. This is gonna be a really tasty pot of meat sauce. All right, so we got beef, we got pork. All right, that's gonna go in there. All right, so we're gonna take some red wine, give it a little splash. About a cup will do the trick. All right, it's perfect. All right, then we're gonna take our tomatoes and open these up. Now these are San Marzano tomatoes. These are tomatoes from southern Italy, which are really beautiful, have a great flavor to them. You can definitely get them all year round. We're gonna pour this in so the whole texture stays nice and soft. Mix that in. Then we're gonna add the milk on top. And the enzyme in the milk is actually gonna help to break down the beef and the pork, and it's gonna be as soft as baby food and really rich and delicious. It's gonna simmer for about 1.5 hours. Tagliatelle happens to be the official pasta of Bologna. If you go to like the town square, there's actually a golden tagliatelle hanging in the office of the courthouse, right? So it's very specific on how wide and how long it is, right? It's the official pasta of Bologna, right? So we're being very consistent with the whole thing. So we're using tagliatelle with this, and it's a little thicker than a fettuccine. All right, so we're gonna dump the tagliatelle in. That's gonna start to cook down. All right, so we're gonna take the tagliatelle, which is a lot like fettuccine, and we're gonna toss the whole thing together into the sauce. So we're gonna hit it with a little bit of cheese, and then we're gonna take it and very carefully, let's see if I can do this without making a mess, put it right into the bowl here, and it is ready to go right to the table. Look at that, beautiful. Right on. If you got a little bit of bolognese sauce left, it holds in the fridge for up to a week, and you're in really good shape. So we got that. We're gonna hit it with just a little more cheese right on top. A couple of dollops of whole milk ricotta cheese. Just fresh basil on top. A little bit of extra virgin olive oil. Just velvety soft pork, beef, pancetta.
Custardy and floral, and it's got sweet, salty, crunchy cookies for dunking. I'm starting with my lavender. I've got dried lavender buds here, which lends such a beautiful, delicate flavor. And then I'll pour in 2 cups of heavy cream and 3/4 of a cup of whole milk, 1/3 of a cup of sugar, a pinch of salt to bring out all the flavors, and then some lemon. Just use my peeler. Ultimately, the zest in the lavender will be strained out. I'll whisk this around to dissolve the sugar and then heat it gently until I can start to see bubbles forming around the edges and steam coming off the surface. It's happening. I'm seeing the steam, I'm seeing the bubbles. I'll turn the heat off now and then just allow this to steep while I get my gelatin ready. I'll just combine 1/4 cup of water with 2 1/4 teaspoons of unflavored gelatin. You can also use the gelatin from a packet. I'll just give this a whisk to allow it to bloom. Gelatin is bloomed, and now the lavender buds and the lemon zest have done their job. They've lent their flavor to the cream. I can strain them out now. If your cream has cooled during the time when it's steeping, you do want to reheat it before adding it to the gelatin. You want the liquid to be hot when it combines with the gelatin so that I can actually melt the gelatin. Strain this right on through. Ah, it smells so good. I'll give this a quick whisk. Make sure that gelatin gets evenly distributed. I'll grab my serving glasses. Just have these cute little cups here. Just dividing the cream evenly. Perfect. I'll let these set in the fridge for 4 hours. You could also go overnight. Then top with grape syrup. Wow, that is one easy peasy, fancy schmancy dessert. To give our sweet dessert a salty spin, I am making my pretzel shortbread. Starting with my pretzels, I've weighed these. These are 240 grams of pretzels. I like to weigh them just because depending on what shape of pretzel you have, they might measure out differently in measuring cups. And 2/3 of a cup of sugar. I'll process this until it's very finely ground. I'm essentially making pretzel flour. This looks great. You definitely want to make sure that there aren't any bigger clumps of pretzels because those could cause the cookies to fall apart. 1 cup of unsalted butter, just straight into the processor. That was the easiest dough ever. I'll scrape this down onto a piece of parchment and then shape into a long, skinny log, like a big, sweet pretzel salami. I'll use my bench scraper to press the parchment. This helps even out the dough and round it. I'll wrap this up. I'll chill this for an hour, slice and bake at 350 degrees for 20 minutes until they're crisp. I can't wait. It smells heavenly in here. Let me get the shortbread out. The salt makes them look a little sparkly. I'll let these cool while I plate up my panna cotta. To add a little color, I'll finish with some syrup. This is just grape jelly with some water, lemon juice, and a pinch of salt. I just cooked it until it dissolved. And just a very thin layer at that touch of elegance. I'll nestle the shortbread right next to it. It almost looks like a fancy cookies and milk situation.
First of all, we're gonna make risotto. It's made with rice, stock, and any sort of addition you want to flavor your risotto with. In this case, sausage. So I have some nice sausage. You can use spicy sausage, regular sausage. I have onions and sausage in my pot. I'm just frying it down just to get it nice and sweaty, get that fat out, because that fat is what's gonna help make this so flavorful. So when it's like this, I'm gonna add my arborio rice. This is rice that's really round and it's full of starch. It's perfect to make risotto. Total time to cook risotto is about 18 minutes. We're just toasting the risotto carefully. You don't want it too hot, about medium heat. And just when it feels like it's kind of sticking on the bottom, not too much, it's gonna take about a minute. Then you wanna add a little white wine. That's all the pan being cleaned by the wine. All right, so once that wine evaporates and all cooks down, it gets kind of like almost sticky again, you're gonna start adding hot chicken stock or vegetable stock or beef stock. We're gonna ladle it in. We just wanna cover the risotto. No more than that, just cover it. Turn it down, medium heat. Shake it once in a while, and then when it gets a little dry, you add more. We're gonna do that 3 times, and then we're gonna add our cheese and our butter and all our great garnishes. All right, our risotto has been reduced 3 times with liquid. Look how fat the rice has gotten, that's good. We're gonna take it over to our countertop. We're gonna stir it, and to this, it's warm. You can see the heat still coming off it, which you need to melt everything. We're gonna add Parmesan cheese. The cheesier, the better, right? Some chopped chives. All at once, just dump it in, and a little bit of salt and pepper. Stir it in like that. Look how delicious. All right. We're gonna put that aside. Get a sheet pan lined with parchment paper. We're just gonna pour that out. Give it a quick spread, and we're gonna put it in the refrigerator. Now, I recommend you do this really at least 3 or 4 hours. The cheese and the starch are really gonna tighten up. Spread it evenly. So in the fridge we go. All right, Feb station, what does that mean? F, flour. E, egg. B, breadcrumb. In this case, this is panko, ground, even better, nice and crispy. And this is how you fry everything. So the crust remains on it, it doesn't split while you're frying it. So I'm gonna take a little scoop here, it's about a 1-ounce scoop. So we have it now where it's pretty much covering everything. And then we're just gonna shape it lightly. You don't have to we're not making meatballs, all right? So you just wanna just lightly, like that. And I have a bunch here, okay? When you're ready to fry, you get some canola oil or vegetable oil on at about 350 degrees. And what I like to do, a little secret, is I like to put 2 or 3 balls in a spider like this, or 4 in this case, and we don't drop it in because you don't want to splatter. We just go like that. So these are gonna fry for about 3 or 4 minutes until they kind of float and get nice and crispy. Now look how golden they are. Look, and they've all held their shapes beautiful. Nothing, no grease has gone in. The crust has stayed on. We're gonna put them on that paper towel. Here we go. We're gonna take them over to our plate, and I like to garnish them as so. So I'm gonna put them on a plate here, and I serve them with 2 sauces. This is a little chimichurri sauce that I made into sort of a pesto-ish, and also a store-bought spicy marinara, so you don't have to work too much, right? One I made, one I bought. And always, always in my house, a little fresh grated Romano and some fresh chives.
You know, you start the pan cold with the pancetta, let the pancetta really render down. The idea is to turn into these little crunchy bits of tender bacon, so the textural experience is really there. The pancetta, when I'm cooking pancetta, I usually have to make about twice as much because my dad will smell it. Well, you saw Roxy, she just came by, she smelled it, and then I eat it. I know you can't tell. But the pancetta is so awesome. The key to this is making sure that we went low and slow to really render it down, and these are actually crunchy. They got that nice little bacon crunch. They're nice and salty, and I'm gonna leave all this rendered fat in there, and this is gonna come together for the sauce for the cacio e pepe. So, you go to Rome, you'll taste a dish, you'll say this is so simple, but why is it so delicious? Really quality ingredients. Okay, we'll leave that staying warm. Let me grab some half and half. One of my favorite dishes of all time is cacio e pepe. It doesn't need the cream, but I wanted a little more richness to it. I thought it would be more palatable to people to have a little bit of cream into it, just a touch, not overdone. A little black pepper, a little unsalted butter, and we'll let this just reduce down a little bit. And then the Parmesan cheese that's gonna go in here with the pecorino that's gonna go in here. Dynamite. Okay, now let's get over here. Now you see this right here, I got this cream reducing. Not reducing too much, don't worry about this. What I'm gonna do now is add back in the pancetta, nice and crunchy. Fat in there for all that fantastic flavor. Let me get a little bit of the pecorino romano. So this is that nice salty sheep's cheese, again from Rome. Touch of that. This is gonna tighten up a bunch on you. Don't worry about it because we'll save some of that pasta water and get it in there. Also a little, my favorite, Parmigiano Reggiano. Touch of that in there. Okay, stir that up. And I got boiling water. Now, what's the key with the boiling water? Well, I'll tell you something. If there's one thing that you'll hear in Italy, you'll hear from everybody, is that pasta waits for no one. So everything's got to be done. I'm going to turn the heat off on this. The pasta has got to be done perfectly al dente. So the sauce is done, the salad's done, the dessert is finished. I'll hit a little salt into there. Get some really good linguine. Water's boiling. Drop that in. This is how you get it done right here. Some fantastic al dente linguine going into this Roman pasta dish with cheese and fresh cracked black pepper. Look at that. And a little pancetta. Oh yeah, and a little bit of cream. So we're gonna dump that right in. Now I always reserve my pasta water just in case I need some. Outstanding. So what we've got here is a little pancetta that was cooked down. I'm just looking at how much sauce I have, how it's gonna coat that pasta. You know, you gotta remember something. This is Italian style, so it's not a ton of sauce just running all over the plate. It is a little bit tight. So, some water. And I'm gonna add a little bit more of the Parmigiano Reggiano and as well as the pecorino, that fantastic sheep's cheese. Okay, so we'll let that just kind of absorb there. We wanna give this a nice little presentation, not splatter it all over the place. We call this nesting in the restaurants. Right on top. You can see how that pasta just started to absorb the last of the sauce. We'll get all of the goodness right up on top. Oh yeah, awesome. Okay, set that down. Now, little fresh parsley, been washed, just hand torn. This is nice and rustic. There we go. A little bit more of the parm and pecorino right on top. Isn't that beautiful? The flavor's gonna be outrageous. Talked about it the whole time. Just use really good ingredients, treat it with a lot of respect, cook it the right way, and last but not least, fresh cracked black pepper. That's what it is, cheese and pepper. There you go. Okay, nest that up. Okay, there we go. Now, when you go to Italy, this is one thing I will tell you. Do not ask for a spoon to twirl that pasta. Grab a little bit to the side, bring it over here to the side of your plate, twirl it up. Take some time, sit there and enjoy this. Outrageous. Creamy, salty, a lot of pepper. I love fresh cracked black pepper.
Got my dough that I let rise twice and then rolled out into cute little 8-inch circles standing by. Now we're doing the exciting part. I'm just getting a whole bunch of broccoli rabe ready. I'm cutting off the tough bottom stems. Look at this. Just go ahead and make it easy on yourself and cut it right there. Say thank you for coming. So I'm gonna start to get these blanching. So my water is at a boil. I'm gonna put a couple big handfuls right in there. So I'm gonna blanch those just for a minute, and then I'm gonna plunge them right into ice water. I'm gonna get some sausage browning, nice big pan, a little olive oil. Hello, hot Italian sausage. I'm gonna get this into my pan. All right, start to let that brown up. Look at that, broccoli rabe. Hey, blanchy. Now we shock it. It stops the cooking process, and it also sets the beautiful green color. Got some ricotta, a bunch of parm. Cool, thank you. So I got to get this guy all chopped up. Isn't that beautiful? Broccoli rabe, one of my favorite vegetables. It's gonna be great inside our calzone filling. All right, look at me, all chopped up. Hey, broccoli rabe, beautifully blanched. Oh yeah, that is good stuff. Now, when I put stuff inside a calzone, I like creamy stuff. I like cheesy stuff, so I'm gonna add a bunch of ricotta, a very milky flavor, and a bunch of salty Parmigiano. All right, so how are we doing on sausage? Ready? Okay, so I had a bunch of hot Italian sausage that came outside the casing. I just bought it in bulk because I'm making a lot. So I browned it off, we crumbled it up, so it will really just marry with all this stuff beautifully. And here it goes. Oh yeah, look at that. Woo, I smell that spicy stuff. All right, we start to get this all mixed up. Broccoli rabe is one of my favorite vegetables, and who doesn't like a spicy Italian sausage? So, you know, get all those together, bind it together with a little bit of cheese, and yeah, put it in a dough, and that makes me a happy camper. Woo, my broccoli rabe sausage and ricotta filling is looking delicious. Let's give it a little QC, a little quality control. Oh, I know I'm a rock star on this one. That is good stuff. Wow. Spicy sausage, my bitter broccoli rabe, my creamy ricotta, and just that poke of salty parm. Good stuff. I'm gonna put about 3/4 of a cup or a couple big spoonfuls of filling into my dough on sort of the bottom half. Then I'm going to just use some egg wash just around the bottom edge. We don't need too much glue here, otherwise instead of being sticky, we'll be slippery and slidey, and that's not what we're looking for. Then we meet the top half right down at the bottom half. Look at that. Now, just for fun, to make it look cute and pretty, I'm gonna fold these guys over and do a little crimping action. Hi, little cutie. I'm gonna give it a little egg wash on top. I'm gonna give these a little bit of a vent to allow the steam to escape while it's baking, and so it won't have a blowout. It'll just look beautiful. Look at that. Just a couple sesame seeds. I love those. My cutie calzone day is moving along. Look at it. I got all these guys together. Hello, beautifuls. With a ricotta, sausage, and broccoli rabe stuffing. I put them together, I brushed them with a little egg wash, gave them a little sprinky dink of some sesame seeds, and now I'm tossing them into a 350-degree oven for about 30 minutes.
Bolognese sauce is hearty and meaty and rich and wonderful, and it's a great thing to make in a slow cooker. However, the whole thing starts in a great big skillet. I just heated it up and added some olive oil, and I'm gonna add a whole bunch of veggies because I'm making a huge batch of Bolognese sauce. Okay, I've got onions, carrots, and celery. And stir these around. The next ingredient to add is garlic. I started with 6 cloves and I'm getting it as fine as I can. I'm putting it in now so it doesn't burn. If I put it in with those onions and carrots and celery, it would have gotten a little bit burned. Okay, I'll stir it in and let the flavors start to go. That smells wonderful. So I'm gonna add a can of tomato paste for that rich, rich tomato flavor. Now it's really hot, so I'm gonna grab the hard stuff, red wine. I'll add a cup. Okay, this looks great. Now I'm just gonna let the wine cook, and it'll take about 3 minutes. The veggies and the tomato paste and the wine is delicious. It is really cooking away. I'm just gonna season it all with some salt and pepper. Give it one final stir. This is cooked as much as I want to cook it. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it into the slow cooker. Oh, it smells so good. I'm gonna put a little more olive oil in the pan because now it's all about the beef. I've got 4 pounds of ground beef and it goes right in. You can do a combination of beef and sausage if you want. You can just do plain ground pork, ground turkey, just whatever kind of meat you want. Bolognese is very forgiving. And I need to season it too. So salt and pepper, very simple. And then I need to stir and cook the meat completely. It's gonna take about 15 minutes. The beef is all brown, so I'm gonna add probably the weirdest ingredient for the Bolognese, 2 cups of whole milk. This is sort of a traditional thing they do in Italy. I think it's a little bit unusual, but I'm gonna trust the process and add it. The idea is just to add that nice fattiness and also to balance the acidity of the tomatoes. So that is it for the skillet. I'm gonna get the meat mixture into the slow cooker now. Well, that was my workout for the day. Okay, next I'll go in with 2 big cans of crushed tomatoes. And then I've got some herbs to add. Dried basil flakes, some nutmeg, oregano, and thyme, some crushed red pepper flakes. Okay, and I love to add Parmesan rind. Don't ever throw these away. They're so good to add to sauces. Now I will stir it. There is so much good stuff in here. Okay, that looks great. So now the lid goes on, and then I'll set it on low. It'll cook for 6 hours, and it'll be all done. When the sauce has cooled, I pack up the rest for the freezer.
Tiramisu's layers of ladyfingers, dry ladyfingers, they're Italian. And this incredible mascarpone cream that's flavored with rum, and I've added a little bit of vanilla and orange to it. Okay, that's 6 eggs. Now I need ½ a cup of sugar. And this is why it's really important for the eggs to be room temperature, so they beat up really nice and light. I'm gonna beat it for 5 minutes until they're really thick and light yellow color. So the eggs are good, they're nice and thick, and I'll just show you just what it looks like. If you hold up the beater, it just falls back on itself in a ribbon, and that's when you know they're done. Okay, next for some great flavor. Just with a mixer on very low, I'm gonna add 16 to 18 ounces of mascarpone. It's that wonderful Italian creamy cheese. I'm just gonna put it right in. Each of these containers are about 8 or 9 ounces, so I'll need 2. And next is the rum. I actually use really good dark rum. Has wonderful flavor, and I use a lot of it, ½ a cup. So I'm going to use the rum both in the filling, but I'm also going to dip the ladyfingers in it. Just pour it in slowly so it mixes in nicely. And then I experimented a little bit. I found that the rum had a little sharpness to it that I didn't like. I love the flavor, but not that edge. And if I added just a little bit of orange juice, 1/4 cup, it really took that off and it sort of balanced it. You didn't know the orange juice was there, but the rum tasted better. So, 1/4 cup of freshly squeezed orange juice. Next is a little vanilla, which rounds out the rum flavor really nicely. 1½ teaspoons. I'm gonna put a little vanilla bean in it. So what you do is just run your knife right down the middle and just open it up and then roll the seeds out with your knife. And you get all these gorgeous seeds. Look at those, little bursts of flavor. So these are Italian ladyfingers. They're dry and crisp, and they're just gonna soak up all that gorgeous mascarpone cream. I'm gonna make a dip for them. 1/2 cup of rum, 1/2 cup of freshly squeezed orange juice. Just dip it right in the mixture and just start lining them up in the dish. Okay, that's the first layer of ladyfingers. Next, rum raisins. I'll show you how I made them. I just poured 2 tablespoons of dark rum into a bowl, added 3/4 cup of raisins, covered the bowl in plastic wrap, then put it in the microwave and turned it on high for 1 minute. The raisins really plump up and they absorb all that delicious rum. Then I took them out, uncovered them, and left them to cool. Rum raisins. So I'm gonna put half the raisins, spread them out on top of the ladyfingers, and then I'm gonna pour the mascarpone cream over. Smooth it over, cover it in plastic wrap, then put it into the refrigerator for at least 6 hours, but preferably overnight. So the tiramisu sat overnight in the refrigerator, it all just soaked together. It's just great. One more thing to do. A little shaved chocolate on the top. I've actually warmed this chocolate bar a little bit. Just about 30 seconds in a microwave, so you get nice big curls. This is semi-sweet chocolate. This looks good enough to eat. Don't mind if I do. Just see how it is. Oh, see, it's really thick. It's really absorbed the mascarpone and the ladyfingers and the raisins and the rum. That's really good. Why would you go to a restaurant if you can make this at home?
My ultimate cheesy chicken parm, okay? This is a red sauce joint staple, starting with the chicken, which we butterflied. We lightly pounded so it's even Steven throughout. Season, little salt, little pepper directly on the chicken. We're gonna run it through the feb, flour, egg, and the canister of breadcrumbs, Italian seasoned breadcrumbs.
I love that.
How long it's been there in the pantry? I don't know, Ma.
Since you were a kid.
As long as it doesn't smell like the pantry, it's still good.
No, it doesn't. That's why they have that nifty little top on there. Add a little bit of your famous Parmigiano Reggiano grated right into the breadcrumbs, please. I got some nice medium heat here, large skillet, olive oil. We're gonna fry these babies till golden brown. Now, let's get the very special application of cheese. We're not just gonna bake this, right? You spend all this time frying this beautiful piece of meat or vegetable, and then you drown it in sauce, in cheese, and bake it.
No.
And then why did I fry it? Right, it's good flavor, it's a wonderful technique to prepare a protein, but at the end of the day, you're just kind of decimating the texture of that exterior fry on there, that crispiness. Sauce here that you can ladle right from there, or just do a nice fresh sauce. Next, some freshly grated, low moisture, whole milk mozzarella.
Okay.
It melts the best, it's got the best chew. And we're gonna take about a 1/2 cup of this directly onto this, starting in the middle, right? Alex, our oil looks perfect right now, ready to accept the cutlet. I am gonna get that oven ready to accept our cheese and sauce. Thank you, Jeffrey. We got it on broil, and the rack is about two levels down, okay? You don't want it too close, you don't want it too far. It's gotta be the Goldilocks zone of broilage, and that takes time and experience.
Do you watch broil? Because I am so afraid to walk away from broil.
Yep, I am not gonna walk too far, because this can take about 5 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever.
This is really a classic Italian-American dish, isn't it?
Wow.
This didn't come from nowhere, Jeff.
I'm happy with the cutlets.
Look at this, first of all. That's what we're looking for. That's all flavor right there. Cheese browns nicely, gives a lot of salt.
It doesn't take a lot of time. People, I think, overcook their chicken cutlet.
Agreed.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm gonna start plating my chicken while those are still going. I got some keeping warm on a wire rack sheet tray at 200
Oh, yeah.
That's how I do
RTG. Look at these beauts.
Gorgeous.
I mean, right? Watch your hand there. I don't want to.
By the way, that's
borrow your
that's a secret that you can use French toast, pancakes, bacon, anything you cook, rack, oven, 200 degrees. Here's the moment,
I
people.
can't wait to see this technique.
I know what's gonna happen.
Oh, boy. It's going to be like a...
Dim the lights. Can we dim the lights?
Are we doing is this like a pizza volcano? It's like a volcano.
Oh, look at this.
Wait, what? Oh, I'm gonna like this.
All right, here we go.
Do it, Jeff.
Are you ready?
Yes, Jeff.
This is it. This is it.
Oh, my
How's this for an angle? We good on that?
Yeah, watermelon.
Three,
cut it.
2, 1.
Stop it right
Yeah!
Perfect. Stop it right
Oh, make it barf. Make it barf.
Oh, my
Chicky,
God.
Chicky barf. Here we go. You ready for number 2?
I just want to get it, Jeff.
Do it again, Jeff.
Look at this. I might
I mean, forget a tableside Caesar. We need a tableside chicken
Oh,
parm.
man.
Pass it on down.
Right to the table.
Come on,
right to your
Phils.
family. Preserved.
Preserved
crust-
crunchiness.
That gives it some real restaurant vibes at home. That's
Yes,
the thing.
yes.
You know, that's that restaurant level trick that you just do at home so
Can I
easy.
tell you what I
Can I
especially
have
like?
this for the
You
sauce?
didn't,
please.
I'm
you
putting
didn't
in the
adorn
sauce.
this
Look
with
at
basil
this.
or anything like that,
Oh,
because
no.
it doesn't need it.
Oh, no. You don't need no garnish. The garnish
what-
is a cheese garnish,
That's
GZ.
it. You saw it. It's
Yeah.
table side. It's table. You could do
You could
this.
totally do this table
Oh,
side in the
amazing.
middle of your
I'm doing it.
table.
Yeah, you're gonna do it table side at your next
Absolutely.
restaurant?
I
And
love
I'm going to give
this.
Philly and you credit.
Jeff, this is the perfect chicken parm because, like you said, it stays crunchy. There's no soggy crust from it sitting in the sauce. And it's so cheesy, you have to really chew because you get a lot of cheese in there.
It's like mozzarella gum.
I love this.
That baked.
Love it. It is fabulous.
I'm gonna make a Neapolitan cake, but not just any Neapolitan cake, easy Neapolitan cake. And it's easy because it starts with a white cake mix. So I used a whole container of white cake mix, and I'm just gonna make this according to package instructions. So 3 egg whites, 1/3 cup of oil, and a cup of water. So now I'm gonna use a hand mixer to totally blend this together. Okay. I like to see how far I can pull the beaters out while they're still mixing to try to get as much batter off as possible. Now I am going to divide the white cake batter into 3 bowls. And I think you can probably guess why. Now, of course, you can make your favorite white batter from scratch if you want to, but how quick was that? It just went lickety-split. So I'm gonna leave one plain. I'm gonna turn one pink by adding freeze-dried strawberries. So look at this, Alex. Basically, you just buy these little freeze-dried strawberries in the snack aisle and then put them into a food processor and just grind them into a powder. And it makes it the most intensely strawberry flavored cake batter. Okay, so for the chocolate, I'm just gonna do a heaping tablespoon of cocoa. And what I like about that is the cocoa is unsweetened, so it makes the cake pretty intensely chocolate. It's not overly sweet. Okay, so to bake the cake, I'm gonna use a loaf pan. It's gonna come out kind of a marbled cake. I'll start with the chocolate, and I'm just gonna drop in a scoop. And honestly, there's nothing scientific about this, so. And then drop a second scoop just like off to the side and diagonal, and then grab a strawberry scoop, plop, and another strawberry scoop. And then when you use the same scoop, it kind of just naturally drags the other cake mix along with it. And then the white cake, plop, and another one, plop. And then you see where I'm going with this? Oh yeah. You just keep going until you have just kind of blobs of cake everywhere. All right, look at that. So I'm gonna bake this at 350 degrees for 45 minutes, then I'll take it out and let it cool. The cake is out of the oven, and it's hard to imagine what's inside, but I cannot wait to cut into this. So I'm gonna make a beautiful glaze to go over the cake. So I'm just pouring hot cream over milk chocolate chips, and I'm gonna wait just a second and let the chocolate start to soften. Get a pretty platter, preferably one that has a little bit of a rim to it. And I'll get the cake on there. And then, you ready? Mm-hmm. Here goes the glaze. And you can really douse it, or you can try to sort of be artsy about it. Oh, yum. Oh my word. Okay, so you take it to the table and serve it like this, but you ready to see it?
Yes, I want to see the inside.
I wonder how impressive, what if it's not impressive at all? What will we do?
I'm gonna eat it anyways.
That's right, it'll still be delicious, okay? Oh, well, you can see where it might have helped to put a little bit of the red food coloring, but it's gonna taste really intensely strawberry, I know that. Ready?
Mmm. I can taste it.
Mm-hmm.
I can taste the strawberry.
Definitely put red food coloring in the strawberry so you can see it, but delicious, I love it.
My zucchini pizza with basil mint pesto. I do my prep inside and then amp up the flavor by taking it outside and cooking it on the grill to get a nice charred crust. It's chewy and cheesy, everything a good pie should be. To get started, I'm slicing my zucchini. I'll toss these in a little olive oil, and the olive oil will help them develop a nice golden brown char. I'll toss this to get it evenly coated. Now that my zucchini is prepped, I'll make my basil mint pesto. Pesto is such a great way to liven up any pizza. I'm gonna chop off the stems. And pesto is so easy, you just throw everything in the food processor and let it do the hard work. A half a cup of shredded Parmesan, half a cup of toasted pine nuts, which add that delicious, rich butteriness. A couple of good pinches of crushed red pepper for some heat. 4 cloves of garlic, and then the juice of half a lemon. This is the perfect hit of acid that the buttery pine nuts need. Season with salt and pepper. And then pulse this until it's crumbly. And now that it's mostly broken up, I'll drizzle in half a cup of olive oil as I continue to blend. This is so good. I love pesto smell. It's so fresh and nutty, and I can smell the Parmesan too. I'm gonna taste it to make sure all the seasoning is correct. It is so flavorful, and there's just enough Parmesan in that. This would rival any red sauce. Okay, I'm ready to put my pizzas together. I've got my pizza dough here, just using my go-to no-knead recipe. You just combine all-purpose flour, yeast, salt, and water, and then stir to form a dough, cover, and let it rise overnight. I've divided it into 2 balls, and I've got them on parchment rounds. I've dusted them with a little flour so they don't stick, and I'm gonna flatten them into 10 to 11-inch circles. This looks great. This is the size that I want. I like a slightly thicker crust. I'm ready to add my toppings. I'll start with a layer of pesto. I'm gonna add a thin layer now and then finish it after it's done cooking with another little drizzle. I'm ready for my mozzarella. Fresh mozzarella is the best. I'll tear this up and scatter it all over the pesto. This is one pretty pizza, and now I'll build another. These pizzas are gonna be too good, but not too good to eat. Okay, it's time to grill. Okay, so first we've gotta grill the zucchini and get some nice char marks on it. It's oiled and ready to go. I'm gonna put it on right here. I'm just grilling the zucchini for about a minute on each side, just to get those nice char marks. I'm also gonna grill the lemon because that's gonna caramelize it and make it taste a little funky and really good. Okay, the zucchini is ready to flip. I can see some of the brown marks around the edges. Okay, now that the zucchini is nicely charred, I'm gonna salt it. Do you think you can handle helping me out grilling the pizzas?
I never thought you'd ask.
The pizza stone has been preheating and it's ready to go. Just slide it on. Okay, I'm gonna put some of the zucchini on. We don't want them to overlap. Just a single layer of zucchini, kind of an abstract fashion. That smells so good. You smell that, pesto? Okay, we're gonna keep this closed.
Okay.
It'll cook at 500 degrees for 6 to 9 minutes until the cheese has golden splotches all over. If you're cooking it in a regular oven, same time and temp. Oh my gosh, I can smell the basil.
We're gonna start by making fresh pasta, which is so easy. We have 400 grams of 00 flour. On the cutting board, I'm gonna put a little salt, okay, a little olive oil, just a drip, and then we're just gonna do this.
Jeffrey, I see you're kind of slowly pulling the flour in.
It's a little Vesuvius action, Jeff. Look at that, you see?
Easy, rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. And so we're just gonna get this to a point where we're then gonna use our paws. When you touch it, it's very supple. We're just gonna knead it a bit.
No machine.
No machine. We're just gonna stop there because I don't wanna overdo it. And it's just, we're gonna put it in a ball, up like that. We're gonna wrap it up, and then what I like to do is just put this in the refrigerator for about 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
It's important. I have water here that I'm gonna generously salt. Extra virgin olive oil, this is when you use extra virgin olive oil. We're gonna add some garlic, pepperoncini, a little salt, scallions, and start to saute. Oh. All right, we have our sauce started. I'm gonna go to my pasta, unwrap it, roll it out, finish it up, and put it together. Okay, so what we're gonna do, roll it on itself. And you see how beautiful and soft it is? It's really, it's a great dough. And then we just go in, fettuccine. This is the thickness of fettuccine. You see this? This is what it looks like. Beautiful, fresh fettuccine. And that's done. That's all there is to making fresh pasta. I have my sauce, and I'm gonna add a touch of white wine. To that, I'm gonna add a little cream, a little Fresno chili.
Oh.
Okay. And then let's add our pasta. You ready?
You know that's gonna have a good texture.
Take a look at the pasta sauce now. It's starting to come together. And I have jumbo lump crab. We're gonna go like this. And then we're gonna squeeze a lemon. Get it away from the heat because I don't want anything breaking. Now, we're gonna just bring these two together. It's meeting the sauce, saying hello. It's warm, so it's gonna open up. To that, we're gonna add a little bit of butter.
Need it.
You need it. Medium heat, just controlling the heat. A little fresh dill. A touch of tarragon and a little bit of salt. All right, are you ready? A little extra virgin olive oil. And there you have homemade, fresh crab pasta.
Stand and go.
We're gonna start off first by taking a Dutch oven. I'm just gonna turn the heat on and let it start to warm up because we are gonna sear some chicken in the bottom that's with some extra virgin olive oil, and we want it nice and hot so we get a really beautiful color on the chicken because we're gonna braise it. And when you braise stuff, like I always say, color equals flavor. So we definitely want nice and brown before you start adding liquid to it. So let's start to warm up, all right? And now we're gonna put together a breading station for our chicken. Flour first, make sure we got enough. Got some garlic powder, oregano, and I've got a nice handful of kosher salt. Some pepper, and then we're gonna take a fork and just stir it together. Just like that, looks great. All right, so we got that. Now we're gonna talk about the wet part of our breading station. So I've got 1 egg, crack it right inside of a dish, and then we're gonna add about 2 cups of whole milk. You just wanna give it a good stir until the yolk starts to dissolve and then the milk has kind of a pale yellow color. All right, just like that. Then we're gonna hit it with just a little bit of salt. All right, boom. So you got this. All right, I'm gonna open it up. And before I get my hands all goopy, I'm gonna turn up the temperature just a little more. All right, then we're gonna add some extra virgin olive oil to the bottom of our Dutch oven here. And we're gonna let it come up to a slight smoke. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a piece of chicken. All right, we're gonna drop it into the milk and egg mixture first. Just like this, you wanna roll it around, and we're gonna drop it right into the flour. We're gonna coat it from one end to the other, and then we're gonna take it and we're just gonna shake it just like this, make sure we shake off the excess. All right, because any extra flour is gonna burn on the bottom, and we want just enough to make a crust. Also, what's gonna happen once we add the tomatoes and the white wine, some of the crust is gonna start to dissolve a little bit into the liquid, and it's gonna give us a really silky, shiny sauce. It's gonna be really nice. So we're gonna drop this in. All right, it's gonna start to cook away. I'm gonna bang out the rest of this stuff, and we're gonna get it into the pan. And what we're gonna do is we're also gonna roast some red peppers. Now, red peppers are gonna get folded into the chicken cacciatore once we braise it up, and that sweet, charred flavor is gonna be delicious. So we got a bunch of red peppers here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna season them up with some olive oil. Let's hit it with a little bit of olive oil first, so the seasoning starts to stick, and then we're also gonna hit it with a little bit of salt, nice little pinch of kosher on top, and also some fresh cracked pepper. And we're gonna pop these under the broiler which is a really hot surface, and we're gonna kind of cook these with like an infrared heat right on top. And then we're gonna take some tongs and kind of flip them around. You want them really charred all the way from one end to the other. Now I know what you're saying to yourself, those peppers are burnt, but they're not if you really look at them closely, because this is a difference between a boring roasted pepper and a really beautiful roasted pepper. They're charred very, very well. Now what we're gonna do is pop these into a bowl and we're gonna steam them with their own heat, because these things are piping hot right now. All right, we're gonna put them into a bowl and we're gonna simply wrap them up with some plastic wrap and really kind of holding that steam. See all the steam is starting to collect on the side of the bowl? Let's take a look at that, isn't it beautiful? Now it's cooked, not cooked all the way through, it's just browned really well, all right, on the outside. All right, it smells absolutely delicious. What we're gonna do right now is kind of build up the braise. I'm gonna take about 2 anchovies and we're gonna drop them down into the bottom of the pan. All right, then we're gonna add a pinch of red chili flake. It's not enough to make it hot, just enough to really kind of wake it up a little bit. And we're just gonna start to smash in the anchovy. All right, the anchovy is almost gonna dissolve into the hot olive oil. All right, cool. The next thing we're gonna throw in here are some capers. And we're looking at, what is that, 3 tablespoons, maybe 1/4 cup? All right, we're gonna drop some capers in here. We'll just start to fry too. Now we've got some really good flavors here. I've got some fresh tomato that we're gonna add. I've got some garlic. I've got an onion. I've also got some lemon. Now what we're gonna do with the tomatoes is we're gonna rough chop the tomatoes, and everything else we're gonna slice as thin as possible so it really starts to melt into the flavor, and it's gonna be great. We're gonna take these chunky tomatoes, we're gonna throw them right into the olive oil. We're gonna throw all these guys in, and then we're gonna add the onion, the really thin slices of lemon. I'm gonna rake everything up, throw it into the pot, turn the heat up, all right? And this stuff is gonna cook down. It's gonna almost look like a vegetable pulp before we throw the chicken back into it. And then we're gonna braise it with a little bit of white wine, a little bit of chicken stock. That's gonna be fantastic. All right, so you got that? That's starting to do its job. And the last thing we're gonna fold in, kind of a hero of the dish, all these beautiful roasted peppers, all right, that we charred under the broiler in the oven, and they're so nice and sweet and really fragrant. I'm gonna put these into the pot, and then we're gonna give it one more stir. All right, make sure everybody's singing the same song here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our chicken, and we're gonna tuck it back into the pot here. All right, the chicken's not cooked all the way through. It's just kind of browned really well on either side. We're gonna take all this stuff and we're just gonna kind of nestle it into the pot with all this flavor. And then we're gonna braise this with some beautiful liquids. I'm gonna turn my pan up about 2 cups of some good wine right into the pot, and also some chicken stock. And that's a great thing if you enjoy, you know, a nice glass of wine. You put the cork on it and make sure you put it back in the fridge. Even if it's just a little bit, you can really pull a lot of fresh flavor with white wine and red wine. All right, so we got enough chicken stock just to hit the top of the chicken, and that's it. Now what we're gonna do, turn the temperature up, let it come to a simmer, and let this simmer for about 20 minutes with the lid on. All right, just like that, and not on completely, kind of off to a little tilt, because we want this, a lot of the liquid to evaporate and leave this really lush sauce wrapped around the chicken. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hook this up family style, one big platter, something for everybody. If you're a wing man, cool. If you're a leg man, cool. Something for everybody. We're gonna toss everything right on top, and then we're gonna finish it with a little bit of the sauce. Isn't that beautiful? Now this is what chicken cacciatore is all about. This is the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're gonna take a whole spoon, just gonna put a little more of the sauce right on top. Boom, isn't that beautiful? All right, a little more cheese, and then hit with some fresh basil. How beautiful is that? Right on top, chicken cacciatore, old school.
Spring green risotto is a great quick dinner. If I have some fresh and frozen vegetables around the house and some arborio rice in the pantry, I can make dinner in 30 minutes. So I've got some asparagus, about 1 pound. For this, I like to use thin ones, and I cut them in about 1-inch lengths. I'm just gonna shock them. It's shocking. What it does is keep them bright green. Every single risotto starts with a base. This is how I make the base. First, you heat 1½ tablespoons of good olive oil and 1½ tablespoons of unsalted butter over medium heat. Add 3 cups of chopped leeks. I use the white and light green parts. Then add 1 cup of chopped fennel and saute it for 5 to 7 minutes. When the vegetables are tender, it's time for the rice to go in. 1½ cups of arborio rice. It's the classic Italian risotto rice. Stir it for a minute to coat all the grains and vegetables with a little oil and butter. When the rice is coated, pour 2/3 of a cup of dry white wine, you want to use a good one, and simmer it over low heat, stirring it almost constantly until most of the wine has been absorbed. Then begin ladling in simmering chicken stock, 2 ladles at a time, stirring it almost constantly and waiting for the stock to be absorbed before adding more. So that's the base, and you can really take it in almost any direction. So the first thing I want to add is the asparagus that I blanched. Right in. And I've got lots of frozen vegetables, which I always have in the freezer. 1 10-ounce package of frozen peas defrosted. And I love frozen artichokes, so I'm just gonna put that in. That was 8 ounces of frozen artichoke hearts defrosted. Okay, I'm gonna give it a little freshness. I like to use lemon zest in this. I like when dishes like this have a little bit of an edge, and lemon always does that. Parmesan does that, things that are salty, vinegary. So I'm gonna use a tablespoon of lemon zest, which is a lot. Okay, and then salt. It's a lot of risotto. It needs about a tablespoon of salt. It's gonna really absorb into it. And 1½ teaspoons of pepper. Then just keep on stirring it, adding a little chicken stock as you go until it's absorbed, and then add a little more until the rice is really al dente, just the way you would have pasta. Okay, the risotto's done, and I have a few extra things to give it even more flavor. First is mascarpone. It's like really good Italian cream cheese, about 1/3 of a cup. It's just gonna melt into it and thicken it. Just gonna stir it right in. The heat's gonna melt it. Can't have risotto without Parmesan. So it's 1/2 cup of grated Parmesan cheese. I actually grind it in a food processor. I love the texture of it. Okay, now I'm gonna add freshly squeezed lemon juice, about 2 tablespoons. Just give it even more flavor. You can really use any kind of fresh herbs that you have in the house. So 3 tablespoons. I love the oniony flavor of chives. It's sort of a mild onion thing. Oh, this is so good. Big bowl of risotto. Love all the vegetables. Maybe a little sprinkling of chive, a little Parmesan cheese. This looks so delicious. I think this may be my absolutely favorite risotto. So delicious.
I do my bacon in the oven, about 375, about 15 minutes. Here's a great tip. If you're using your oven, use your oven, you know? Put your bacon in there too, along with your tomatoes. Onto our pasta. It's going in our salad. 2 cups ditalini pasta. Ditalini in Italian means little thimbles, actually. So not only do they look cute, but they sound cute. Lorenzo loves them. They're great with a little butter, a little cheese. Let's keep an eye on this. We're gonna cook this slightly undercook it, shock it, so they stop cooking immediately. Some nice red cabbage, really bright, and it's a superfood. You can't go wrong using this vegetable. And I just cut it like an onion, shave it down almost, nice and close. Look how beautiful that's gonna look in there. All right, this is an easy way to chop an onion. That end, we want that end off. You always keep this little hairy end on as long as you can. Gentlemen, we want to keep our hair as long as possible. Luckily, I was blessed with a nice little bouffant here. So that way, it reminds me, I want my hair on my head. Let's keep the hair on the onion as long as possible. Even if you cut it in half, you're still gonna be able to get a good mince out of this onion. All right, start from the bottom, get in there, pull the knife back using the palm of your hand, turn it vertically. Look at this, so easy, but don't cut all the way through. Don't cut through that root end there, right? Turn it again, and look at that, perfect minced red onion. It's a great move, beautiful. Of course, our bacon, crispy, right from the oven. Just start ripping through it. Beautiful, look at that. Oh, last but not least, we need some red in there, right? Not only is it savory and delicious and hearty, it's the perfect accompaniment to our sandwiches. The tomatoes, and of course, some crumbled blue cheese. My sandwiches are mad. I can already tell. We're trying to outdo it with the salad, but like every great sandwich, it needs a partner, and today, it's gonna be that Italian chopped salad. Let's leave that in there for a couple minutes. I gotta grab my salad. Keeping it beautifully chilled, along with my sweet Italian dressing. This recipe is available on foodnetwork.com/sandwichking. I know you did.
First, everything a little. Ditalini, and I love that in a salad.
And thank you, Paula, for teaching me.
Thank you for inviting me. This is fabulous.
It really is, and the salad is delicious as well.
I think everyone's a winner, and I'll come back anytime.
That's good.
I know you like that one. That's her favorite.
Nice hearty texture to it.
All right.
Yeah. Nothing better than sharing the food you love with the people you love.
I've been whipping some just plain whipped cream, and I'm adding some sugar and a little splash of vanilla. Eek.
Tiramisu.
Tiramisu. That's funny. And I'm gonna go ahead and add the mascarpone cheese. So when I'm making a regular big pan of tiramisu, I will fold the mascarpone into the whipped cream mixture, but this is a little bit more of sort of a quick and dirty version of tiramisu. Mauricio, do you like tiramisu?
I like it.
Do you love it? Yes, the answer is the only.
Mauricio's not a big dessert person.
I know, I don't know. I just don't understand this, but we have time to bring you around. So I've got the cream mixture all ready, and I'm gonna start building one of the mini tiramisu. But first, I have a little dish of coffee right here.
Oh, I thought you were holding the coffee.
Dark rum.
Oh my.
Now, usually with tiramisu, it's Marsala wine. Oh gosh, that smells so good right now. It's been a while since I've had some of that. And then let me get a little spoon. And that's all you need for sort of the coffee component, just coffee and rum.
Note.
Yes, so let me roll up my sleeves here. Lady fingers, store-bought, little crisp cookies. They're sold in like the gourmet foods aisle or the fine cookie aisle. And basically what you want to do is drop the ladyfinger, completely submerge it in the coffee and rum mixture, and then just drop it in the bottom of the jar. This is a teeny tiny pint mason jar. Or is it a half pint? Might be a half pint.
For sure.
Okay, and then grab some of the cream mixture, and it's a little lumpy from the mascarpone, but I actually love it that way. That just excites me. Okay, and then I've got a little chocolate bar, semi-sweet chocolate. You can do dark chocolate, milk chocolate, and Mauricio's like, chocolate, whoop-de-doo. Grate on a nice layer, and then you repeat the process. So dunk the ladyfinger.
Zonk it.
Ladyfingers are light and crisp, and they basically absorb whatever it is you're, doing. I get sort of distracted. Oh gosh. Okay, and then more chocolate. See where I'm going with this?
Layers.
You like tiramisu.
I do.
If you like tiramisu, you like coffee.
I don't like. Ooh. I don't love it though.
I want you to become a coffee
I like
drinker.
the cream part. I don't like the coffee wafer part.
Yes, you do.
You will.
You will. Yes, you do.
You should try dunking it in like vanilla or something.
Well, you can make the coffee mixture as sweet. You can add like brown sugar to sweeten it up. And then finish it. Are you yawning, Stuart?
I'm sorry.
You need some tiramisu.
I do.
And then top it with cream. And then instead of chocolate on top, I'm gonna get a little sweetened cocoa.
Great work.
Look at this.
Wow.
How good does that look? Look at those little lady fingers. Okay, I'm gonna do the exact same thing with the second jar. Tiramisu for two. How good does I want you to come look. Now, the longer these sit in the fridge, the more those lady fingers soften and the more everything just becomes a tiramisu miracle.
Chef, what are you making?
I thought I'd make something nice and light, not at all, that we know we all want to eat. It's kind of a play. It's really a play on a mac and cheese with some fancy stuff. Just tell everybody everything's mac and cheese and they'll make it.
Yep.
Did you hear about those buckets of mac and cheese?
Yeah, it's like shelf staple for 25 years. It's like 5 gallons of mac and cheese. They sell it at a big box store, yeah.
You sure
They
know.
sold out of them.
You sure know a lot about it.
What?
Just say, if I ever invite you into my basement, you know why. It's a mac and cheese party sleepover.
Now there's the invite.
Share
What's
that.
this called? What are we calling it?
So this is a little bit of orecchiette, little ears pasta, which it cooks quickly, which we like, and I actually have it already cooking. I like a quick weeknight pasta where you can make the sauce, and by the time you cook the pasta, the meal is done. It's also pot for pasta, pan, we're done. You're mincing chives.
Yeah, okay.
I cooked some bacon, and this is just cream and sour cream. A little bit of sour cream. Again, that acidity just kind of built into it, and a little bit lighter, a little bit tangier. I mean, kind of like you're making that buttermilk tang that we love in so many recipes. You always have to have, I think, a little pepper. You always have to have that little secret. Oh, you can't have enough chives, I say.
love you, yes.
You buy the chives at the supermarket. I cut up the whole thing and use it. I don't care. If the recipe says a tablespoon, I put a cup.
Yeah, you can never.
I don't want them hanging around. So I'm cooking down this cream, salt, pepper, and the sour cream, and I'm gonna add the secret ingredient, a little Worcestershire sauce, which I just love. If you wanted to take, there's anchovy in Worcestershire, so if you don't want fish, put soy instead. So you see how the sour cream, everything just gets body almost immediately. You know it's gonna coat that pasta. We have some bacon we cooked, and you have that wonderful grease.
You got?
I'd love some lemon zest.
Yeah.
And then a little juice.
Done and done.
Right in here for a little brightness. If you don't have a lemon, you could add a dash of red wine vinegar instead.
Oh, there you go. Alex, you mentioned your daughter Ava, right? She's 11 now?
Oh my God, yes.
Now, if you follow Alex on Instagram like we do, I follow Ava. So Ava is obviously following in your footsteps in the kitchen, right? The apple did not fall far from the tree here. Tell us, what is she into this week cooking?
She's roasting eggplant. She's cooking chicken. And I just say,
on her
stop
own,
it.
right?
Yeah, stop it. Cut it out.
After the 9-hour day, have the child cook.
Yeah, that's the answer to the question.
Alex, I'll never forget being we were at Bobby Flay's in the swimming pool, and I said to Ava, you could have grabbed me an ice cube, and she went to get it, and I put it in my glass of champagne that I had in the pool, and she said, you're putting ice in your champagne?
Such a snob. So I cook the pasta al dente, and then I put it in the sauce, and this is the really important part. Undercook it a little bit, and just let it hang out in the sauce for a few minutes.
If you're making pesto.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. For pesto, I like it in the bowl.
Yeah.
And then you just drop that hot pasta in the liquid, toss, and it's over. This, you want to make sure the cream and sour cream and everything are coating, and you need those few minutes of hang time.
So good.
You know? The chives, just put whatever you want in here.
Oh, okay, girl. Okay.
Yeah, okay, girl.
All right.
And then the bacon.
We're related.
Yeah. Put that bacon in. Yeah, it's so good. You can cook it ahead. If you have leftover bacon, people say to me, what is leftover bacon?
You need this bacon fat, too? We talking bacon?
Yeah, let's drizzle some of that in here, definitely. And I add a little acid to that, little lemon juice to the bacon. Then we're adding that nice combination. It's actually making me hungry. This could be breakfast. If we're gonna have breakfast for dinner, we could have this dinner for breakfast.
I'd put an egg on that.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really good. Would that be proteiny enough?
I think
with
we'd
the
have
egg?
enough protein, yeah.
You can have fun with this. You could add some chili flakes if you
yeah.
wanted it to be spicy. And then the other thing is then this is just a real belly warmer.
Girl.
Yeah. This is about one serving. Hold on.
So soupy, too. Yes.
Yeah, that's for one.
Yep.
Look at that.
Oh, man.
By the way, you don't get any applause when you have an 11-year-old. You know,
No,
you get crickets. If things are good, it's crickets. Should I just serve it up?
Pass that over here, girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sorry.
Oh, is that my serving? I'll take it, you know?
Yeah, I should have served Sunny first. It's true. Ladies first.
So excited.
Katie and Sunny.
She cut a bucket of chives for you, so
Yeah.
she might as well.
My favorite question to ask before I serve is, fork or spoon?
Or both.
You know what I mean? This is a spoon pasta.
Yeah, I think the answer to fork or spoon is just yes.
Yeah, just eat.
My mother
I
always.
love the tang.
Yeah, my mother always twirls the pasta on a spoon, you know, old school, like spaghetti and stuff. My mom needs the old spoon swirl. The other thing I want to say about these weeknight meals is I didn't really do it here, but if you just mix the dish, shut off the heat, and let it sit for a few more minutes, you can stand it.
Yeah.
Something happened.
We're talking about that. It's one of the most underutilized things in the kitchen, turning off the flame and letting that ambient heat do some work. This is delicious. Katie hit the nail on it, on the head, man. That zippy lemon juice at the end, not just the zest, both. It's the double layer of that. Chives on chives on chives. And then the bacon, they still have their integrity of a nice chew and crunch because you put them in right at the last second. Pasta's perfect.
I am making my meaty ziti with dollops of fresh pesto. To start, I'm browning up a pound of sweet Italian sausage. I love starting with sausage because it's so flavorful already, so it's a jumpstart shortcut to tastiness. All right, next I'll add my onion. This is 1 sliced yellow onion, a pinch of salt. I'll give this a stir and get the onion all coated in that sausage fat. And as this continues to soften, I'm gonna chop up some fennel, which is not typical of the ziti, but because the sausage has fennel in it, this will just kind of echo that flavor. It's another veggie that I can sneak into this. I'll chop off the bottom, slice this in half, and then get some thin slices about the same size as the slices of my onion, just so they cook at an even pace. And fennel's so good. It has that hint of licorice. It's gonna go delightfully with the sausage. I'll toss this into my brazier. It's kind of a lot of veggies, but they're really gonna cook down, and they're gonna hide between the noodles. Okay, as my veggies finish up softening, I'll add a little more salt and some crushed red pepper and get that toasting. This smells heavenly already. Now there are a lot of bits stuck to the bottom of my pan. Those harness so much flavor. So I'm gonna loosen them up by pouring in a ½ cup of red wine. This is called deglazing if you wanna get fancy. So as this gets down to the bottom of the pot, I'm gonna use my spoon to scrape up those bits stuck to the bottom. And those will just infuse even more flavor. I'm gonna let this wine cook off and reduce by about half. All right. I've got 1 big can of whole peeled tomatoes that I'll add to my mixture, and I'll do it with my hands so that I can break them up. All right, I'll pour in the juices as well. And I'll make it a little saucier with some added tomato sauce too. And a little water. Okay, I'll stir it to bring everything together. I'll bring this to a simmer and then let it cook until it's thick and flavorful. I've got a pound of ziti cooking in heavily salted water. I'm gonna transfer it directly from the pot to the sauce. Hello. I can't wait to shovel this into my mouth. I'm gonna fold these in now. Okay, this is just about completely combined. I'm gonna continue to fold it as I fold in 3 kinds of cheese. I've got some shredded mozzarella for meltiness. This is 2 cups. I'm gonna add about half right now so that I can mingle with the pasta. Just make it even richer than it already is with the sausage. And then some fresh mozzarella for creaminess. And leave it in some bigger chunks so that you get little pools of cheese. And lastly, some Parmesan, which brings saltiness to the party. Sprinkle in about 1/4 cup. And then I'm reserving these cheeses to add more on top as well so that they can get brown and crusty on the top. Oh my gosh, that mozzarella is already getting melty. I'll finish off my ziti with a little more parm, shredded mozzarella, and big tears of the fresh stuff too. Okay, this is ready to bake. I'll stick it in at 425 degrees for about 20 to 25 minutes until it's bubbly around the edges and splotchy on top. Look at that. Look at all those crispy noodles standing up in those pools of cheese. Somehow this is gonna get better, and it's because of the pesto dollops. I made it all in the food processor, super easy. I just pile in almonds, my reserved fennel fronds, basil and parsley, a clove of garlic, lemon juice for brightness, some salt and Parmesan to make it extra tasty, and olive oil. It's got lovely hints of licorice and loads of freshness. Black pepper,
And what the heck, some more Parmesan. Oh, this is cheese pull. Hello. Oh. The brightness of the pesto cuts the richness of everything else so perfectly. This is so good. It should be illegal.
We have behind me boiling water. I'm gonna take a little pasta. We have boiling salted water here, very salted. You wanna make sure it's as salty as the sea. While this is boiling and cooking, we're gonna start our sauce. So the sauce is very, very simple. It requires a good amount of extra virgin olive oil. And you can see I have pretty, about an 1/8 of an inch of olive oil here. Really important because this is gonna be both a flavoring ingredient for the dish, and it's also gonna be the sauce. So you need to have enough of this to soak up into the pasta. We have ingredients are very simple. We have some chopped herbs. I happen to have fresh parsley. I found fresh basil and a little bit of rosemary. That's what I'm using. And into this, I have some garlic and chili peppers, pepperoncini, and then shrimp, which is just regular shrimp. It's frozen. I butterflied it. Those are the ingredients, a little salt, and it's very simple. It's just about putting stuff together. All right, so we're just gonna put this in a very warm oil, not hot, because we are cooking garlic. If you fry garlic, guess what? It goes brown. It smells good, it just doesn't taste good. All right, I'm gonna put a touch of salt. Remember, we have salted water to add to this from the pasta. Now, to this, I'm gonna add the shrimp, but I'm not gonna add the shrimp till the very last minute. Why? Because these shrimp, when they're butterfly, cook very fast. So, here we go. We have our garlic. Our pasta's almost done. We're gonna add the shrimp in one layer, just like that. And it's gonna cook really quick. And then when the pasta's cooked, we just put it all together and the dish is done. I'm gonna turn this up just a bit. And normally when you have shrimp, if it turns opaque or pink, it's done. And a lot of people have a problem with shrimp because they tend to overcook it. It's just one of those things. They want to make sure it's done, but it really takes such a small amount of time to cook shrimp. Okay, so now at this point, I'm gonna add a little pasta water, just a touch. Oh, that's gonna help finish up the sauce, and it's gonna also help make the emulsification of the dish. And now our pasta is ready. We're gonna go right into the sauce. Now, as you can see how beautiful this is, the pasta is drinking up the sauce. I'm gonna turn it up a little higher. And basically, we are done. I mean, you just have to make sure that everything is emulsifying, and then we're gonna add our parsley, a little salt, a little pepper, and we shut it off. Top it with some fresh olive oil, some fresh herbs. Look at this. And there you have it. Spaghetti aglio olio with shrimp.
I'm gonna go ahead and add the noodles because they're gonna take a little bit to cook, but I wanna show you these pork chops up close and personal. I basically just salt and peppered them and then dredged them in a little flour, put them in a skillet with olive oil and butter, and they're nice and brown, and this skillet is full of flavor. So I'm gonna go ahead and add the mushrooms. I've got the skillet over medium heat. So now, since this is pork marsala, I thought I'd add some marsala wine. And it's kind of a sweet, mysterious wine, and it is delicious in cooking. I added a cup, and then I need a little more liquid that isn't boozy. So I'm gonna go ahead and measure a cup of low sodium beef broth and pour it in. It's smelling good. Can you smell that marsala wine? Okay, now I just need to stir the mushrooms and let the wine broth mixture reduce. It's gonna take just a few minutes. So this is looking good. It's kind of hard to tell from all this yummy steam, but the mushrooms are starting to really cook down, and the liquid is a little bit thicker. It's reduced by about half. So I'm gonna turn the heat down just a bit, and I'm gonna measure some cream. I love the mixture of the wine and the broth, and then you add some cream in there, and it just turns the whole mixture into complete and utter heaven. So I'm gonna add 2 teaspoons of cornstarch because it thickens the sauce and you don't have to sit there and wait for it to thicken. So I'm just gonna pour the cream and cornstarch mixture. It'll look a little funny at first. So while this thickens up, I'm gonna add some butter to a deep skillet, and I'll show you why. Got the heat on about medium, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab the noodles out of the pan. So look, I'm gonna put the noodles into the skillet with the butter. You getting that, Alex?
Yep. Look at those thick guys.
Plenty of salt and pepper. This is gonna be so good. And then I'm gonna throw some minced parsley into the noodles. So I'm gonna add some parsley to the sauce as well.
Oh yeah, it's looking good.
Oh, it looks beautiful. And the first thing is the noodles. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
And I love serving pork marsala on a big, beautiful platter. And then I'll go ahead and put the pork chops on first. Oh my goodness. See all this juice on this platter?
Mm-hmm.
Follow. Put it into the sauce. Yum. So that's a lot of flavor right there. And then it just gets poured over. And that sauce is gonna kind of seep down and cover up those noodles.
Yum.
And then of course it needs just a tiny bit more parsley. What do you guys think of this?
Yummy, yummy. Looks amazing.
Pork marsala with mushrooms. Delicious.
Crab and pea risotto, an incredibly comforting one-pot meal. So I'm making crab and pea risotto, and it starts with 6 to 8 cups of simmering seafood stock. Then next I have 2 tablespoons of butter and 2 tablespoons of oil, and they're melted in a big Dutch oven to make the whole thing in this one pot. I'm gonna add some flavorings. Half a cup of fennel, finely diced. You want this risotto to have great flavor. Half a cup of shallots, finely diced, and I love fennel with seafood. And these are poblano peppers. They're kind of warm. They're not really, really hot, and it just gives a little kick. You don't want boring risotto. I'm just gonna saute these for about 5 minutes. Perfectly cooked. Okay, now I'm gonna add 2 teaspoons of garlic, chopped minced garlic. You don't wanna cook the garlic too much because it'll burn. So I'm just gonna cook it for a minute. I'm gonna add half a teaspoon of crushed red pepper flakes. Give it a little heat, along with the poblano peppers. Half a teaspoon of saffron. Saffron's critical for risotto. I love saffron. I don't know what it is about saffron, but I really miss it when it's not in risotto. It's just got a heat, it's got this really subtle flavor, but it's really important. I love it. And it makes risotto yellow, which is gorgeous. Okay, next is the thyme from my garden. So I'm just gonna put it in right over the pot. 1 teaspoon of fresh thyme leaves. And just strip the leaves and just run your finger right down the stem. You end up with fresh thyme. Okay, next is the rice. So it's Italian arborio rice. You really need to use that. I'm just gonna put 1.5 cups in. And this is the key. You wanna stir it and make sure each grain of rice is coated with butter. This smells amazing. Arborio rice really has the right amount of starchiness for risotto. It's got a creaminess when you're done that really is perfect for this dish. Next is the wine. Can't make risotto without wine. So I need 1 cup of white wine. I'm using a good Italian wine, Pinot Grigio. And just pour it in. Okay, just give that a stir. Just gonna cook this until the wine evaporates. And so the flavor is absorbed into the rice. Okay, next, a little bit of a process. Add stock, stir, and repeat. So I'll keep stirring for 5 minutes, then add a ladle full of stock. My tip is to use a 1/2 cup ladle, so it makes it easy to see how much you add. Then keep stirring, and when the seafood stock is almost completely absorbed, add another 1/2 cup of stock. And just keep going, adding stock until the rice is al dente. It takes about 25 minutes. Okay, now I'm gonna add a little creme fraiche. It's gonna give it a little richness. So 1/2 cup of creme fraiche. Just always tastes better. Just stir that in. Okay, next are salt and pepper. About 2 teaspoons of salt. I want to make sure it's really well seasoned, as everything else. And about a teaspoon of pepper. Okay, next are the crab meat. So I have about 1 pound of lump crab meat, And it's not the shredded kind, it's the, big pieces. I mean, you can use the shredded kind, but you won't really taste it as much. It'll flavor it, but it won't really have the bite that this does. It's particularly good. It's a little more expensive, but it's really worth it. Just put that in, along with peas. I use frozen defrosted peas. They're perfectly good. If peas are in season, they're even better. But it just takes so much time. And frozen peas are really pretty good, and they're already blanched. How good does this look for dinner? An entire dinner in one pot. Okay, now I need a big bowl so I can taste it. I mean, the key to this is just make sure that the rice is cooked through. It's not mushy, it's al dente. And there's still a lot of creaminess in the sauce. You see how it's not thick, it's really creamy. And then at the end, I love to add a few things just at the top. Some fresh chives. Nice thing about chives is they're always in season. And if they're not in the garden, you can get them at the store. Just little chives on top. Just give it a little oniony freshness and a little lemon zest, which I like with seafood. You can put it in the pot or on each bowl, but there's no cheese in this at all. Italians never put cheese with seafood. Jeffrey once was at a restaurant in Milan and asked for Parmesan for a seafood pasta, and the waiter just went, like, no, you can't have it. We still laugh about that. Oh, this looks incredible. See how creamy it is? And really taste all the flavors, the crab meat and the peppers. Fennel, saffron. This is one big bowl of comfort.
Cavatelli with asparagus, lemon, and fresh ricotta. And we got ourselves a couple minutes to cook this. It's not gonna take very long, and that's how quickly this sauce comes together. Starting with some olive oil and some garlic. So I'm gonna use 3 smashed cloves of garlic, right? I don't feel like mincing them, I just want the essence. We're gonna get them a little golden and then pull it out, kind of break it open a little bit. And what I like to do is just kind of tilt the pan, give it a little head start, and that's all you want to look for. I don't want to fry them up too much. I just want to slowly kind of just coax that flavor out of the garlic and perfume the oil, and that is what we're doing. All right, next is how do we even impart more spring flavor into this easy pasta? And that is we took the woody stems kind of up to the mid-range level, and we juiced it. Put in a food processor, strain it out, and we're left with this beautiful, pure spring elixir of asparagus juice.
Elixir.
Elixir. Don't throw away those stems, juice them up and use them in your pasta, right, as you would vegetable stock. And then I have the tips and kind of the midsections that we cut on a real nice kind of fancy sharp bias here. Looks good, feels good. Okay, next thing, this is just whole milk ricotta that we've kind of strained a little bit. If there's a little liquid, you can use it because we are gonna whip this right now. I love the texture of a whipped ricotta. We're gonna kind of mimic that texture by just getting in there. What did that take? What did that take, Jeffrey?
That took 2 minutes.
Unbelievable. I'm actually gonna turn it out just so I can get all my stuff going, and we're gonna throw this. Don't worry about that excess pasta water clinging to that cavatelli. Or as we say in my house, gabardines, right? I'm gonna add a little Parmigiano Reggiano to this and just a touch of lemon juice, and we're gonna season it with some salt and plenty of cracked black pepper. And this is gonna get dolloped on top of that pasta. I'm gonna add just a couple shots of lemon zest in there as well. And now I can throw my asparagus tops directly in there. And these aren't gonna take much. I'm gonna pull my garlic.
I'll pull it.
I mean, you spread on that crostini, and then you put that on there. Don't waste that.
Boom.
So we're just gonna kind of just quickly, saute this asparagus. We want to keep that springy nature to it, right? That pasta with whatever reserved pasta water, easy breezy.
I love that you almost set a timer in the kitchen. The minute the pasta goes in the water, that's all the time you're gonna give yourself to make dinner.
Beautiful.
Oh, I love the smell.
Look at that, beautiful.
That is stock to spear cooking right there.
Yep, exactly.
Stock to spear, nice. That's a good one, I like that.
Now we're gonna add a little bit more of that lemon juice to brighten it up. And we are ready to plate here. And how do we know it's done? Look at that. Glossy.
Okay, So tell the
There.
rest of America how they know it's done, because only Jay-Z knows. He's got his nose in the pan.
Look at it. It's just without any butter, without any sauce, if you will. All that starchy water just clings to those beautiful cavatelli inside that little cave, that hollowed out cave, and you serve it right in this dish. Then some pecorino.
Oh, no.
All on top there. I'm gonna save a little bit for the
Carrying
plate.
pecorino helicopter.
There,
coming
look
in
out.
for the finish. See, that is a sign of spring to me, too.
Yeah, it is.
Lemon zest, making it fresh.
Making it.
That's not a Monday night vibe, you know? That's like Saturday date night vibes.
And then, of course, the denouement, if you will. Some of those just literally.
I just love it. How did the words denouement and elixir make it into a Monday night dinner? I just kind of want to know.
So I came out hot.
All right.
That's why.
That's a beautiful.
Dollops.
That's a beautiful plate of pasta.
Thank you.
I just want to tell you that's sensational. All right, let's taste it.
I just want to keep plating. I feel like you now. I just want to keep adding things. Oh, hey! We got a little bit of this. Beautiful little.
That's beautiful.
Tiny little young basil. I love it.
I mean, let's face it. Those are the signs of spring for us.
But this is gonna win the evening right here. It was so quick. It takes 10 minutes, and make sure you get just a little bit of everything in there.
It's really pretty.
You have to do a thorough taste.
I am
okay?
thoroughly.
Don't like go 50%. Go all the way.
Lemon, like pleasant grassiness from the asparagus in the asparagus elixir. But this is just a little bit of basil is all you need. The sharpness from the two kinds of the parm and the pecorino.
I'm making butternut squash and kale lasagna spirals.
Wow, that's a lot of
So
your-
like vegetarian, not vegan, but vegetarian.
It is vegetarian, that's right. This would be perfect for a meatless Monday. It also is a great freezer meal because we're making them into spirals. You can individually freeze the spirals and then just have them to pop in to make a quick weeknight dinner.
I love it.
Because this is a little labor intensive, you'll see. Jeff, I'm gonna have you continue to dice up our butternut squash here. You don't have to do anything with this one, it's just here for
Very
good
nice.
looks.
Good.
So I like them a small dice, and we're gonna roast those in the oven. I've got my pan here to start cooking our veg that goes into the filling. So some minced onion, and I like to cut this up pretty fine and just cook them just for a couple minutes till they start to get translucent. That happens pretty quickly because they're so small. Now, with this recipe, you know, we're obviously using a fresh butternut squash that we're chopping up. You could get the prepackaged, the ones that are already chopped up for you at the grocery store. You can buy frozen butternut squash that you could roast, or you could just do a whole substitution and use canned butternut squash puree in this recipe.
Are we gonna puree this or it gets roasted?
No,
and then
I'm
you're
just
keeping it
roasting
whole?
it and
Okay.
keeping it whole.
I'm
I
like,
don't
why am
think
I
I've
dicing it,
seen
you know?
butternut squash puree yet in my grocery store. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to. I'm not
it's-
probably even paying attention.
It's right around where the pumpkin is. You could use canned pumpkin in this too if you just wanted the whole thing to be creamy. I like the texture of having
Yeah.
the pieces of the butternut squash. All right, so I'm gonna add to this some chopped up mushrooms. So these are creminis that I've finely chopped. You could use white buttons, you could use a mixture. The sky's the limit with your mushrooms. And cook those just until all that water comes out of them. And then adding to it some garlic.
That's a lot. I like that.
Yeah, I like a lot of garlic in this. I think that mushrooms just take on that garlic flavor so well. And then some nice fall herbs. I always think of sage in the fall.
Of course.
That's one of my favorite cool weather herbs. And some thyme. Both just taste so good with those mushrooms, especially, and with the butternut squash. It really highlights those fall cozy flavors.
I'm finito here, Miss Lee.
Wow, okay. Toss it with some olive oil, salt and pepper, put it into the oven. Those are gonna cook until they're fork tender. It takes about 25, 30 minutes at that size. 30, 35, you know, just kind of watch it. 425 degrees.
Got it.
All right, and I'm gonna add a little bit of pepper.
I also think when you're involving squash with pasta, it can get a little sweet, even if you don't put sugar.
Mhm,
So
yes,
those,
you're right.
those herbs, that sage, the garlic keeps
Yeah.
it savory.
Yeah, totally.
Brings it on over to savory. Add some savory.
I'm gonna add to it some shredded kale. You know how usually in a lasagna, not usually, but sometimes in a lasagna, you'll have spinach, doing like a spinach ricotta filling. So that's where my kale vibes are coming from.
Look at these little morsels over here, huh? You know that's good.
So see how they cook down even smaller? And they're perfect to go into the filling. Right, those are so sweet and good.
You're gonna know you're eating squash.
Totally. So you just wanna let that cook all the way down, then let it cool off, and we're gonna make our filling. So for our filling, I've got some ricotta cheese here. I've got 1 egg to go in. You give that a little mix. And then I'm gonna add to it some Parmesan cheese. You could also use Pecorino Romano. That would be great. I'm gonna add in some shredded cheese. This is like the bag of the Italian mix cheese.
Wow, Katie.
Mozzarella, provolone vibes.
Asiago, maybe.
All right, Jeff, take those and put them right in here. And I'm gonna add the mushroom kale filling.
Don't strain yourself, Jeff.
What's up, America? All right, enough of
You
that.
see what I deal with here?
I know.
All right,
Look at that.
give it a quick mix.
Super cleanup.
This looks great. It just is like the perfect fall lasagna. Okay, I made a classic bechamel.
Ooh.
So this, I put some of it already underneath the little lasagna rolls.
Nutmeg and all?
Yeah, little nutmeg.
Yes.
The nutmeg's really important because of the kale, too. I think that really brings out the flavor in the greens. And I've got some cooked lasagna noodles here. It takes about 1/3 of a cup of filling per lasagna noodle. And then we're just gonna spread it out.
Just that thwack. Yeah, it's like a cartoon sound I'm seeing.
Right?
Yeah.
I love it.
Now, if you're going to the effort of making this, maybe you want to just double the recipe.
Yep.
And freeze.
Yeah.
Like I said, these freeze individually really nicely.
Tell you, if you asked me, I would serve this at Thanksgiving.
It'd be a great, great vegetarian.
It's like a mix of mashup.
Oh, well, there's some families that do lasagna on Thanksgiving.
I do a lot. Yep. Lasagna or ravioli.
I mean, I would take lasagna any day. All right, so little spirals.
Pretty.
Beautiful spiral.
Pop them in the 8x8 here. Now, one of our favorite things to do in the fall, we've done the last couple of years now that we have Iris, is to go to Hank's Pumpkin Town. Do you know Hank's Pumpkin Town? It's in Southampton. The traffic is crazy around this place because it's on a 2-lane highway.
Worth it.
So it's like you got a plan to be sitting there for a while, but look how much she loves it.
Let me see.
Here she is on her little tractor. Having a great time. All right, I'm gonna top this with the bechamel.
God, that looks luscious.
Double besh.
So this is our sauce, and it smells so good.
You could have just even marinade that and throw the cheese in, but it's over the top, huh?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Here we go.
Here I say you might even want to like bump the nutmeg up. because
Yeah.
you gotta kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
fall
everything
flavors
that's
here.
in this benefits from that little bit of nutmeg. All right, so smear it all over, and then I'm gonna top it with more cheese.
That's right.
Because lasagna needs to have cheese.
Did your mother approve this recipe? 'Cause
This would definitely not be a Kim Becker approved recipe.
Oh, this is no.
Well, it does have kale and butternut squash and mushrooms, but all the cream and the cheese.
Katie, that's the liberal amount of cheese there, honey bunny.
I like you in the winter months.
I like
Wow,
that
what restraint.
And now for that,
I like a thick layer of cheese on top of my
I'm with you.
lasagna. I don't play when it comes to the cheese. Okay, this is gonna go in 350 degrees for about 45 minutes. This is heavy.
Covered
let me
or
tell you.
uncovered?
Uncovered. If it starts to brown too much, then
Covered,
you can
okay.
cover it up.
A little guy in there, yeah.
Gotcha.
All right.
Oh,
You see that?
saw a little corner.
Silence. Move the tray. Move the tray.
I don't know what to
Jeff.
do. I'm staring at the cheese.
Move it.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's an oven full.
how much does that weigh? 14 pounds?
I mean, this is heavy.
Feel it. Watch the. Oh my God, there's a fissure in the cooking board.
Yeah. It is heavy. Now, usually you'd let this sit for like 10
Forget
minutes
it.
before you cut into it. But we are not in the business of having patience,
No,
right?
I will take the
When it
lasagna
comes-
ranch right now.
A lasagna lanch?
Lasagna lanch.
You might want to
Lasagna
rename
lanch?
lasagna
Yeah.
lanch.
All right, and you want a corner, right?
Of
The corner's
course you
like-
want the corner of the lasagna.
Also, maybe because you did the roll-up thing, maybe you don't have to
Oh,
rest it
that's
as
right, you just-
much because it's not
That's
like
true, that's
layered
true.
like that. I don't know. I'm just trying to
That's
so we can eat
true.
it quicker.
You probably just have to pull out a roll.
Justifying.
Yeah, it really is just getting a roll.
Oh my
Oh, I think
God.
I think you found a roll.
Did?
You know what good with this, Jeff? We'll go good.
A beer.
A side of sausage.
Oh yeah, a little
Oh
zesty.
yeah. This would be great with sausage
Yeah.
in it
Oh
if you
my
wanted to add
God.
meat.
You can even do like a turkey or like turkey crumble, you know,
Yes,
even like
yes.
ground turkey.
Oh my
But
God.
I mean, I
this
have a
looks-
feeling we're gonna
I
be
feel
wanting
really-
for nothing.
Oh wait, should I pass? I should.
No, it's yours.
No,
It's all yours.
Okay.
Eat
Nobody's
it.
gonna judge you here.
Look at that.
Wow,
Mm.
that's gooey.
And yeah.
Oh no.
Earthy mushrooms, the kale. The kale doesn't stand a chance in here.
It's really just there for decoration, right?
I think you're cute with your window dressing this time of year. I get it. But honestly,
4 o'clock.
this is about that squash, the cheese, the earthiness of the mushrooms. The bechamel is like a comforter in front of the fire. You know what I mean?
Look
It's
at
already getting warm, then you add more warmth.
Look at my cheese top.
It's a delicious redundancy.
This is an oh my gourd alert.
Oh my
Forget about a
Lord.
fiber alert.
First thing I'm going to make from local ingredients is roasted eggplant caponata. Caponata is actually an eggplant dip that's served with pita or as a first course. It's absolutely delicious. Got tomato and garlic. And what I'm going to do is take the eggplant and just prick it all over. That keeps it from exploding in your oven. That wouldn't be pretty. So it's pricked all over. I'm just going to rub it with olive oil. Just drizzle it on. Doesn't have to be an exact amount. And just rub it all over with your hands. It's a good messy job. Okay, into the oven, 400 degrees for about 45 to 50 minutes until it's extremely tender, very slippery. So here's my green thumb eggplant. It's all roasted and cooled. And now I'm just gonna peel it. Once it's cooked, it's so easy to get the skin off. Okay, so I'm just gonna chop it up. Very juicy, it's perfectly cooked. Just put it in the food processor. And then I'm gonna put lots of other things in it to give it so much flavor. Okay, next is red peppers. So this jar is about 12 ounces and I need 4, so about 1/3 of a jar. This is the time to really get good olives. These are marinated and they're pitted, which is great. About 1/2 cup. I'm just gonna give this a coarse chop in the food processor, and that's the basis for the caponata. Just pulse it, don't puree it. You want it to have great texture. Into a bowl. And then I'm gonna add all kinds of great flavors. So next, I'm gonna saute some onions. Need about a tablespoon of olive oil. I've got a cup of onions. Got them all chopped up. So I've got onions, and about 1/8 of a teaspoon of red pepper flakes. Give it a little heat. It is Sicilian after all. Now I'm gonna add a tablespoon of chopped garlic. That's about 3 cloves. Give it a toss. And this just goes right into the eggplant mixture. Does that smell good? Next, toasted pine nuts. I've got 2 tablespoons. Just dump them right in. 3 tablespoons of chopped parsley. 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. This just gives it a really good tomato flavor. 2 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice. I just think everything needs a little bit of an acid edge to it, otherwise it's just bland and boring. Next is a little red wine vinegar, which does the same thing, just a splash. About 2 tablespoons of drained capers. 2 teaspoons of salt. 1.5 teaspoons of pepper. So that's the eggplant caponata. I like to serve it with pita chips. You can serve it with crackers, but these are so easy to do. Okay, ready to set up the caponata just into a bowl. And toasted pita chips around. I love the sort of crisp pita thing with a creamy caponata. I love the interplay of flavors and textures. I'd say that's ready for its photo, for my article. Say cheese. And now I have to make sure it tastes good.
First of all, always extra virgin olive oil.
Okay.
A little, just to get the thing started. You got to start the engine of the sandwich, right?
A little drizzle.
I think Jeff Mauro would approve of that. Little salt and pepper. This is jarred marinara. You can make your own, but you don't have to. And then some deli meat. So I have, in honor of Jeff Mauro, some sopressata, which is really a rough grind salami, a lot of spicy. You don't want to lay it flat. You want to try to ribbon as much as possible. I learned that from the Sandwich King. Some regular salami again. I'm just going to like sort of make it nice and ribbony, right? I'm not going to lay it flat. You want it to be fluffy. So some smoked mozzarella right on top, just like that. We're going to come down to the home stretch. We are going to put that in the oven at 450 for about 10 minutes. That's finished with the cheese. And I also like to finish with a little bit of Parmesan cheese ground before I put it in. All right, I'm going in 450, about 10 minutes, nice and melty melt, and I'm gonna finish it. In the meantime, Sunny, start your engine.
Yes, so I have that half of French bread that Jeezy had. Let me tell you what I'm about to make for you. I'm making my easy chili cheese French bread pizza. So simple. I've got the same bread. I've hollowed it out a little bit though. So this is just store-bought garlic butter. I'm gonna get this into the oven to toast it. You could do 400, 450. You're just going for the edges to get lightly golden brown, and then you're gonna bring it back out and top it. Get this in here. Should only take about, 10 minutes for it to get like this. Then on the inside, I'm gonna add my 5-ingredient chili. So the 5 ingredients are so simple. It's just some ground beef, a can of tomatoes and green chilies, a can of black beans, an onion, and chili powder. All right, so I'm gonna get this into the hollows here. Just scoop this in here. Gonna add a blend of cheese, just cheddar and Monterey Jack. Over the top of that, just, think about the serving size and put a jalapeno freshly sliced. I'm gonna get this into the oven for about 15, 20 minutes at 400 degrees. Jeezy, what is going on over the top?
All right, get in here real close and look what I've done. You see how nice and crispy and crunchy the cheese has gotten? Oozing all over the place. I'm gonna top this off with some of my favorite things. This is ricotta salata, which is basically a ricotta that's dry and aged. It's gonna crumble right on top of that. And be generous with this stuff. This is not a day to be parsimonious.
His favorite word for me.
Some olives, regular black olives, pitted, of course, on top of that. Pickled peppers, some pickled canned peppers, cherry peppers, any of your favorite peppers on that. Giardiniera, if you'd like. A lot of giardiniera. You want to have that nice spice, which is going to really work against all that cheese and meat. And then fresh basil. I just like to tear it up with my hands, put it on top like that. Be very generous with this. You want to have that fresh basil pop in your mouth to go with that nice giardiniera and the pickle, and then an olive, and then gotta be spicy. Some red pepper flakes.
Look who just ran onto my field, Jeezy.
That looks beautiful.
My entire defensive line, okay?
Some grated pecorino romano, and just to top it off, because you can, and I love to.
That's beautiful.
A little extra virgin olive oil. There you go, look at that.
All right, over here, putting a little bit of scallions over the top, making it rain scallions.
Rain, make it rain. You can't have enough basil or cheese as far as I'm concerned.
Cilantro over the top to kind of match your basil love. Then a nice drizzle of crema. Just get that on there. And then a nice shake of hot sauce. You ready to put this down, Jeezy?
That is delicious. The crunch. Sorry. We got at least 12 or 15 people fed here. Easy.
Come on, like there's that 20, 25 people, man. This is delicious, Jeezy.
I am making my spaghetti and juicy Lucy meatballs. To start, I've got a pound of ground beef and a pound of Italian sausage. I'm gonna season this with 1.5 teaspoons of kosher salt. I'll crack in a couple of eggs to bind these together, a cup of breadcrumbs, Parmesan for extra flavor, and then I'll grate half the yellow onion. I'll chop and add about 1/4 cup of fresh parsley, and I'll chop 2 cloves of garlic. Before my hands get really meaty, I'll open up my mozzarella balls. This is what makes these meatballs juicy, loosey meatballs, because a little bit of mozzarella in the center will melt down and get oozy and be that perfect little surprise. Okay, to shape these, I'm gonna divide it into 8 equal parts. And I'll take 1/8 of the meat, stick a ball of cheese right in the center, hide it like a meat dumpling, sealing it well so that the cheese doesn't melt out. Just like that. I'll stick it onto my baking sheet now and then keep on shaping my spheres. Balls are looking good. I'll bake these now at 400 degrees for 18 to 22 minutes until they're browned all over. And in the meantime, I'll get going on the rest of my spaghetti. I'm keeping it simple when it comes to the sauce so that the meatballs can be the star of the show. I'm starting with some olive oil in my braiser here, and I'll add half a sliced onion, a pinch of salt. Just stir this around and let these onions soften. In goes loads of garlic, and a little crushed red pepper for some heat, and a teaspoon of oregano will be nice. I'll stir this around, and I just want to cook this for another minute until I can start to smell that garlic. I'll pour in some tomato sauce, ladle in some water. I'll just steal it from my pasta cooking pot here, and then add my tomatoes. These are whole peeled tomatoes, and I'll just get in here with my hands to crush them up. And I like starting with the whole ones. They're actually pretty satisfying to crush, and they taste really good. Stir this all together, bring it to a boil, and then reduce to a simmer, and just let this go until it thickens. All right, I'm ready for my balls. Oh yeah, those look meaty and good. Now these are not fully cooked yet. I'm going to finish up their cooking process by simmering in the sauce. So I'll nestle these right in. And these will go for about 10 minutes, which is the perfect amount of time to get my spaghetti going. I'll first salt my boiling water, a good handful. I've got 1 pound of pasta. Give it a swirl so that it's all submerged. I'll let the pasta boil, let my balls simmer, and then I'll be ready to assemble. Oh yeah, those are some balls with a capital B. I'll drain my pasta, and I'll toss it with a little sauce so that the pasta doesn't get sticky. I'll nestle the balls on top of spaghetti. Get a little more sauce on here. I'll finish with a drizzle of olive oil for a little more richness, and a storm of Parmesan, and tear some fresh basil to finish. This is a platter of ball-tastic comfort right here. I better just taste one to make sure they're good. Oh, I'm getting a cheese pull. Look at that, right there. Spaghetti and meatballs is classic for a reason.
Spring green spaghetti carbonara. I've cooked spaghetti for about 8 minutes, which is less than al dente, and I'm going to show you why. So first I'm going to take a little bit of pasta water out, save it for later, the thing I always forget. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the spring green vegetables, julienne snow peas, and sliced asparagus, and I'm just going to finish cooking the pasta and the vegetables together. How clever was that? So I cooked pancetta just until it's nice and brown and crispy. So I'm going to just take it out and let it drain on a paper towel. I'm going to add it later so it's really crispy. So that's the pancetta. Okay, now I'm going to make the sauce. I'm doing something really unusual, but it really works. I'm going to take a big bowl and fill it with the hottest tap water. And that's going to warm the bowl. So when the raw eggs and cream go into this bowl, it's going to cook it a little bit. So just fill it up, empty it, and then immediately I'm going to put in 2 eggs and 2 egg yolks, half a cup of cream, and the hot pasta water that I just reserved. I'm just going to whisk them together. So this gets the eggs sort of starting to cook for the carbonara. Okay, so that's the mix. Now I'm going to take the peas, I'm just going to put them in for a second just to heat them up. Give it a stir. Just love the way it looks. Time to drain it. I'm just going to drain the whole thing together. Okay, now this really hot pasta and vegetables goes right into the sauce. And it finishes the cooking. I'm gonna give it a big stir. Just you want all that cream and the cooking liquid to just get absorbed into the pasta. Okay, now I'm gonna add lots more flavor. So first I've got scallions that have been julienned, about 1/4 cup of chopped chives, lots of Parmesan cheese, and lemon. I like that edge of lemon in this. Okay, that's the zest. And now a squeeze of lemon juice. Now lots of salt and pepper. And pepper. And now the pancetta, the final flavor in this. So the crispy pancetta right on top. The pasta's gonna heat the whole thing up. This is so good. Look how much fresher it is. This is light with all of the flavors of carbonara. I'll show you how I serve it. Just pour it right in. You can see all the vegetables and the pancetta. And it stays really hot. And it's still gonna keep absorbing the sauce. A little garnish, I think. A little more fresh chive. And next, Parmesan cheese. And maybe a little squeeze of lemon right at the end. When you need something really comforting, you don't want something too rich, I would say spring green spaghetti carbonara is just the thing.
Pasta puttanesca. It's incredibly flavorful. I love it. Most of all, it's really fast to make. Now, I sliced up some red onions pretty thin, and I've been sauteing them. They've got some nice color on them already. And then I halved some red grape tomatoes, and those just go right into the skillet with the onions. Okay, I'll just let the tomatoes cook in the onions. I love to add wine to pretty much any pasta I make. Now, I'll just pour in about 1/2 cup or so. Just stir the tomatoes and onions. Oh my gosh, what a delicious combination. Now, while the wine reduces, I'll get started on the other ingredients. Now, I'm gonna use a mortar and pestle, and it starts with anchovies, about 4 of them. Now, if you think you don't like anchovies, give anchovies a chance. And then 2 cloves of garlic, and about 1/2 cup of pitted olives. I'm using Kalamata olives, but really you can use any kind you like. Of course, you can just chop the ingredients if you'd rather do that, but I really like mashing them all together. It's really fun, and I love the texture. Also, it gives me a little exercise. Okay, this is all mashed together. It looks wonderful. So I'll just spoon it right into the skillet with everything else. And I'll just stir them in with the tomatoes. Okay, now I'll add a little bit of salt and pepper. Not too much salt at all. Those olives are really salty. And then stir it around. Now this just needs to simmer a little bit longer. Now, I love to add chunks of Parmesan cheese to my puttanesca. It's a little bit unusual, but it's a little different than grating it. You get these nice little chunks that go in. Really, really delicious. Alrighty, that should be enough Parmesan. Just break up the big chunks. Now, the pasta should be done, so I'll drain it. Now, I'm using bucatini pasta. It's one of my favorite pastas. I just love it. It's a really thick spaghetti that's hollow in the center. It's so good. All right, and it just goes right in. Okay, now I'll grab the chunks of parm, put those right in. And then I'll just give this a toss and make sure the sauce is totally coating the pasta. Oh my gosh, I love this pasta. So I'm gonna turn it down to a simmer. Now I wanna add some basil, but I don't wanna take the time to slice it up. And this is a really rustic pasta anyway, just throw it together. So I'm just gonna grab some leaves, and with my hands, I'll just tear them up into chunks. The basil adds flavor, of course, but it also adds a really pretty color. Now I'll just give it a final toss. I tell you what, this looks so good. And I'm gonna get a pretty big bowl because I am really, really hungry. Oh boy. Now that is the perfect dinner.
Classic fettuccine Alfredo.
Classic.
Classic. So I got my water boiling. Katie, I need you to grate like a lot.
Okay.
All right, we need at least 3/4 of a cup, up to a cup of that parm. fresh grated Parmigiano Reggiano, and of course cream, which I'm gonna do because that's what we're all used to. We're gonna start with 1 cup of heavy cream. We're gonna turn on our heat now, nice and gently. To this, we're gonna add 2 tablespoons of butter. And we're gonna let this reduce, concentrating that beautiful dairy, fat, that creamy flavor.
Double dairy.
Right? Double dairy. Double dairy. And that's key in this. And what we're left with after we let that simmer almost by half and reduce is this really concentrated, beautiful flavor. Now we can kind of bump up the liquidity of it, if you will, with extra heavy whipping cream. And we're gonna flavor that with just a little bit. I got it on low. Right now, I'm gonna drop that fresh fettuccine. This is when you wanna go to that refrigerated section. Get the good stuff. It really does need that fresh, eggy pasta to make it a meal.
Quick weeknight dinner that feels really special.
Exactly.
I like
And
how you
indulgent.
say eggs.
Eggs. I know. I gotta stop that.
This is a great pasta, actually. We've done this in a lot of my restaurants. It's easy to do tableside.
Yeah,
right?
It comes together really
it's
quick.
so like, oh my God, that looks good. And every Instagrammer has seen this done either in a big vat of Parmesan or on the plate.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great.
We reduced it a little bit. I'm gonna add a little bit more cream just to kind of loosen it up. Because this is another problem with this dish. If you've ever ordered it,
Yeah.
it goes from the kitchen to the table and it congeals like in that
It can get
moment.
gloppy. It can get gloppy.
I'm just gonna get a little nutmeg,
Okay.
right? Just a little bit, right? Almost got that bechamel vibe. Little stir. We can taste it, but you don't want this too thick, right? You don't want it too thin, but the starchy pasta water's gonna help thicken it even more. What I'm gonna do now is take my ladle.
I also like this sauce with the tortellini.
Yes.
Like throwing some peas.
So good.
Yeah.
What?
This is Jeffrey's meal here, right here. We're gonna take some of that hot, boiling pasta water and warm up our bowls right before service
I was like,
because
what are you doing?
what this does is help. It's an anti-congealing of effort here,
That's
right?
a good tip.
Well,
And it warms the bowls and it'll
fast,
keep
you
it
have to worry about
creamier longer. And what this is doing is just kind of taking on that heat. No need to microwave them or put them in the oven. We got enough. Minute right there. Cheese. Booms.
in there.
Right in there. Let's test our pasta here. See how we're doing.
Yeah,
Dude,
right?
that's a beauty. This is not your mama's dried pasta. It goes from
How dare you?
done.
Treat
No,
yourself
mama.
to some fresh pasta, right?
Oh,
Yeah, fresh pasta. I mean,
unbelievable. All right.
might as well.
Before I start mixing all that cheese in, I'm just gonna get this going. Katie, can you please
Start dumping, yep.
start dumping?
Thought you'd never ask.
I love it too because you can go a little bit light on the cooking of the pasta and just let it sit in the sauce.
Yeah.
Just come
And
in.
you get all that starchy water if you need it gets too thick, right? Just throw a little in there. It's basic, but it's the way you cook pasta.
Yeah.
It's just the way you do it.
Now you see, right? You're like, that's too loose for Alfredo. Take it off the heat, put it in a bowl, and it's gonna tighten up very quickly. Here we go. Look at that, right?
Love
Ready
it.
to go. It's steaming. It's smoking.
Do you want me to cheese while you plate?
Please do, Katie. Look at
Look
see.
at that. I see little.
Time is of essence right now, guys.
Are those
There's an old
nutmeg
saying,
flecks?
you always want to have
Or
your
is that
guests.
Pepper and nutmeg flecks.
Your guests wait for the pasta. The pasta doesn't wait for your guest.
That's right, Jeff. Jeezy. That's right.
So you are sitting down at the table waiting for, like we are.
Let's go. Don't
Getting the perfect
give her
bite
this
going.
one.
Look at that.
My sophisticated bite. Way smaller than my at-home bite.
Okay,
Oh.
Jeff.
You know, it's really, you watch, you make this dish with all the cream, but it's actually the nutmeg and the Parmesan cheese and the pepper that really brings it to life. The Parmesan cheese is almost tangy. It's almost nutty and tangy here. This tastes exactly how I want it to taste. And you know what? We have a big expectation for a simple dish like this. This just delivers.
It's like if mac and cheese put a tuxedo on.
This is the best fettuccine Alfredo I've ever had.
Fumoni cake jars, which are rich and sweet. So to get started on my chocolate cake, I'll get 3/4 of a cup of sugar, a cup of flour, 1/2 cup of unsweetened cocoa powder, 3/4 of a teaspoon of baking powder, and half a teaspoon of baking soda. This cake gets super fluffy, so we can lap up all that frosting. And half a teaspoon of kosher salt. Always salt your cake. The salt just brings out all the flavors and makes them shine. I'm gonna whisk this well to combine them. This looks good. I'll grab my wet ingredients. I've got an egg and some buttermilk. I love adding buttermilk to cakes. It adds tanginess, more depth of flavor. I'll measure out half a cup. And a 1/4 cup of neutral oil. This will help keep the cake moist. I'll crack in an egg. And a teaspoon of vanilla extract complements chocolate really well. I'll mix this up. I'll pour this right in. And I'll whisk it together. The combination of the chocolate and the buttermilk is lovely. Now that this is mostly combined, I'm gonna add 6 tablespoons of freshly brewed hot coffee because it helps the cocoa powder combine into the batter. And it doesn't make it really taste like coffee, it just adds more dimension. And I'll mix until smooth. This smells delicious, it's smooth and glossy. I've got a 9x13 cake pan that's been greased and lined on the bottom with parchment. I'll pour my cake batter right in. This is so luxurious. I'll spread it around so that it's even on the bottom of the pan. I'll stick this in the oven at 350 degrees for 18 minutes until a toothpick stuck into the center comes out clean. I can't wait. I'm smelling that chocolate cake. Oh yeah, that looks perfect. I'm gonna let this cool while I make 2 killer frostings. I'll start with half a cup of softened unsalted butter, and I'll add 8 ounces of mascarpone cheese, which I've brought to room temperature. I'll sweeten things up with 3 cups of powdered sugar, a good pinch of kosher salt, add the zest of 1 lemon, a splash of vanilla and almond extracts, and I'll mix until it's creamy. And I'll plop half of it into another bowl. For the pistachio frosting, I'm gonna add 1/3 cup of finely chopped roasted pistachios. And now to punch up the green color, I'll also grab some food coloring. I've got 2 shades that I'm gonna mix because I'm indecisive. Moss and a little bit of teal. I think the mixture of the 2 is going to be pretty. If it's not, we're gonna be here for a long time. I'll mix this to combine. Oh yeah, this is a really pretty color. It's all mixed up. I'll get this into my piping bag. And into my second frosting, I'll toss in a good handful of chopped maraschino cherries. And I'll mix these in. The cherries are so pretty in here. Okay, I'll get this into my other piping bag. I've got whipped cream and I've got my jars, and now it's time to assemble. So the first thing I'm gonna do is get into the cake with my hands and break it up so that I could pack it down into the bottom of the jar. I'll just press it down with my muddler. You can get more cake in there that way. I'll add a layer of frosting, and I like to pipe it in because it's cleaner that way. Yeah, the layer is looking great already. And then add another layer of cake. Press it down. Yeah, this is looking good. Next, the pistachio frosting. I'll smooth out the top and finish with a squirt of whipped cream, some sprinkles, and a cherry on top. How adorable. Okay, I'll keep on jarring up my spumoni. Da-da-da. I'm gonna taste one just to make sure they're okay. Here I go. The nuttiness and the fruitiness and the chocolate, everything together is truly something special.
We have a bucatini. I have it in salted water, a little olive oil, a few slices of garlic, pepperoncini, some pepper, okay? We're just gonna stir this around. I'm going to add lemon juice, lemon zest of 3 lemons. And what I'm gonna add to that is just a little pasta water. Now, I'm just gonna put that right in the broth. So we have the pasta now, it's cooking into this, a little bit of butter. To this, we're gonna add some fresh green beans for a little color. It's pecorino romano, but I've really grated it, and then we're gonna toss it in. You wanna toss in cheese always 1 or 2 times. Okay, a little bit more, and I think we're good to go. Pasta al limone.
I love the addition of the green beans in there.
Is that good? A little parsley.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Jeffrey and my 40th wedding anniversary, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice to make a meal that was like really meaningful? So first thing I'm making is Italian wedding soup, and I've also made brownie pudding. Jeffrey and I have a history with brownies. I've also made a DVD of some of our favorite moments together. So I've got the vegetables have been sauteing, and they're really soft and flavorful. Now I'm going to add 5 cups of chicken stock. So this is the base for the Italian wedding soup. And later I'm going to put the chicken meatballs in. I really do like homemade chicken stock. If you don't have it, you can use good canned chicken stock, but this makes all the difference in the world. And I like to add a 1/4 cup of white wine. Just gives it real depth of flavor. The alcohol's going to burn off. Jeffrey's working so hard, but he's the smartest guy I know. I think that's why it works so well, because I'm the practical one in the relationship. This smells wonderful. Now what I'm going to do is add 1/2 cup of pasta. Just a very small pasta, tubatini or stars. And what that's going to do is it's going to puff up in this, but it's also going to thicken it. The starch in the pasta, it's going to thicken the soup. Just let that cook for about 6 to 8 minutes. And in the meantime, I think I'm going to make some cocktails for Jeffrey and me. Okay, the next part of this Italian wedding soup is putting the meatballs in. So they've come out of the oven. Just going to put them right in. I love this. It's a really hearty soup. It's really great for a main course. Fantastic. So the chicken and sausage and Parmesan right in. Okay, next thing is a little fresh dill. I love the fresh herb flavor. You know, the soup has a very complex flavor, but there's nothing you can't find in a grocery store. So a handful of fresh dill. Just stir it in. And then the last ingredient is spinach, and you're not going to believe how much it is, but it's going to cook down in a second. So I've got a big pile of baby spinach leaves, all washed and clean. It's going to look like it's going to fill the pot, but in 2 seconds, it's going to cook down into the soup. So isn't this interesting? It's chicken meatballs and fresh spinach and all kinds of vegetables. 2 bowls of Italian wedding soup coming up. This is my idea of the perfect anniversary. Quiet, cozy, just the 2 of us. A little bit of fresh Parmesan on top. Give it a little extra bite. It is Italian after all. Now, who wouldn't want this for dinner?
So I'm starting by slicing the pound cake into 3 slices horizontally. These pound cakes have been around since the 70s, if I remember correctly, and they are so handy to have in your freezer. I've just got some hot coffee, and it's pretty strong, and I'll just add some brown sugar while it's still hot, and then whisk this together. And of course, tiramisu has a very creamy component. And for that, I'm using cream cheese. I'm gonna add some sifted powdered sugar. My current favorite form of vanilla paste. You get these little flecks of vanilla caviar throughout, and it is just incredible. I'm gonna whip this for just about a minute until the cream cheese is really light and fluffy. Next comes the heavy cream. So I'll pour it in. All right, I'm gonna turn on the hand mixer and whip this until peaks start to form. I took the loaf pan that the cake was sold in, and then I draped some plastic wrap in over the sides, and the cake is going inside the plastic wrap. So put it cut side up, because I'm gonna grab this really yummy coffee syrup, and I'm gonna really carefully pour 1/3 of it over the cake. So this beautiful cream cheese whipped cream mixture is in a big old piping bag. So I'm gonna pipe just a little zigzag layer. And then I have some chocolate, and I'm gonna grate it onto the top of the cream mixture. So now I'm gonna do 2 more layers exactly like the first one. The reason I put this overhang of plastic wrap in the pan is so that I can really lightly cover the tiramisu and it won't smush the top of that beautiful cream cheese topping / filling. All right, so this is gonna go in the fridge. You need to give it 4 hours at least to chill completely and let all the layers kind of become one with one another. So the second reason to have this overhang in the pan is so you can lift the whole cake out. There we go. So then I've got a pretty platter, so I'll just get the end and kind of pull the plastic wrap away as I set it on there. Goodness gracious, look at this layered tiramisu cake. So I want to show you how beautiful these layers are. Cut a nice slice. Oh gosh, that looks miraculous.
My spinach manicotti with lemon.
Manicotti!
Kind of cheesy ricotta-y, and it's baked. You can make the whole thing in advance and just throw it in the oven when you feel like it. You just start with some hot cream. I'm not gonna make a roux or do anything, you know, just cream with a little finely grated pecorino romano. A tiny dash of Worcestershire and an even smaller dash of hot sauce. You don't even know, no, you don't even know they're there. Literally, as far as I'm concerned, whisking a little grated cheese, super salty, into cream, your sauce is thick enough. I'm over the roux. I'm through with the roux, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're literally just making our filling. So 1 egg, lightly whisk with a pinch of salt right into some ricotta. If your ricotta is kind of wet, you can drain it, right, of any excess liquid. We're literally just making our filling, and it's okay to mix the egg in, obviously, because we're baking it. Salt, pepper, 1 egg, ricotta, and again, just grated cheese.
Any kind of cheese.
I like to use pecorino romano here.
Okay. Yeah.
Or Parmigiano Reggiano, anything with that nice salt factor.
So far, this is a very straightforward filling.
Yes.
You're going straight down the middle here, right?
Lemon zest, and I grated deeper on the lemon to get a little bit of that bitter pith underneath, which can give it another flavor, which I love.
Wow.
And fresh tarragon.
There you go.
There you go.
And the lemon juice. In with the ricotta, tarragon, and that cheese. And this is really, and it's nice and thick. You've got that egg in there, making sure it's like a little insurance policy that it holds together. And you just want to mix this nice and easy. Now I've got some fresh sauteed spinach here, and I'm going to mix that in. I'm saving a little bit of the sauteed and drained spinach to top when we're finished.
Do you season the spinach? You put salt on it?
Sauteed in a little bit of olive oil, salt, pepper. So it's its own animal when it goes in there, you know? All right, and half a teaspoon of ground allspice.
Ooh, that's a lovely touch.
A little bit like when you put that tiny dash of nutmeg in cream spinach.
Yes.
Right, the warm spice just wakes it up a little bit. And then we just literally fill and go.
Alice, can you make these ahead of time and freeze them?
You can totally make them ahead and freeze them, but there's a lot of dairy in here, right? There's cheese, the ricotta, so you want to really wrap them tightly because these will take on any other aromas of anything around them in the freezer.
So could you lay them on a flat in a sheet pan and wrap it up really, because this is great to like.
You could freeze them right like this, rolled up.
Great, just shove it in the oven, right?
Oh,
So you just roll it over, and then, you know, it's almost like, I always say it's like you're an eagle and you're landing on a branch.
Caw-caw!
On a cliff, right? And you just give it the, oh, you kind of liked it, come on. And you just squeeze and roll it over, and you let it sit on its seam so the weight of it seals it shut, and you're done.
So how far did you blanch those? So everybody at home is saying, well, are they fully cooked or are they half cooked?
This is fresh pasta, so I only cooked it for 2-3 minutes.
But it still has a bite to it, right?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
it's not fully cooked.
important,
It's got
right?
a little al
Because-
dente bite. I
Okay.
totally agree. And then to assemble this, right, once you make this cheese sauce and you just let it cool, it thickens more as it cools. So we would just put a little on the bottom here, layer them all up, roll them all up, and then here's a finished one. We just put the sauce on over top, right?
That's aight.
Reminder, the cheese, right? That
And a cut.
cream. Can you just imagine this baking and bubbling away in the oven? I mean,
I'm
stop
imagining there's one in there now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think I need to stretch my imagination.
I
that
need a
far.
bite of
It's
that
right
right
there.
away.
So I'm gonna put this in the oven and bake it for about 15 to 20 minutes at 350 degrees, right?
Man, tree fitty.
Oh, yeah.
Can I get that door for you? You got it? Okay.
Let me see.
Oh, look at
See
this
nothing.
gorgeousness.
Oh, my man of God.
Yeah, so simple. And then just that little bit of spinach I reserved for the top is just nice It's kind of like maybe,
Coloratura, you know?
yeah, a little reminder of what's inside, a little bit of freshness, because I don't really want to add any more flavors here. I've got tarragon, I've got spinach, I've got lemon, I've got enough bold flavors. And then, of course, Cheesy, because you're here, some pecorino.
So
lucky.
Why we get along.
Oh, look at that.
Before anything, pasta. The pasta has been dropped in greatly salted water. And I'm doing a little different method here. I put very little water in, a lot of salt, and I cook it down so that it's almost gonna evaporate completely. I know it sounds odd, almost like you're doing a risotto. The amount of flour that you get out of that, the durum, the wheat, into the water helps this get really silky. So this sausage, this is spicy sausage. I like spicy sausage for this dish because it doesn't come across as hot. It's spicy, but it's not hot. It's a big difference. So I browned it. You can see how brown that is. It's really brown. You want the bits and pieces on the edge to get that fat out. And what I'm looking for is the gold of that fat, okay? So to that fat, I'm gonna add some chopped garlic. Oh, it's like...
And this is so quick. Once you brown the
So quick,
sausage,
so
I mean,
quick.
right, it's coming because your pasta's already in the water. I know.
A little
you
bit
don't
of
wait
pepperoncini. We're gonna add a little tomato paste. Why tomato paste? I think the paste really gives a depth to it. It's like adding a splash of Worcestershire or a splash of soy sauce.
It's not like adding tomato. I think
It
it
is,
should be
you're right.
tomato in parentheses, paste, because
yeah.
it's really like it adds a zing of, it's almost citrusy, it's almost acidic.
We're gonna put the mush right in here. Boom.
What if you can't find oyster mushrooms?
Anything you want.
Hen of the
White
woods?
mushrooms, hen of the woods, Paris
Shiitakes?
mushrooms, shiitakes.
Creminis?
Creminis, yes.
Hey, did you cut the stems off the oyster mushrooms?
I did. They're a little chewy.
I think they're kind of woodsy, and I don't like to waste mushroom, but on shiitakes and oysters, I pop that stem off.
Okay.
You can't bite it with your
My
front
pasta's
teeth,
ready.
you know?
My sausage is ready. My mushrooms are nicely browned. I'm gonna put them right from the water in here. And I'm just gonna get a little water. Careful, it is salty. You gotta be careful. Put that in there. Now at this point, I'm gonna add a touch of vino, which is unusual, kind of, right?
White wine, dry,
White wine.
sweet.
Dry white wine, always wine that you
Can
would
it be
drink.
cheap? Can it be like if you have a little bit left over in the door of the fridge from the last bottle you drank?
Absolutely. Okay, we're gonna taste. And at this point, this is when I shut the heat off and start adding a little bit of fromage.
What kind of cheese?
This is Parmesan, and that's Pecorino Romano. So we're gonna have 2 cheeses, a little butter, and a little fresh rosemary. Again.
Oh, this guy.
When you're making this sauce, I like to add a little bit more cheese. And be careful with the cheese. It has to be off the fire. And if you see it's gonna be needing a touch more, just give it a touch more juice.
What are we looking for taste-wise right now at this point?
I'm looking for something that's balanced. The salt and the spice is balanced. The mushrooms are the mildest flavor here. They're actually more of a texture than anything else. But I think I just achieved it right then. I think it just happened.
You did it.
Yeah, and if you can see how glossy that looks, it really has this starchiness from that water, from cooking it really low. And we are ready to dress. All right, a couple of finishing tips. Basil, I always tear. I don't cut it. I just think it ruins the oil and the flavor of it. Okay, so we're just gonna take some basil over the top.
This guy.
See this. See from here. Pecorino Romano.
Oh, look at that method. He's doing the whole side method. I like
Whole
that.
side. This really gets a lot.
Look at that. Load it up, brother.
A little extra virgin olive oil, and then we eat.
I love going to the market and just seeing what's fresh, what's in season, and then just coming home and taking everything and making something delicious with it. So today I'm gonna make tomato crostini with whipped feta. What it is crostini toast, and then I'm gonna make a creamy feta spread, and on top I'm gonna put those delicious cherry tomatoes. It's a great combination. So I'm starting out with 6 ounces of feta, 2 ounces of cream cheese. Want to be sure it's really room temperature so it mixes in well. Process these two together just for a minute, just until they're combined. Okay, now some good stuff. 1/3 of a cup of olive oil. That should be perfect. 2 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice. So I'm gonna do it right in. A little strainer always helps to take the seeds out. 2 tablespoons is about 1 lemon, more or less. There's no substitute for fresh lemon. Okay, that should be about 2 tablespoons. That And now just some salt and pepper. Half a teaspoon of salt. Quarter of a teaspoon of pepper. Just give it a whir. So there are 3 parts to this recipe. There's the creamy feta spread, there's the toast that it's going to go on, and the tomatoes. I've got the bread in the oven. So what I did for the crostini is I took a baguette, I sliced it diagonally about 1/2 inch thick, and then brushed it with olive oil and baked them at 425 for about 6 to 8 minutes, just until they're crisp. Okay, that's the crostini, next the tomato topping. Okay, in a small bowl, put together 2 tablespoons of minced shallots, 2 teaspoons of minced garlic, and 2 tablespoons of good red wine vinegar. And if you have the time, just let that sit for about 5 minutes so the vinegar really gets into the shallots. When the time's up, add 1/3 cup of good olive oil, a teaspoon of salt, and 1/2 teaspoon of pepper. Next, the star ingredient of the recipe, 2 pounds of ripe cherry tomatoes. I got them at the market. Just stir it all together, set it aside for like 10 minutes, just for the flavors to develop. Then one last ingredient, 3 tablespoons of julienne fresh basil leaves. And that's the topping. So I've got all the elements all together, and I'm just assembling them. So there's a little toast, and the whipped feta, and the tomatoes right on top, with fresh basil. It's gonna be delicious. And a few pine nuts. Right on the tray. Those look good enough to eat. A little basil on top. Basil smells so good. I think he's gonna love what we got at the farmer's market. Hi, sweetie. I don't want you claiming I'm starving you to death while you're working.
Oh, I'm wasting away here.
So it's a crostini and whipped feta and tomatoes that we got at the farmer's market.
Oh, that looks unbelievable.
I hope you love it. Is that good?
This is fantastic.
So let's make the pesto first. When I first thought about making a pesto with jalapenos, I thought to myself, you know what, this is gonna be way too spicy. I like to use chili peppers for accent, not for injury. And so what I did first was actually roast the jalapenos. So we got a little char on the outside. It kind of mellows out the spice a little bit. I took the stems off and the seeds out. So all I have is really just the flesh of the chilies. And I left the skin on because we're gonna puree it anyway. And I want some of that charred flavor from the skin. And then I'm gonna take a whole bunch of parsley leaves, some Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, just like a regular pesto, except instead of basil, we're using the jalapenos and some parsley. I love the creamy texture of pine nuts when they're pureed. Adds good texture to this. Crunchy and creamy. Some salt and pepper. And of course, some garlic. So we're just gonna crush the garlic out of its skin. Okay, so we have all those ingredients in there. We have one last ingredient to add, which is the olive oil. And then slowly add the olive oil. So it emulsifies really nicely. So we have our pesto done. You can make that ahead of time, get that out of the way. Okay, here's the soppressata. It's like a sort of a dry salami with some spice in it. We're gonna mix it with some onions and then fold in some scrambled eggs, put that on the crostini with the jalapeno pesto on top. I mean, soppressata is something that you're gonna find mostly in the south of Italy. Nice spicy flavor, very bold flavors there. I love that kind of gutsy cuisine that you'll find in the south. All right, so we're gonna let that begin to saute. And let's use a red onion. Why not? I'm gonna dice some onion here. So we'll have the soppressata, some red onion. Then we're gonna scramble some eggs. And you can see how this is all starting to come together, right? We're gonna have that crusty ciabatta bread with the olive oil. I'll cut it into individual crostini. And then on top, we'll have the scrambled eggs, very lightly scrambled with the soppressata and the red onions running through it, a little provolone cheese, maybe some fresh herbs, and I'm gonna top it off with, don't forget it, our jalapeno pesto. It's gonna remind you of being in southern Italy, but it's still a brunch. We're gonna pour some scrambled eggs right into the soppressata and the onions. Love that. And we have our jalapeno pesto ready to go. We have the ciabatta bread. It's gorgeous, nice and crusty, exactly what we want. And I'm actually gonna take this off and I'm gonna cut it
Just cut the ends off here, and I'm just gonna make individual portions. All right, let's scramble these eggs. It smells really good. I'm gonna take a little bit of the provolone. That will make it even creamier. Just gonna melt the provolone in there, and then we're done. Okay. I'm gonna put the scrambled eggs right on top of the ciabatta, the crostini. I'm gonna take a little bit of our jalapeno pesto. Just a little bit, don't forget, this is gonna have tons of flavor in it. A little bit of fresh Italian parsley, gives us some freshness. This is the quality control time of the day.
So I'm gonna start with sauce number 1, which is meat sauce. And I've got some olive oil in a very hot pan, and I just added onion, garlic, rosemary, green bell pepper, and finely diced jalapeno just to give it a little spice. I put in thin spaghetti, so it should be ready to go just about the time the sauces are ready. For any meat sauce I make, I do a combination of sausage and ground beef. I love the combination of ground beef and sausage. Okay, so I'm gonna mush up both meats, cook them with the veggies. It's just gonna take a few more minutes. So I'm gonna make it saucy by adding some tomato paste, about 1/4 cup, and then a whole jar of good quality marinara sauce. Whip out your favorite meat sauce, whatever it is. You can totally use your own for this recipe. Alrighty, I'm gonna add a little salt and pepper to the meat sauce. Give it one more stir, and then it just needs to simmer. So that's sauce number 1. For sauce number 2, I'm gonna make a really simple Alfredo. So I'll add a whole stick of butter to a skillet. A whole bunch of heavy cream goes in with the butter. And then salt and pepper. And then I'm gonna turn the heat up under the skillet and just give the butter and cream a chance to heat up and let the butter melt completely. Okay, the cream and butter are hot, the butter's melted. So now's the time for the Parmesan. Parmesan is the basis of Alfredo sauce, so you've gotta add a lot in order for it to be noticed. All right, those 2 sauces are ready to go. Now I'm gonna bring up a baking dish, and I'm gonna grab the spaghetti, and it should be just right. All right, so I'm gonna put the pasta straight into the baking dish, and lest you think I forgot about sauce number 3, I did not. Pesto is the 3rd sauce. This isn't something that really exists in the viral baked spaghetti recipe, but pesto is absolutely my love language. I add it to everything. And I thought it would be great to toss the spaghetti in pesto before I add the other 2 sauces. I'm gonna grab this absolutely sinful Alfredo sauce, and it gets poured all over the pasta. Finally, I'm gonna grab this big old pot of meat sauce. And yes, it gets poured right over the Alfredo sauce. I'm gonna leave a little bit of a rim of pasta. God, this is gonna be mostly meat sauce, I tell ya. I've got some mozzarella cheese, and it goes all over the meat sauce. So it's gonna go into a 425-degree oven for about 15 minutes, and then I'll let it rest for 5. So, all right, I'm gonna see if I can do this in one shot. Ready? Look at this, you guys. Oh, that creamy Alfredo. I have tried this before, but I really think I should prove to you how very delicious it is. It is scrumptious.
Got this cast iron getting hot. Had the butcher knock out a nice local Sonoma County chicken into 10 pieces. We'll hit it with some salt and pepper. Get just a little bit of oil down in this. Okay, so I put the chicken down, skin side first, and we split those breasts in half. This will roast down so nice, it'll almost just be fall off the bone tender. Now, some nice white button mushrooms and a little bit of garlic. This is all gonna be going for this sauce. When I'm gonna let it go low and slow like this, I like slivers of the garlic. Let me get this chicken out of here. So a nice little crust on top. Don't wanna cook it all the way through, but what I did is started with the skin and fat side first to render it down, get that fat from underneath the skin. And then let me get the onions down. So look at all the flavor in the bottom of the pan. That's all that chicken fat, all the schmaltz down in there, as my buddy Mark Disson would say. All right. Onions in, mushrooms in. Those little mix. And then to expedite that process, a little bit of salt. Putting that chicken back in here in a little bit with some thyme and the garlic and then deglazing it. Outstanding. Now we're gonna add a little tomato paste. Hefty tablespoon. I'll stir that around in there and let that cook out. Onions have caramelized, mushrooms haven't broken down. Let's go back in with the chicken, fat side up. Here's the kicker. Grab that marsala. We're gonna come in and deglaze with about a cup of that marsala. You should smell it. The sweetness, the richness of that, but it's not gonna be just marsala. We're gonna hit it with a little chicken stock as well, up about 3/4 of the way. Coming over to the wood-fired oven. We grab these root veggies out. Slide that in. Check that out. Look at that chicken right there. I'm gonna fire up this burner and remove the chicken. Why? So I can let it reduce. I want this sauce to reduce even more. You see, I've got that nice crunchy skin right up there on top because I didn't fill it up with too much liquid, but I really want this to reduce down and almost make like a gravy. I'm just gonna mount it with a little bit of butter, stir that in. Now we'll just hit it with a touch of some acid and a touch of parsley. Oh, and this is how we're gonna do it. Right on top. Look at that. And then just a little touch of the Italian parsley.
Cavatappi with sausage, mushroom, and kale.
Oh, yes.
Okay, kale is just amazing. So many kinds. You just hold it like this, nice and green and vibrant. It's how it should look. Just clean it. You can cut this up and saute it if you want. I'm not going to. I've just taken this and I've chopped it up in a bowl. Now, this is a hearty dish, right? So I have my water boiling and I have cavatappi, which is a beautifully curly pasta, which I love because the kale and the sausage and all the good stuff is gonna get inside there. So what I have here is a little bit of olive oil, and I put some sausage, Italian sausage. I browned and I've added some Nduja sausage, which is a Calabrian sausage that has chili in it and it's soft. It is, to me, like extraordinary. It's fantastic. Some garlic. I'm gonna stir that in, turn the heat up, and then I'm gonna add some mushrooms. Not a lot, just a few. I have cremini, chanterelle, some shiitake.
Wow,
I'm just
this is
gonna
gonna be
This is
good.
gonna be really good. So I'm not putting a lot of color on them. I just wanna get them in there and get them softened up. To this, I'm gonna add a little white wine. You could add red wine if you so desired, or Lambrusco would go well with this. A sparkling Lambrusco.
Could I add white wine vinegar if I wanted to avoid the alcohol?
That's a good question. Of course you could. Yeah. And now we're just gonna let that simmer. And what that's gonna do is continue to cook the mushrooms a bit. And to this, we're gonna add our kale. Just gonna drop it on top.
Kale's full of calcium.
Yes.
It's got good iron in there. It's so healthy. It's one of the reasons that I love it so much. I love the way it tastes, but kale is really good for you. How much do you cook that kale?
It's done.
Just wilt
yeah,
it down.
You wanna wilt it. It does have like a little tooth feel to it, but this pasta can handle the sausage and the kale. This is a tough pasta, cavatappi. Yeah. Okay, so we have our cavatappi here. Now we have a little water, a little cooking liquid. I'm adding a touch of this because there's starch in it. It's gonna thicken up a bit, but I think it's in really good shape. Now I'm putting this in. It's al dente, so it's 85% cooked. It's gonna end up cooking a little bit more in this.
I really like going straight from the pot into the sauce because you still have a little water on there. So you're putting some butter in there?
I'm gonna put a touch of butter in, but not yet. I just wanna make sure we get the liquid reduced to that liquid is just coming down, and this is what we do with every pasta. We're just gonna look for it, and I can feel that the pasta is perfectly cooked, and now I know that that pasta has all of the sauce inside of it. Then we're gonna put a touch of butter and a little bit of Parmesan cheese, and shut the heat off. You wanna put the cheese just a little bit at a time. A lot of people put too much cheese in too early, and you get those cheese curdy clumps, you know?
Yeah.
So just Go like that. You can stir it if you want like that.
It's really one of your signatures, Jeffrey, is like perfectly buffed nails. You like a little dot of butter to make everything glossy.
Just a bit. I mean, if you go in northern Italy, they use a lot of butter. In southern Italy, they use less. But I think a touch is necessary. And there's a lot of chefs in the city. You go to their restaurant, you're like, oh, he's from the north, he's from the south. You can tell they're cooking right away. We're done. Shall we?
Plate it up.
Okay.
It looks so good.
Who wants this?
I love that you give me a spoon.
You need a spoon with this dish.
I love that. All right, here goes. The sausage has the meat flavor, but the mushroom gives the meat texture, so it's almost deceptive. And the mushroom is silky. The kale is sort of the connector between all the parts of this dish. Everything belongs, and it's just deeply delicious. I will fight someone for a dish like that. I will fight. There'll be a fight.
Okay, pay attention. This is like the fastest pasta I ever made. So first I have a big pot of water to a rolling boil. I put a lot of salt in it. You want the salt to get into the pasta so it flavors it. Okay, and next, capellini, 1 pound. Capellini is a little thinner than spaghetti and a little thicker than angel hair. And it cooks in like 4 minutes. So you want to put it right into the boiling water. Just swirl it around. And just give it a big stir. And that'll keep it from sticking. Okay, next the sauce. Not gonna believe how easy this is. So it's a ½ pound of butter. I know it's a lot of butter, but it's really good. The zest of 2 lemons, and I'm gonna zest it right over the sauce, because then the oils from the lemon zest get into the sauce. So you just want that little bit of bright yellow around the lemon. You don't want the white pith underneath, because that's bitter. This is a great dish. I make this all the time for New Year's Eve, because we love to go out, have drinks, have fun in Paris, take a little tour, and then come back and have dinner at midnight. And I don't want to start making a long, complicated dish. So what I do is I make this, and literally in 5 minutes, dinner's on the table, lemon capellini with a big dollop of caviar on top. That sounds very festive New Year's Eve in Paris, doesn't it? Okay, that's one. And now one more. You know, I've seen so many recipes for lemons where they say, okay, you want a ½ cup of lemon juice and then lemon zest. But by the time you've juiced the lemons, you can't zest it. So always zest the lemons first before you juice them. So this is going to be the zest of 2 lemons and then the juice of 2 lemons. This is really one of my favorite dishes of all time. It was in my first book, the Barefoot Contessa Cookbook, and I've made it ever since. Okay, that's that. Now I'm going to do the juice of 2 lemons. In fact, I got this recipe on a New Year's Eve. I went to somebody's house and they were making it. I remember after a really long day at the store, I arrived at these people's house for New Year's Eve dinner, and they were cooking, and I kind of joined in just to be social. And the next thing I knew, everybody had left for the living room, and there I was making dinner for everybody. I thought, well, at least I got a great recipe out of it. Freshly squeezed lemon is just the best. Love my little juicer. Okay, this just goes right into the sauce. 2 teaspoons of salt. One teaspoon of pepper. And just swirl that around. Make sure it's really nicely mixed. And let's see if the pasta's ready. Got to clear the decks a little bit. Whoa, runaway lemon. So I'm just going to cook this. Normally it cooks for 4 minutes for al dente, but what I'm going to do is cook it for 3 minutes and then cook it in the sauce for another minute. Missy Robbins from Missy, the restaurant, pasta restaurant, taught me this. Perfect. So I'm going to just lift it out, let it drain a little bit, but then take some of the pasta water and put it into the sauce. And the starch in the pasta water thickens the sauce. And then I have lots of pasta water just to add back in if I need to. Missy Robbins is just an incredible restaurateur in Brooklyn. She owns 2 restaurants, Lilia and Missy. They both have unbelievable pasta that she makes. Think this is enough pasta? This is gonna be so good. It's basically lemon, butter, and pasta, but the total is so much better than the sum of its parts. And then I'm just gonna toss it together. I mean, Missy tosses it in the air, but I'm gonna be a little more conservative. I don't think it'll be all over the kitchen and me if I do that. So just toss it all together. Just keep tossing it for about a minute. So all the butter and the lemon and the zest and the salt and pepper get absorbed into the pasta. And then as it sits, it's just gonna get a little dry, so I'm gonna put a little of the pasta water in. Wanna make sure it's really moist. You don't want it dry. Just toss it together. I wish you could smell this. It's just unbelievable. That sort of fresh, citrusy lemon is so good. And butter. I mean, how bad can that be? Okay, I'm gonna show you how I plate it. So, I've got an Italian plate. I thought that would be pretty. And let me see if I can do it the way Missy does it. She takes a big thing of pasta. Whoa. So what Missy does is twirl it on the plate and your hand, so it ends up being a nice little pile. I don't know, hers looks better, but mine's still good. Oh, runaway lemon, and then I'm gonna do a little lemon zest on the top, just so you know it's lemon. It's that last hit of lemon that you really taste when you taste the pasta. And then everybody knows it's lemon. And I think maybe I'm just gonna do a little wedge of lemon on the plate. How's that? A little salt, a little pepper, and that's lemon capellini. Looks so good I may have to try it. Why do I think I'm gonna be wearing this by the time I'm done trying this? Just to twirl it around. This is not my forte. It's so good. It's really zesty from the lemon zest and juice. It's perfectly seasoned. That's an amazing pasta. It's crazy good.
Rigatoni with sweet Italian sausage and eggplant. All right, then we're gonna add some extra virgin olive oil to the bottom. All right, we're gonna brown up the sausage in this pan, and we're gonna caramelize the eggplant in that, okay? All right, so we're gonna take the sausages. Now, we're not gonna cook this all the way through because we're gonna bake it again. I just wanna brown the sausage, give it some really great flavor. If we cooked it all the way through, it would probably dry out. Now let's talk about this eggplant for a second. Now this is sort of a medium to large eggplant, really firm, no brown spots on the outside. It's got some nice weight to it. All right, and we're gonna take this thing and sort of chop it up into big pieces. All right, boom, olive oil. Then we're gonna add some salt, we're gonna season it up. Okay, a little bit of fresh cracked pepper, and just gonna let it go. I've got it on a medium-high temperature. All right, we're gonna probably turn it once or twice. Turn it down just a little bit. All right, and just kind of let the whole thing start to cook. All right, so we got some whole tomatoes. We're going to add them to a bowl here. I'm gonna hand crush them, okay? It looks really homemade, it's nice. Nice golden brown color. All right, so we got that. So our eggplant's starting to cook away, okay? While everything's cooking up, I'm gonna chop up an onion and some garlic. We're gonna give this some little texture. All right, cool, so I've got everything chopped up. All right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add, all those delicious onions and garlic, to our same pan that we're cooking the pork in. All right, so I've got a paper towel on a plate, and we're gonna let the pork sort of drain. So take the pork sausages off and just let them rest. There's some great brown bits on the bottom too. Then when we add the onions and the garlic to that, because they're so full of water, it's gonna naturally deglaze the bottom of the pan and pull up a lot of that great flavor. All right, cool. All right, then we're gonna take a spoon, just kind of stir the whole thing around, make sure the onions are really starting to kind of cook and soak up some of that flavor. I'm gonna turn the heat up just a tad, okay? All right, cool. All right, so we're getting some really good color from the eggplant, all right? We're gonna pull these up. They look great. And again, you don't want to overcook them. You still want some little bit of texture. You want to cook them so they're nice and creamy all the way through. Okay, and then we're going to take our eggplant. All right, we're going to put it on the same plate with the sausage. Just like that. All right, boom. So I've got a pound of pasta here, and I've got a gallon of water. All right, we're going to add a nice big handful of some kosher salt straight into the water. All right, then we're going to take our pasta and just dump it in like that. All right, cool. I'm going to take a spoon, give it a little stir. It's going to take probably 12 minutes for the whole thing to come together. All right, it's going to be done perfectly al dente. Okay, our onions look fantastic already. It smells great. All right, cool. And we're going to season this very simply with a bay leaf now. All right, and then some fresh basil at the end. All right, so we got some tomatoes here. All right, dump the whole thing in like that. Let that start to simmer away. All right. Now the rigatoni is cooked, right? But first thing, before I want to drain it, I'm going to reserve some of the starchy water, right? And I'm going to show you what we're going to do with that in a second. All right, we're going to hold that there. And we're just going to leave it in the sink for a little while. All right, cool. All right, and while that's working, we're going to put everything else together. Now we're going to take our beautiful sausage, our fresh pork sausage in the natural casings. All right, we're going to chop it up into bite-sized pieces. All right, and then reverse the angle and have these great little kind of chunky triangular pieces. All right, so we got that. The tomato sauce looks really good. We're just going to dump it into our bowl here. All right, then we're going to take our tomato sauce, our beautiful, rich San Marzano tomato sauce. So I like to take the pasta, add most of it in, give it a good stir, and see if it even needs that last little bit. It smells great. I think we're definitely going to have enough sauce. Make sure we get all that pasta in there. Finish it up. I'm going to add just a little bit of the water, all right, back to the pasta itself so it stays nice and moist all the way through. All right, so we got that. Now, a really great pasta dish wouldn't be complete unless we had lots of cheese folded into it. So I've got some Parmesan cheese and some really creamy, fresh homemade mozzarella. A quarter cup, half a cup. You want a nice, sharp flavor in there. I'm going to add a little bit of extra virgin olive oil to this as well. A little shake. And the mozzarella is kind of chopped up in a couple of pieces. That's going to go right on top, just like that. Give it a stir. And then I think some fresh basil will be really delicious. All right. So take a nice little handful of fresh basil and just hand tear it. It doesn't have to be anything perfect, just nice and kind of rustic all the way through. One more little stir. We're going to pour this whole thing, all right, just like this. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of extra Parmesan cheese right on top of the whole thing, just like this. And I've got the oven preheated, 450 degrees. All right, because what we're going to do is we're going to bake this for about 20, 25 minutes. Get a nice crust on top of the whole thing. All right, say goodbye for now. Yeah, it smells delicious already. All right, now our rigatoni looks great too, right? So we've got a little bit of texture, all right, because it's been in the oven for a little while. It's a little bubbly, it's a little crunchy on top. And then we're going to take the other half of our mozzarella, and I'm just going to sort of rip it and shred it and throw it right on top. So when you dig into it, you get a little bit of crunch and you get a little bit of stretch from the cheese. Okay, it's going to go back into the oven, and we're going to leave it in there until it's bubbly and golden brown. All right, cool. It's absolutely beautiful. This is the ultimate baked pasta dish. Rigatoni, fresh fennel sausage, lots of melted eggplant, lots of gooey fresh mozzarella cheese, which I am loving. I'm telling you, when the Sopranos come back on, you've got a really good casserole. When people come over, look at all the mozzarella cheese. The best. Serve a little bit of grated Parmesan cheese on the side. Nice little sprinkle. Like that, boom. Little drizzle of extra virgin olive oil. And then some fresh basil, and you've got a sensational showstopper.
Pasta, pesto, and peas. My first trick is frozen peas, because I think they're actually delicious. I'm gonna pour them into a colander. Just run them under hot water. And just let them sit in the sink for a minute. So I cooked the pasta already. I actually made two different kinds, bow ties, little bow ties, and fusilli, these, but you can use any kind of dried pasta. So the first thing I'm gonna do is make pesto, which is wonderful. It's this basil and garlic, really old-fashioned Italian thing. I need a little bit of walnuts in the food processor, about 1/4 cup. Tablespoon of pinoles, which are pine nuts. Pesto is usually made with one or the other, but I like the flavor when you make it with both. Next ingredient is garlic, like 3 big pieces of garlic, and salt and pepper. Salt. And lots of pepper. I like it really spicy. Lots of pepper. And then 1½ cups of basil. Just dump it right in. And I'm going to puree this. And then while that's going, I'm going to pour in about 1/3 cup of olive oil. Right through the feed tube. So that's basic pesto, and then I'm going to add a few more ingredients to make a sauce. For some Parmesan cheese. I actually add spinach. It's frozen chopped spinach that's been defrosted, about 1/2 package. And about 3/4 cup of mayonnaise. And just a squeeze of fresh lemon. There we go. Nice lemon. The lemon and the spinach are going to keep the pesto from turning brown. So just stir it up. Just taste it to make sure it's perfect. Remember, the sauce has to be really flavorful because the pasta doesn't have much flavor. I'm going to toss this together. So you can really smell the garlic, and you see the spinach has kept the pesto really green. So now we have pasta pesto, we need peas. So I have the frozen peas that I've defrosted. I'm just going to add some, maybe 1/2 package. And for lots of flavor, I'm going to add more Parmesan cheese. It's a little more salt. And pepper. And the last ingredient is pinole nuts. I think these really add just a great flavor to the salad. And they look great, so it's green and white. So let's make sure this tastes right. Oh, it's got so much flavor. Parmesan and basil and garlic.
There's tons of versions of fish stews, but one of my favorites is caciuco, gesundheit. It's the Tuscan version of a fish stew. Yeah, baby. You can roll with any kind of fish that you want here. Skinless, it's naked. But I like to serve, like, you know, some cod and some clams.
They should pop right open. It's a shy little clam.
And some shrimp.
Beans, the musical fruit.
Because we're in Tuscany, they're the land of the bean eaters. So we cook beans to go under this. We let it do the swimming dance. When you understand the sort of the science behind bean cookery, beans are a snap. And the whole thing sort of winds up to be one kind of pot together. And it's a beautiful sort of red-orange color. It's hearty and it's delicious. And when you have all that juicy goodness, you need some bread to sop it up with. That is a stew that I'm just dying to dive right into head first with my mouth open.
I'm Chef Ann Burrell, and these are my secrets to making restaurant-quality dishes at home.
We are in the world of Tuscan fish stew today. What I like to call my Tuscan fish stew, or the official name for Tuscan fish stew, is caciuco. But there's a million different sort of versions of this kind of stuff. In France, they call it bouillabaisse. In San Francisco, they might call it cioppino. In other parts of Italy, they might call it brodetto. So, because we're in Tuscany today, we're in the land of the bean eaters, I'm going to cook some Tuscan white beans, or cannellini beans. These are white kidney beans, and I have soaked these guys overnight. So I'm always a bean soaker. You know, it's a really good idea, but if you didn't think of this yesterday, you could do the soak express, as we like to call it. Then when we do things fast in the kitchen, we call it express. And that's, you can put your beans in a pot of water, bring them up to a boil, turn it off, and let the water cool back down. And that sort of accomplishes the same thing as soaking them overnight. So whenever I cook beans, I put my veg in there. Like, we need to make everything taste good. So I put some veg in there, big whole pieces of veg, so they fit right in there so I can fish them out later on. So I have my thyme bundle. I put a rib of celery, a carrot, a couple of bay leaves. How about 2 bay leaves? 1, 2. And I'm gonna put some garlic in. And how about this? What is this? This is some slab bacon skin. Now, I saved this from the last time I was using slab bacon, and I just tossed it in the freezer. You know, and then anytime I'm cooking beans, I just throw it in there. That is just how we do things in the restaurant as well. We try to save and think about, like, oh, we have all these flavors going on there, so how can I use all of the stuff that I bought? So, you know, we don't like to put anything in the garbage. So there's my garlic, and you know what? I'm gonna get some onion to put in there too. So I have a lot of onion and garlic and celery, a lot of prep of the same sort of veg that we're using today. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my bean pot going, but then I have the flavor base for my soup, which is sort of a tomato stewy kind of thing, that I also am gonna use some fish stock in as well. Yeah, baby. But it has a lot of the same flavor bases as everything else we're using today. So I'm gonna go ahead and get all of my veg rocked out. It will help make things easier later on. All right, so I'm just finishing up all my veg prep, or I'm getting my veg kits together, as I like to call them. So I'm using a lot of the same flavors and veg going on in both my dishes today, or in all the stuff I'm making, so I'm just going to have to rock out all that prep all at once. So I've got my coarsely chopped vegetables for my fish stock. I know fish stock is one of those things that might seem a little scary to people. They're like, stock? Stock could not be more cinchy. It's just a bunch of veg, some bones. In this case, we're using fish bones. And, oh, you know what? While I'm over here and I did all my veg prep, let's go ahead and get my pan heating up for my tomato fish stew also. So look at me, I'm multitasking all over the place. So my veg are sweating for my fish stock. Let's get back to fish stock. My fish bones, and I'm gonna use some shrimp. I'm gonna peel these shrimp and put my shrimp shells in there. I mean, the shrimp shells are essentially the bones of the fish, right? So, and these are things that I get from my fishmonger. You know, like this is the throwaway part. So they sell them to me nice and cheapy. So fish stock essentially is put some bones in with our veg that we're sweating. And, all right, so you smell them to make sure that they don't smell like what they are. And look at, this is some cod bones. I'm using cod in my dish today, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use these same bones. So this is just a piece of a cod. You know, cod is a really big fish, so they just give me a few pieces. So there we go. And my shrimp shells, I'm gonna go ahead and rock these out too. But all this stuff's going into my fish stock, and I just simmer these guys. I BTB, RTS, bring to boil, reduce to simmer, and simmer for about 20 minutes. Then fish bones give up their fishy goodness, and that's done. Could not be more cinchy. Nothing to be scared about there. So my veg are sweating. I'm gonna go ahead and start to peel my shrimp, and when we get back, we're on to working on our fish stew. Yeah. In the restaurant and at home, I'm always thinking of ways to save money. Everything I put in the garbage can has cost me some dough. So I think, gee, I save my chicken bones right for my chicken stock. And stuff like celery leaves and fennel fronds, hey, these guys have a lot of flavor. Let's not put them in the garbage, throw them in the stock pot. We are doing beautiful things today when we're talking Tuscan fish stew. My cachuco stuff is working along beautifully. I've got my flavor base for my tomato fish stew working, sweating away my onions and celery and fennel. I'm about ready to almost add my garlic to there. My fish stock is working away. I've been sweating some onions and celery and some garlic. I added some fish bones to that and a whole bunch of thyme and bay leaves and my fennel tops. So we just stick all that there. I'm adding my shrimp shells to this. I mean, really, I've got them. Those are like the bones of the shrimp. So we'll go ahead and toss those in there as well. Beautiful, smelling nice and like the sea. So my beans are come to a boil. I'm just gonna RTS, reduce to simmer, and let those simmer until they're tender all the way through. So my shrimp, beautiful, ready, peeled, deveined. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of all of this stuff. All right, I'm gonna give my hands a little rinse here. And we're gonna go ahead and get our garlic in our sweaty stuff for our cachuco base. All right, I sliced up my garlic. Life is so easy when I do all my prep work ahead, and it's just so much fun. You just whip through things then. All right, nice. So, as I said, this is a tomato fish stew, so let's go ahead and rock out our tomatoes. So, tomatoes and a super secret flavor weapon. I've got saffron going on here. This adds such a lovely, unique flavor. So we're gonna add that in just a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my tomatoes through my favorite piece of kitchen equipment, my food mill, and then we're gonna get those into my fish stew. So I've passed my tomatoes through my food mill. I'm scraping off all the pulpy stuff off the bottom. I always make sure I do that because that's the big money item there. So, all right. So my vegetables seem nice and sweaty over here. This is great. My fish stock, just about done. All right, look at that. I'm gonna add a little bit of crushed red pepper to this. You know, the tomato sort of saffron-y thing, I like a little spice to it too. That's great. Beautiful. So it's time for the party. Let's go ahead and add some wine to this also. This will bring a lovely, bright acidity to the whole shooting match. Yeah, baby. All right, we'll give it a little salt there as well. You know, we always kind of make sure we season along the way. Will help bring up beautiful, big flavors later on. Nice. Okay, so then we're gonna let that reduce by half, and then we're gonna go ahead and get our fish stock in there. But let's go ahead and strain the fish stock. So as I said, fish stock is really cinchy. It's really Q&E. So it's all about like just sort of bring stuff to a boil and then simmer it for about 20 to 30 minutes and then it's done. It's a piece of cake. And if you make a lot of fish stock now and you don't use it all, go ahead and toss it in the freezer for the next time you're doing this. Look at that. There we go. Okay, look at my fish bones. Ready for the garbage can, but we used all those big flavors. All right, look at my beautiful fish stock. I'm probably not even gonna need to use all of this today. So we're gonna go ahead and get fish stock in. There we go. We'll save that in case I need a little bit more later. Now, we're gonna go ahead and add a super special, as I said, my super special flavor weapon to this. All right, so we have our standards, we have our thyme, and we have our bay. Yes, we always add these in sort of braisy, stewy, long cooking things. Yes, there we go. Now, we have the super cool thing, saffron. Saffron is used in a lot of Mediterranean cooking, and it's very expensive. It's like these, look at these little like stringy looking things. They are actually the stigma of a crocus, and people go in there and pluck them out of every flower. Could you imagine if you were a saffron picker? So we're gonna add this in there. It has a very unique flavor. It's pretty strong, and it has a beautiful yellowy orange color. And sometimes if you over saffron, things can kind of taste like plastic. So we wanna feel that big flavor, but we don't need to go hog wild with this. I'm gonna pull this a little closer to me. Smelling good. So I'm just gonna let that saffron sort of hang out in there and give off its yellowy goodness, and then I'm gonna add my tomatoes to that. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna go ahead and grab my cod. So in my fish stew, I'm gonna do some cod. I have big shrimp, and I'm also gonna do some clams. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna get these prepped in just a minute, but let's take a look-see at our cod. Okay. So I have these cut in about 4-ounce portions. We've got big shrimp, we've got clams. So, you know, we don't need the biggest cod piece either, but you know, this is like a nice meaty white fish. You know, if you find something, if your cod at your fishmongers doesn't look super fresh that day, use something else. Use bass, use snapper. You know, it's all about lovely fish stew. Okay, look at that. So we have nice yellow things going on there. I'm gonna add my tomatoes to this, season this guy up. There we go. And when we come back, we're going to start cooking some fish. Yeah, baby. Things are moving along beautifully with my Tuscan fish dinner. I have scrubbed off some clams to take any sand and grit off of those. I've got my beautiful stew base here. It's all tomatoes and fennel and onions and celery and garlic, all big chunky stuff. And it's got lovely saffron in there. My cod that I got out is doing good things. I think it should take one more second before I turn it. So in the meantime though, let's go ahead and give my beans the 5-bean test. So I've cooked my Tuscan white beans, my cannellini beans, that I soaked overnight in water. I changed the water and then I put in big aromatics, carrots, onions, celery, and bacon skin and garlic and a thyme bundle in big pieces for easy removal. So I brought this to a boil. I simmered these guys in plenty of water so they have plenty of room to dance in there. And now I'm doing what I call the 5-bean test. I'm testing 5 beans, biting them. All right, that's number 3. But I bite 5 because beans don't all cook at the same time. And so, woo, those are hot beans too. The 5-bean test is a little dangerous. So we make sure we have them all cooked at the same time or they're all cooked. If I have one hard one, they're all not done. So there we go, number 5, all beautifully done. So I am salting now. Notice I didn't salt, which is a little odd for me. Not salting from the beginning because beans will have a tendency, if we salt from the beginning, the outsides, the skins will have a tendency to get very tough and then the insides might not cook all the way. So we have a little uneven cook. So there we go. So let me just taste my water. And we want to go pretty big salt here. And we let these hang out for about 15 minutes so our beans will be perfectly cooked and seasoned all at the same time. All right, so my cod, beautiful, looks ready to turn over here. Yeah, baby. Oh, look at this. Now, I am just searing my cod on the outside here. I'm gonna add this to finish cooking it later on in my fish stew, but at the moment, I'm just getting it lovely and beautifully seared on the outside. So, there we go. I'm gonna give my hands a little rinse. All right, let's go ahead and give my fish stew a little taste here. Look, it's such a beautiful, like sort of orangey red color. That's due to the saffron. That is delicious. Oh, big flavors. And that little pinch of crushed red pepper adds such a lovely kick. So, my cod is beautifully browned on the top and the bottom. I'm gonna take this out. We're gonna ditch the fat here, and then I'm gonna add in my scrubbed clams. So, as I said, with my clams, I scrubbed the outside so we don't have any sand and grit. And I picked through them to make sure that there weren't any shells that were broken or, you know, that everyone was all clammed up, all nice and shut tight. That's always what we do with all kinds of shellfish. Okay, so these guys go right into my pot. There we go. Yeah. So now I'm gonna use some of my fish stew base and we're gonna steam the clams right in there. Sort of like a 1-pot deal. Once we get to this stage, it goes all right in the same pot. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Some of those big veg. So I'll save this, the rest of this stew base to add into there if I need to, or I can save it up for next time. And then all I need to do is sear some fish and stick that right on there. So I'm gonna steam my clams until they open. Beautiful. Now, that's going, and I'm going to add some shrimp and my clams and my beans and some escarole into that once we come down the home stretch, but we're not quite there yet. So, you know, when I have stewy stuff, like dippy stuff, I like to put some bread in that. I need some big fat bread to soak up all that deliciousness. I'm in Tuscany today. I've got a big loaf of Tuscan bread. that I'm gonna cook right on the grill, rub it with a raw garlic clove, and then drizzle with my big fat finishing oil. So I'm gonna do about 4 big slices here. And this is just like burn it and get it really lovely and toasty. All right, so here we go. And when I come back, we're heading to stew time, baby. Yeah. We are at the finish line of my big fat cachuco or Tuscan fish soup dinner. I have my stew base done, and I'm using it to cook my clams. Look at my little clams that I scrubbed and all that are cooked and open in my stew here. I'm adding my shrimp to that so to cook those, and then I'm gonna go ahead and add my cod right on top of those so we cook those as well. Oh, baby, is this good looking? So remember, my cod I just seared and it's not fully cooked. There we go. Carefully lay that back in there. And I'm gonna go ahead and put some beans, my beanie weenies. Look at, cooked perfectly, seasoned perfectly. And all of those aromatic-y things I've taken out. Easy removal, the bacon skin and all that. Good stuff going on here. Yeah, baby. This, look at, a whole lot of stuff is winding up in this one pot, and then it goes all right on my plate from there. All these flavors are having a chance to come together. So a little bit of escarole. I washed this and used one of my other favorite pieces of kitchen equipment. It's my salad spinner. I love this thing. It's good for stuff other than salad, clearly, because there goes my escarole in there. So we're going to put the lid back on this. Hey, put a lid on it, and then it's just gonna come together beautifully. All good stuff happening in there. So, as we're waiting for that to just finish, now I really crank up that heat too to really get everything cooked quickly but gently. All right, so I have my bread that I grilled and pulled off the grill. And I rub it with a 1 clove of garlic, and I'm gonna finish this guy with a lovely Tuscan oil, really big and peppery, and will be the perfect accoutrement to my fish stew here. All right, so I'm gonna cut that in half and be standing by. I've got fennel fronds that I saved from my fennel bulb earlier to garnish with. Let's check this guy out. So, look at that, my cod cooked through. All right, let's just give this one more taste to make sure that we're in the perfect place here. My clams all open. That is so good. It's hugely flavored, but it's still light at the same time. Like, it's really a good thing. So I'm just sort of pushing my escarole down in there, cooking together with my little beans. All right, so let's go ahead and plate this whole shooting match, huh? Look at, is that a fish stew in there right now? Look, I just want to take a picture of that because there's just so many beautiful flavors and colors and excellent stuff happening there. So I'm gonna use this thing. I use this in the restaurant all the time, but I find these very helpful at home. It's called the sizzle platter. So, you know, you can stick it in the broiler, or it's very good to just be like a parking space, which is what I'm doing right now. So I'm taking my clams out of there, and let's find my little shrimp underneath here. So we made a big pot of this stuff, but I'm just gonna go ahead and place, oh, look at my shrimp cooked perfectly and gently, and look how gorgeous this whole shooting match is. So let's go ahead, get some of my little beanie weenies. Yeah. And my escarole, look at, we've got beans, escarole, all this fish. This is a big meal today. Beautiful. All right, so cod, some beautiful shrimp. And you can arrange this however you want, but this is a lovely presentation. It's rustic and it's hearty, fantastic. So one more little ladle of this beautiful broth here. Okay, clean up the bowl. Yeah, this is pretty sexy. All right, so one more drizzle with my big fat finishing oil, my fennel fronds, and my bread, and I am in business. So there we go. Look at that. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm getting right in there right now. You can find all these recipes on foodnetwork.com. Remember, you don't have to be a restaurant chef to cook like one.
Shrimp and linguine fra diavolo. And the shortcut is store-bought marinara sauce, but I'm gonna hot rod it so you'll never know it's store-bought. So I've got a big pot of boiling water. I'm gonna start with the linguine, 1 pound of linguine. And in the meantime, I'm gonna make the sauce. So what I did was I cooked red onions and a little bit of butter and oil until they're really tender. Now I've got 2 tablespoons of garlic, lots of garlic, right in. And next I have some red pepper flakes. Give it a little heat. Okay, I'm just gonna let that garlic cook for about a minute while I season the shrimp. Lots of salt and pepper. Make sure they're really well seasoned. So I'm gonna take the shrimp and I'm just gonna put them into the pan with the onions and just let them sear on one side. And I patted the shrimp dry so they would sear nicely. Okay, that's the shrimp. So just let it sear on one side, and then when it's just slightly pink, I'm gonna turn them over and sear them on the other side. I love the name of this dish, Fra Diavolo. It means brother devil. It means it's really spicy. Okay, the shrimp are nice and pink, and now I'm gonna add some white wine. Because of course, isn't that what Italians do? About 2/3 of a cup of white wine. Great, and I'm just gonna let this simmer away. Then you can drink the rest of it. Okay, next is panko. So I've got butter. And I'm just gonna put some panko crumbs right in, some Japanese bread flakes. And I'm just gonna toss these on a low heat, just until they turn brown and crispy. Keep an eye on this, because it happens fast, see? Just happened. Okay, so the panko is perfectly browned. Just gonna add a little parsley, a little salt and pepper. Make sure it's nicely seasoned. Okay, this is ready for later. So the shrimp look like it's perfectly cooked, the wine's reduced, and I'm gonna pour in the sauce. So this is arrabbiata sauce, it's a jar. Don't be tempted to use marinara sauce for this. Arrabbiata sauce has this gutsiness, like this really wonderful spiciness that's important in this dish. Okay, so this is the sauce. Let's see how the pasta's doing. So I'm just gonna take the pasta and just put it right into the sauce. I don't drain it so I can save the pasta water in case I need more. I'm gonna put some parsley in to flavor it, and it looks great. And just toss this whole thing together. Even as it sits, it really absorbs the starch and the pasta sauce and the shrimp. Looks like it's perfect. Okay, now I'll show you how I serve it up. This looks amazing. And it's moist and just absolutely delicious. And then with a little sprinkle of the panko crumbs on top, give it a little crunch, a little flavor. So that shrimp and the linguine Fra Diavolo with store-bought pasta sauce. I'm not gonna tell if you're not gonna tell. That looks delicious.
Or linguine vongole. The clams I think are most like vongole clams if you go to Italy, are these cockles from New Zealand. They're small, okay? These have been washed several times, soaked, washed again, scrubbed. But these are great because they're small. They sort of make sense in the bowl. I like to leave my shells in the linguine clam. I think it's part of the romance of linguine clams. Water salty as the
sea.
Ocean.
The sea, not the ocean. I like a flat surface. If you go and get mussels or clams and they put it in a pot like this, what happens? The bottom clam or mussel gets cooked, the top clam isn't open yet, that one gets overcooked, the top one opens, and then you have an uneven cooking distribution. So I like to put a generous amount of extra virgin olive oil.
I like this, not a big old deep pot.
And I'm just gonna take this garlic. Would you snip some of the stem? I like some of the stem in this.
Okay.
Not rough cut, not fancy, okay?
Rough cut.
And I'm just gonna cut these really thin, like this.
How many garlic cloves would
I have 5. This is enough for 3, 4
This is
people.
a garlicky dish, isn't it?
Well, it's supposed to be, but you wanna cut the garlic not too thin, not too thick, but it's really important that it's fresh and you cut it by hand. Okay, I'm gonna put one more in. I think that is actually enough. Judging by what I have here, I think this is plenty.
This
Now,
is odoriferous parsley.
If you live in an area of the country like where I grew up, we didn't have fish markets, we didn't have access to fresh clams. I think canned clams are really good.
Nothing wrong with canned
Pasta
clams.
with
If you
clams.
follow the same method, it will do the same thing, but it's just a different flavor. So we're gonna do this in real time. The anchovy, the garlic, the shallot goes in. And the shallot is maybe controversial. I like shallot in this for some reason. I think it's good. I'm gonna put a little pepperoncini.
It's naturally sweet the way the clams are and the pasta.
Yeah, and we're gonna lower this now. It's getting up to temperature. We're gonna lower it so we don't wanna burn the garlic. Wow. You can take that ice. I've kept them cold, fresh, very clean. They go right in. And important here to notice, I'm gonna put a touch of parsley in early. I've always done this is the way I was taught. I think it actually, a little cooked parsley and fresh parsley makes some sense.
I also think it goes in the clams as they're opening. I mean,
A
that
little
does
wine.
make
I'm not putting a lot of wine, but you do need this water. Be careful it's salty, just a bit.
Just a bit.
Okay. And then we are gonna cover this. A quick shake. You do not want to cook this a lot. Once they open, they're done. This should be open maybe in 3 minutes.
It's kind of like popping popcorn, honestly, right?
That's it.
Just wait till they open and that's
Basically, when it's open, the dish is done. And so this is why I love this dish. It seems complicated, but it's not. It's just fresh ingredient, salted pasta, good pasta, a lot of fresh parsley, and let's
How
take
long does it take those clams to open up?
Let's take a look. It's been probably 30 seconds since I covered them. They're starting to open here.
Yeah, I see a couple.
Okay. So we're doing that because the steam is now hitting the top of the pan and pushing down, so they open evenly. If you had this pot off and uncovered, they would open at different times. So pasta's about a minute. You want it al dente, 80%. You can see that, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, look at all them little clamettes.
Really important. Why it's flat? Because it all cooks even. Get them out. They're done. They're done.
I could do all these with just a nice piece of crusty bread.
A piece of what?
Crusty
Yes, you
bread.
could.
Look at those pieces of garlic floating in there.
They're staying in there. So you want to get these out as quick as possible. But what you've done is you've stopped them from overcooking.
Preserve
Very
the
important.
texture.
Very important. Pasta is al dente. Guess where the pasta goes?
Right in the thing.
Right in
Straight
here.
in the pan. No need to dirty a colander. Let's just put it right in.
Colander, no.
We want that pasta water.
That pasta water, okay. And we're gonna let it do its magic.
Do
right
your
here.
magic.
This is so few ingredients for you, Jeffrey. I don't even see any garnishes. I'm really unnerved.
Is it upsetting?
No, I like it.
So what's gonna happen is the liquid, as always, is gonna reduce, the oil is gonna stay, the pasta is gonna give its starch over, and this should start to be luxurious and creamy. Okay, I'm adding the pasta to the parsley.
Wow.
Okay.
Which means a lot of parsley.
I heard that.
Okay? This is so important. We are basically done. We're gonna add this back. Okay?
My mouth is watered.
Right? Now, the olive oil is really important at the very end. Olive oil, when it cooks, flavor goes, garlic gets infused. This now is grassy and green, and you need that sort of flavor differential. So, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, brother.
So this is a traditional linguine vongole.
Bravo.
No cheese. Okay, you ready?
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right,
there you
so
go,
can
Katie.
I serve myself here?
Yes,
No, right out of
Katie,
that.
that's your happiness right there. That's your whole bowl.
All right. I'm gonna get some of this beautiful
Expertly
pasta.
cut
Look at
garlic
this.
and parsley,
Look
I
at
must
this.
say.
Oh my gosh,
When you want something
Jeffrey.
rough cut, holler at me.
This is a
Okay.
beautiful
I'll
thing.
do the rest. You
Rustic.
just
All right,
eat there.
all right. I'm gonna eat mine. You get everybody else plated up here. Got to get a little cockle out of the shell.
My mother's favorite pasta.
This? I'm gonna do that a little closer so Katie can have some room to eat there.
So Jeffrey, the pasta, finishing it in the sauce is so key because it actually absorbs some of it so you get that flavor all the way through. The clams are perfectly cooked and I love all this parsley in there.
So the last herb on my hit parade is, I think, the unsung hero of the herb garden, parsley. I love it. So I'm making pasta with pecorino and pepper and parsley. Say that fast. I'm going to start with 2 tablespoons of chopped parsley. Because parsley's a major ingredient in this recipe, I'm using flat leaf parsley. It really has more flavor, sort of that crisp, bitter flavor that you're looking for. I actually want to see the parsley in the dish, so you don't want it too finely chopped. Okay, now the pasta. So it's 8 ounces of tagliarelli. I figure about 4 ounces per person. It takes just 3 minutes to cook. I need 2 teaspoons of pepper. Actually, I want them really, really coarse. I want sort of fine bits and coarse bits, so you really bite into the peppercorns. And I'm putting it in a mortar and pestle, which allows you to sort of grind them by hand. I know it sounds crazy, but it's really good. So you want sort of big pieces and little pieces all ground up, just like that. Fantastic. Ooh, it already smells peppery. Next, 2 cups of tomatoes, cherry tomatoes. I'm using these little grape tomatoes. They're really sweet. Whatever's good in the market. The next major ingredient is pecorino. This has a very sharp, sort of Parmesan-like flavor. I need about a cup total of grated pecorino. Okay, I think the pasta's ready. First thing I'm gonna do is take a cup and just take out some of the pasta water so that if the pasta is a little too thick, I can always add that back in. Perfect pasta. Okay, you don't want it completely dry. You want a little moisture in it. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back right on the pot. I'm gonna mix the sauce right in the pot. Okay, now, need 2 tablespoons of cream, 1 tablespoon of butter, just toss it all together. Okay, now all the ingredients go in. 2 cups of tomatoes, makes it a fuller dish rather than just pasta. Then the parsley. How fast is this? And then the pecorino, which has that sort of bite of Parmesan, not nearly as expensive. About a half a cup. 2 teaspoons of pepper crushed. That's gonna give it so much flavor. And season it with salt. And it's gotten a little dry, so I'm gonna add some of the cooking water to it. Just toss it all together. Okay, that's done. Now I just have to take its beauty shot. Big bowl, lots of pasta. Wow, how beautiful. So, some tomatoes, some parsley. Fantastic. Big sprinkling of pecorino. A little bit of pepper. I think this would look good with a fork in it, like somebody's about to eat it. Take its picture, write everything up. Wow, looks even better in the photograph. Have to make sure it's really good. So my recipe's good and everybody can make good pasta. One of the perks of the job. Oh, it's so good. You can really taste the pecorino and it's spicy with pepper. That's a good dinner.
Ooh, I got something. How about a lasagna dip? I use the already cooked lasagna sheets, fry it, and use that to dip the lasagna dip with. Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. I'm starting off with the bell pepper. I'm just gonna dice this up pretty finely. I'm gonna saute the bell peppers, the onions, and the garlic with my beef and Italian sausage. I'm gonna make a meat sauce with that. I'm gonna chop up my onion, and I have 2 cloves of garlic that I'm gonna mince up. All right, so I've got my onions, my bell pepper, my garlic minced up. I'm gonna come over here and fry it up. Hit my pan with some olive oil. My pot is hot. Grab these. A little salt, help soften them up. The smell of something good starting, I tell you, as soon as oil hits garlic and onion, just unlocks all of your senses. So this is mild Italian sausage that I have here and 80-20 ground beef. And what I like to do is break down my meat so it will no longer kind of be in that sausage link form. It smells incredible in here. And my favorite part of lasagna is this stuff, the meat, the cheese, and the ricotta. I mean, I like the pasta, but if I could just eat the meat and the cheese, that's what I want to do. So my meat has browned. Now it's time to build this sauce. I have some leftover pasta sauce here. This is about 6 ounces of tomato paste. All right, I'm just gonna add just a little bit of water. I'm gonna eyeball it. Of course, we gotta season it. Some salt, pepper, a teaspoon of sugar. Sugar helps cut the acidity. And so, I mean, my mom always added sugar in her pasta sauces, so I've been doing it ever since. A little bit of sugar goes a long way in tomato sauce. So I'm gonna let this cook down for about 5 to 10 minutes. While that's cooking down, I'm gonna make my bechamel sauce. I got 2 tablespoons of unsalted butter. I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of flour. I want to add in about a cup of whole milk. And with the bechamel sauce, you definitely want to keep whisking because you don't want it to burn at the bottom. This is starting to thicken up. I got some leftover Parmesan cheese, so I'm just gonna put that in there. And I'm gonna season this sauce. About a half a tablespoon of garlic powder, a little bit of Italian seasoning. You don't need it too much because dried herbs go a long way. Let me hit it up with a pinch of salt and some cracked black pepper. All right, so I'm gonna turn that heat off, grab my skillet, and assemble this dip. So take some of the bechamel sauce and just put it on top. I love to experiment in the kitchen. You know, I've been like that since I was younger. I think I've been like this my whole life. I just never was the type to kind of like go along with the program. I've always wanted to just do my own thing and kind of like go against the grain. Add it on the corner just like that. I'm getting all of that. All right, I got some whole milk ricotta here that I had in my fridge. I'm not gonna do anything special to this. I'm just gonna dollop it right on top. I love ricotta. Something about the flavor of it. It's gonna give it a really nice creamy texture when it cooks. That's it. All right, got some Italian blend cheese here. So when this melts, it's gonna get all bubbly. It's gonna rise up. This is gonna brown on top. It's gonna be cheesy. Last but not least, I'm going to cut up some fresh parsley, just to add a little bit of greenery, a little herbiness. Oh, look at that, y'all. My oven is preheated to 375. I wanna bake this until it gets golden brown. I think it'll take about 30 minutes. And I also, because I know how my lasagna likes to spill over, I have a sheet pan at the bottom there to catch any of those drippings. Got some lasagna sheets here. We're gonna make lasagna chips. Let me grab my dip. Oh, y'all. All right, let me grab a plate. I have to sit down and really enjoy the creation I just made.
There's a point in every summer where I just can't look at one more barbecue chicken. And I thought, I'm gonna test a recipe for flattened chicken, maybe like a Tuscan chicken with lemon and garlic. So I'm gonna take a whole chicken, and in order to flatten it, I'm just gonna take the backbone out. Of course, you can have the butcher do this, but it's really quite simple. Just take your knife and run it right along one side of the backbone, and then right along the other side of the backbone, just take it right out. So, I've got a flat chicken that's gonna grill evenly. Need lots of salt, give it lots of flavor. Both sides. To really bring out the chickenness in it. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this in a pan that's big enough to hold it. That's perfect. Now we need some rosemary for the marinade. At the end of the day, chicken's pretty bland, so I want to infuse it with as much flavor as I can. So for the Tuscan lemon chicken, I'm going to start with lots of fresh rosemary, about a tablespoon. Add a tablespoon of chopped garlic. Always good on chicken. I need 2 teaspoons of lemon zest. So 2 teaspoons, I need maybe 1.5 lemons. Okay, that's about 2 teaspoons. So right into the marinade. And then freshly squeezed lemon juice. What I'm basically making is a lemon vinaigrette with lots of fresh herbs. Just gonna squeeze. I need about 1/3 of a cup, which is a little more than 1 lemon, maybe 1.5. Lots of pepper. 1/3 of a cup of olive oil. Stir it all together. And just pour it right over the chicken. This is why you want a dish that's just the size of the chicken, because you want it to really soak in the marinade. Yeah, okay, that's part 1, marinating. Part 2, the grill. And this chicken on the grill is gonna be fantastic. First thing I need to do is brush the grill. Really hot coals, but just 1 layer. I don't want it too hot, otherwise the chicken's gonna burn. So the key to cooking something like this is to make sure it's all about the same thickness, right on the grill. And at this point, most Tuscan chickens have like bricks wrapped in foil, all kinds of complicated things on top. But I just take the dish that it was marinated in, put it right on top, and that makes sure that it's really even. When the chicken goes on, don't pour the marinade over, otherwise you'll find your chicken engulfed in flames. Oh, the oil will start to burn. Not pretty. I'm just gonna cook it for about 12 to 15 minutes on each side. I actually think this might work out okay. So there are two ways to tell whether it's done. One is the meat thermometer, and one is just to cut between the thigh and the breast and see if the juices run clear. But 150 degrees, perfect. I'm just gonna take it off, put it on the board, cover it with aluminum foil, and let it rest, and it'll continue cooking a little bit. And the last little surprise of this recipe is grilled lemon. I'm just gonna put the lemon on the grill, and it gives a real smoky flavor to the lemon. It's fantastic, better than a sauce. Okay, just gonna cut this in quarters, squeeze it with the lemon juice, and have Tuscan grilled lemon chicken.
Cheesy stuffed pasta. So I started with a whole bunch of whole milk ricotta. Can you see that? Very exciting in that bowl.
Exciting.
And then a whole bunch of pesto. I'm just gonna add half this amount. This is a stunner of a recipe, and it's great for friends if you're having people over for dinner. It's great for a weeknight, but it does take some assembly, so you might want to save it for some of those special people in your life and not just your teenage boys. So I added salt, pepper, pesto to the ricotta, and I'm going to stir together. And then I've also got some grated fontina cheese, very creamy and wonderful. And I'm gonna add half of that to the ricotta mixture. It's kind of fun when you just use 8 ingredients. You can then concentrate your time and effort on the actual assembly and, cooking, baking of the recipe. Okay, so that's all there is to the ricotta mixture. Okay, now it's time to stuff the pasta, but before I do that, I'm gonna stuff this piping bag. Okay, gosh. That's about as full as a piping bag can be. So I'm gonna snip off the end. It's much easier to fill this pasta using a piping bag. Hold on, I have to switch hands. So for the pasta, I am using Fieri, which is like oversized rigatoni. Have you ever seen pasta this huge in your life? But the good thing is it's big enough to stuff. So I'm just gonna put the piping bag in and squeeze, can you see that? Until it's totally stuffed with the ricotta mixture. And then I have a springform pan that is usually reserved for cheesecakes, but what you do is you stand up the pasta so it's standing up. Now, you can probably imagine, I'm gonna do this exact same thing with the rest of the pasta and the rest of the ricotta, and I am gonna fill this springform pan. It's gonna take me about 10 minutes, so I'll see you on the other side. Last one, watch Alex. This is very exciting. Get in there. Can you believe this? Oh, this is my kind of dish, let me just tell you. Pasta, cheese, pesto, seriously my favorite things, and Alex's too, for that matter. So one of the 8 ingredients is a jar of Alfredo sauce, and then the rest of the pesto. And then I'm gonna stir it around with a little bit of the pasta water from when I made the Fieri. So it's a little bit liquidy, but that's good because it's gonna go over the pasta and get inside, and watch what happens. Ready? It's gonna go down into the cracks and crevices. And without that pasta water addition, it would be a little too thick and it might kind of collect on top, and then there'd be problems. But isn't this great? Usually springform pans are for cheesecake. They're not just for cheesecake anymore. And try to get all around the edges. Can you see? Everywhere you see room. My goodness. This should be a crime, to be honest. So then the rest of the fontina. But how good would this be for company, and you just pull pull it out of the oven and just watch your guests faint. But you could serve this like with a beautiful Caesar, or you could serve it with like prime rib or beef tenderloin. So good. All right, let's go to the oven, Alex. Woo! Goodness. You wanna bake this at 400 degrees for about 30 to 35 minutes until it's bubbly and luscious and wonderful. Now this is my kind of cheesecake right here. The cheese is melted and brown around the edges.
So bubbly.
So, are you feeling lucky today?
I'm kind of nervous about
I'm a little
how
nervous
this is
too,
gonna
but
turn
that's
out.
the whole point of this dish, is to like untether it
Oh my
and
gosh.
just unleash it on the world.
Do it.
All right, here we go. Ready? Oh, it's gorgeous. You could leave it in the pan and just like scoop it out. But to me, it looks like something that needs to be sort of sliced in a wedge. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I guess.
Alex is like, I don't care, just give me some of it.
As long as you give me a helping.
It really does cut like a cake.
Wow.
Seriously, this is so cool. Okay, oh boy. All right, we're just gonna try. Oh, no. Well, that was a fun idea while it lasted, but here we go. I pulled it off too soon. It needed about 10 more minutes to just sit and really become one. But it really doesn't matter, because what's beautiful about this dish is this enormous pasta stuffed with all the good stuff of life. All right? Look at this.
I think I need that.
Can you see
Yum.
how beautiful that looks? I am gonna take a bite. And just 8 ingredients. This is not like a complicated list of ingredients. Ready?
Roasted shrimp with orzo is a great dish for a crowd. Best part of it is, the longer it sits, the better it gets. So the first thing I'm gonna do is roast some shrimp. A little olive oil, salt and pepper. It's actually a surprising way to cook shrimp on a sheet pan in the oven. I just find it really gives it more flavor. That's 2 pounds of shrimp, it's about 32 shrimp. Okay, into the oven, high temperature, 400 degrees for exactly 6 minutes, and they're gonna be really delicious and succulent. And I think the orzo is just about ready. So I cooked 3/4 of a pound of orzo in boiling salted water with a splash of olive oil. Good and hot. Whoa. Okay, that's drained. This is gonna go right into the big bowl. So the lemon vinaigrette, the first thing I need is 1/2 cup of freshly squeezed lemon juice. And 1/2 cup of olive oil. 2 teaspoons of salt. 1 teaspoon of pepper. Just gonna whisk it all together. And just pour it right over the pasta. I'm gonna cut up some herbs and vegetables for the salad. So the first thing I need is a cup of chopped scallions. And then I'm just gonna run my knife right down the middle. Okay, just rough chop. The scallions and later red onions are gonna give this lots of sharp flavor. Right into the salad. Next thing is a cup of freshly chopped parsley. Just big chop. I use flat leaf parsley, I think it has more flavor. But if you have curly parsley, it's just fine. Right into the bowl. About 1 cup of chopped fresh dill. So I'm gonna chop it roughly. You know, it's really important to use fresh herbs, especially when it's in a salad like this. But if you have some left over and you want to chop it up, just put it in little containers, freeze it, and then just defrost it when you need it. Okay, 1 cup of dill right into the salad. Next thing is cucumbers. So just right down the middle. And just do cubes right into the salad. I'm just gonna put 1/2 cup of diced red onion into it. Just wanted to flavor the salad. Okay, the next thing is the shrimp. I think they're perfectly cooled. Okay, get all the flavor in. I'm just gonna toss it all together. And then the last thing, it's one of my favorite ingredients, good feta. And just put it in as gently as possible so it doesn't get all broken up. Toss it in. It's perfect for sitting on the dock, watching the boats.
I'm gonna take a boneless and skinless chicken breast, and we're gonna pound it out. Just fold it in some plastic, leave a little room, and pound away. Now, I don't want to make them too thin. I don't want it to be like a chicken paillard or like a chicken minute steak. I want it to have some texture to it, maybe about a ½ an inch thick. But the idea of pounding it out is, you want it to cook nice and evenly. Okay, we can season this with some salt and pepper. Now, what you want to do is, when you're making chicken parmesan, you want to set up sort of a station for yourself. It's almost like an assembly line. And you want to start with some flour. This is an all-purpose flour. And I season every layer with salt and pepper. The flour, the egg, and the breadcrumbs. These are known as panko breadcrumbs, which are Japanese breadcrumbs, and I like them because they're lighter. They make things very crispy and light at the same time. I mean, if you wanted to use Italian seasoned style breadcrumbs, that would be fine too. Of course, that would be the classic. Okay, now we take our chicken breast, right? We start with the flour. Shake off all the excess. Go into the egg. Let the excess drip off. Just a coat, and we go into the breadcrumbs. Whoops. Now you can take the whole tray, the breadcrumbs, over to the stove, and we can start to saute it. All right, so we can take a little oil, and we can just put the chicken right into the oil. But what we're trying to accomplish here, we just want to get the chicken and the breadcrumbs to be sort of nice and golden brown. Nice and crispy, crusty on the outside, at the same time retaining the integrity of the chicken on the inside, nice and juicy. Let's take a peek. Take a look. How's that look? Is it brown? Let's give it a flip. And that's what you're looking for. Nice and crusty on the outside. Okay? And remember, we're still gonna cook this chicken in the oven, so we don't wanna cook it all the way through. Just gonna cook the other side just till the breadcrumbs cook a little bit, and then we're gonna put it on a sheet pan, and we're gonna assemble the chicken parmesan and finish it in the oven. Okay. Take some of our reserved tomato sauce. We're gonna grab some of that delicious Fretz mozzarella from Joe's Dairy. Handmade, of course. And just gonna make some thin slices of the fresh mozzarella. I think that's plenty. A little salt and pepper, a little Parmesan cheese. Okay, time for the oven. Let's grab our chicken Parmesan out of the oven. That's what you want to see right there. Melted cheese, mozzarella, the chicken just cooked through. Nice and golden brown on the edges.
I'm gonna make an Italian meatball version, and it is so cool. So I've got a really big tortilla, and watch this page. This is going to amaze you. I just made a slice in the tortilla, but I started halfway, and I only made one little cut on half of the circle, if that made any sense. So on one quadrant, I'm gonna spread pesto. So on top of the pesto, can I help you, sir?
He wants some
Can I help
pesto.
you? You'll have to wait, Duke. So on top of the pesto, I'm putting Parmesan cheese. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Ree, you silly girl. And then the next quadrant, I like to act like this is a math formula. I'm gonna put some spinach, sliced pepperoncinis or banana peppers, and sliced olives. I could go be alone with this little bowl of olives. Get myself into some trouble. And then on the third quadrant, I'm gonna add some marinara sauce. All right. So I'm using frozen meatballs that I took out of the freezer and thawed, and I'll just cover up the marinara with meatballs. I cut them in half just to make them not so bulky. And then for the final quadrant, all it needs is cheese. That's something the quadrant and I have in common. All it needs is cheese. I should have a t-shirt that says that. Okay, so this is what's so cool about this tortilla situation. So watch this page. You're gonna wanna come in here. So you take the first one, fold it over. The Parmesan went everywhere because I added too much. Kind of press it together. And then fold it over the third.
Ooh.
And then, yes, you guessed
Fold
it.
it over again.
Fold it over the cheesy section. And you're left with this amazing wedge, basically. So I'm gonna put this into a skillet with melted butter, and I'm gonna grill it until it's golden and the cheese is melted. Alrighty, let's take a look. You ready?
Ready.
Listen to that sizzle. Okay, I am going to think positively and just assume that this is ready. So basically, those social media types usually will like cut it in half right down the center. And then we will see what kind of trouble we actually got into.
Reveal.
You ready? What does it look like?
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Wow, amazing. And you know what I love about this is it's perfect for like teenagers or college students, and it's perfect for their parents too. Lad would absolutely devour this. All right, go out and make your own tortilla wrap. Have some fun. Make sure there's beef in it.
So I'm making roasted meatballs. First thing I have is half a pound of ground sirloin, a quarter of a pound of ground pork, and a quarter of a pound of ground veal. And then I'm gonna add lots of delicious things. So next, 1 cup of breadcrumbs, dried breadcrumbs, quarter of a cup of ground Parmesan cheese, quarter of a cup of ground pecorino. I actually combine the two because the Parmesan has a very different flavor from the pecorino and I like them. You can use one or the other if you like, but I like both together. 1 beaten egg. I like meatballs with lots of flavor, so there are a lot of ingredients in this. 1 clove of garlic, minced. Can't have meatballs without garlic. 1 tablespoon of chopped parsley. 1 teaspoon of salt. There's a secret to these meatballs. Half a teaspoon of pepper, and that is that I'm not gonna fry them, I'm gonna roast them. So much better, so much easier. Half a cup of water. Wanna make sure they're really moist. 1/3 cup of red wine. It should be Italian, right? This is a nice Tuscan Chianti. 1/3 cup. We can drink the rest. And then I'm just gonna mix this all up. But you wanna do it lightly. You don't want them to get like really dense. So I just do it with a fork, just kind of mix it together lightly. Okay, perfect. So this is what I use for scooping in an ice cream scoop, a small one. So I'm just gonna do rounded scoops of meatballs. Just roll in my hands lightly, put them down. I'm just brushing the meatballs with oil, just so they brown nicely. So much easier than frying them. Okay, that's it. Into the oven, 400 degrees, 25 to 30 minutes. These are gonna be browned and delicious. I smell meatballs. These look gorgeous. So I'm just gonna take them and put them into the tomato sauce. I've got it simmering away here. You know, sometimes you have to make marinara sauce, and sometimes you just don't. So this is really good bottled marinara sauce. I'm just gonna put the meatballs in. They're gonna simmer away for 10 minutes. I love when they simmer together. The meatball flavor gets into the marinara sauce, and the marinara sauce gets into the meatballs. Everybody's gonna be so happy. Almost ready for dinner. I'm just gonna put them in a dish, take them outside. So good. Nice thing about the meatballs is you can actually make them a day or two in advance and refrigerate them and just heat them up in the tomato sauce. Okay, then the next thing I have is polenta. Usually you think of spaghetti for meatballs, but I love to have polenta. Big pot of just Parmesan polenta. So good. I'm just gonna put it in here. So everybody's gonna have a big puddle of polenta and meatballs and tomato sauce on top. I just made this ahead and reheated it with some chicken stock. And I'm just gonna head out to the Funsters, and dinner's ready. Who wants dinner?
I want dinner.
Oh, okay, Jeffrey, You're the first because you're the birthday boy. Wait, I have to give you polenta first.
Give me polenta.
Okay, how
How
about
about
this?
this? Plenty of polenta.
What would you like, Barbara?
Molto meatballs.
See, we speak Italian. I could have polenta on anything,
So is
or
it hard
under
to
anything. Oh, it's very hard to make.
How long
It's
did it
not
take
hard
to
at
make?
all. Chicken stock, polenta, Parmesan cheese.
I will never ask you to make meatballs and spaghetti again. I want meatballs and polenta.
Shrimp scampi.
Shrimp scampi.
Ooh, I love a shrimp scampi.
Oh.
The thing about shrimp is you've just got to get shrimp from raw to cooked and on the plate tasting like itself. That beautiful kind of sweet, it tastes like ocean water, I feel like, when you cook shrimp the right way. Seasoning the shrimp, I go super easy here. Literally kosher salt, season from high above, make sure you get it on all sides. I will take the time to turn these over and season them on both sides. Shrimp has nothing to protect it. Do you know what I'm saying? No fat, no skin, no nothing. They cook quickly.
I think that really is the most challenging part about cooking shrimp is to not overcook it. If you go
Hammered.
30 seconds too long,
Canola oil, because I want that high smoke point.
Ooh, look at that
I really
puppy.
want to
Oh.
use olive oil, but I'm not going to do it because I want that higher smoke point. Okay, and then literally drop these shrimp right in there. Give them a little space in between each other, right? We want to get a little browning going. Shrimp are filled with water, right? So steam is immediately going to start escaping from the shrimp when we cook them. So got to give them a little bit of room right away. We have about 1 minute before we flip these over. I just put a tiny bit of butter.
you gotta have butter with shrimp, in my opinion.
A little bit. And just shake ever so slightly once the pan, just to make sure they're not sticking and let them know, you know, I got you, babe, right? We're getting that brown.
I mean, the great thing about a dish like this is it feels fancy, but it comes together in minutes. You can do this out of your freezer if you've got a bag of shrimp in there.
You see nothing but salt went on here, right? And then get them out. Get them out of the pan.
Look at that.
Because as you make the sauce, they are just sitting here like, what are you doing with me? Once those shrimp are cooked, you've got about 5 minutes tops before you have to eat them, right? I'm gonna put a little bit more butter in here. A little bit more for you, Jeffrey. And your pan is still hot. You've got all that beautiful shrimpiness. 2 cloves of just grated garlic. Take a rubber spatula and press the garlic into the butter so that it breaks up into small pieces and browns really evenly. You don't get clumps of overcooked garlic, right? To that, I'm gonna add about, too much wine, about 3/4 of a cup. I get a lot of questions. What kind of wine? I say whatever's in the fridge open or the cheapest stuff you got.
Yeah. I'm with you, Alex. I don't think you should be spending a lot on the wine that you're gonna put in there.
I mean, it's general. If you would drink it, you should use it. So
Would you use stock instead of wine for this, or do you must have wine?
No, I would use white wine vinegar
That's smart.
instead. Tiny dot of Worcestershire in there.
Oh, that's the secret ingredient.
A little bit of hot sauce, just a couple dots. It doesn't make it spicy, but you know there's something in there, right? Light grate of lemon. Now, I'm not big on a lot of herbs with this. I think you've really got to keep it simple. Small bunch of flat leaf parsley. I just fold it.
smells like garlic bread, doesn't it?
Oh,
I see that loaf of bread there. I'm
I know, it's
thinking,
been-
time to mop up those juices.
Alex, now you know I'm gonna need a side with that. You gonna serve it with anything?
Okay, Sonny, I know that if I serve this without a big loaf of crusty bread, I'm gonna be in trouble with you. And once your sauce is pretty much ready, we're just gonna, you drop the shrimp back in that pan for a second, right?
Yeah, you never once like cook the shrimp in the sauce, which I think like 90% of the world does, which is wrong.
And then the shrimp, drop them right back in. I would shut the heat off. A little bit of those red pepper flakes going in there too.
Oh.
No pepper, just the red pepper flakes.
Oh, look at
You can go about this in a couple different ways. I always feel like you can never have enough lemon. Some butter toasted breadcrumbs, you want that texture, right? Soaks
I like
up a little
that
bit of the
idea.
sauce and almost coats it. And then literally, I mean, I wouldn't mess around with these. I would just go right in there and you have this combination of a sauce soaked up a little bit by the bread. Sonny, that breadiness is for you.
Yes, girl.
I mean, this is like a high-end restaurant dish in minutes.
In minutes.
and get all that little bit.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I'll take that top scampus right there for sure.
And again, big loaf of crusty bread. Get in there with this.
Oh, yeah, that looks good, girl. Classically you.
Thank you, Sonny.
I've been sauteing some diced onion in a big ol' skillet. I'm gonna need this big ol' skillet because this has a lot of ingredients. I'm gonna start with the 2 meats. I've got some ground beef and some Italian sausage. Now all I need to do is just crumble the meat, let it brown completely, and then I'll move on with the recipe. Okay, I got the meat all browned. Now I'll move forward with the rest of the ingredients for the meat sauce. I've got a big old can of diced tomatoes, and I'm adding the juice. The lasagna is gonna need plenty of moisture when it's in the slow cooker, so I don't drain any of this. Another small can of diced tomatoes. And then I love that rich tomato flavor, so I'm gonna add a can of tomato paste. I've got the tomatoes stirred into the meat, so I've got some seasoning to add, starting with garlic, of course. You can't make lasagna without fresh garlic. Some salt and pepper. And this has a nice mix of fresh and dried spices. I'm gonna start with some dried oregano. And then I'll chop up some basil and parsley and add that in. Okie doke. The fresh herbs are all chopped up. So I'm gonna leave some aside for the cheese mixture for the lasagna. And I'll add some in here. You can't beat fresh parsley and basil. Turn the heat off, and that's the meat sauce. The second step for the slow cooker lasagna is making the cheese mixture. And this cheese mixture is mighty, mighty cheesy. It's got 3 cheeses to be exact. I've been grating up some fresh Romano cheese. Ooh, nice and sharp. I love this stuff. And I'll add about the same amount of grated Parmesan cheese. Now, with my regular lasagna, I actually use cottage cheese, believe it or not. But I'm gonna use ricotta cheese, and it's whole milk ricotta. I'm gonna add most of this container. I need 3 cups, and then I have a couple of eggs, which helps kind of bring everything together in the slow cooker. And the rest of these beautiful, beautiful herbs. Then all I need to add is salt and pepper. That's the cheese mixture. Now all that's left is assembling it, and then it takes a little time to cook, but the payoff is totally worth it. I think I'm just about finished grating up the mozzarella. And that, by the way, is a 4th cheese that I'm putting into this dish. But who's counting, right? Okay, now it's about assembling it, which is super fun and really easy. I'm just gonna spray the slow cooker all over the inside with some cooking spray. I'm gonna start by putting some meat sauce in the bottom of the slow cooker. I'll add about a 1/4 of the sauce. I've got 1 regular sized noodle, and I'm putting it right in the center. And then I snapped a couple of smaller sizes, just broke off the ends so they would fit. So I'll put a couple that are slightly shorter, overlapping the big one. And then I've got some shorter ones, and those will go on the outside. There's no exact science to this, just kind of snap and break to fit the slow cooker you have. Now for the ricotta mixture. Okay, the mozzarella goes on next. The layers start all over again. Meat, noodles, cheese mix, mozzarella, and again. Meat, noodles, cheese mix, mozzarella, and this time, meat, and a final layer of mozzarella. Turn it on low for 4 hours, and dinner's done. I'll let the lasagna sit for about 30 minutes with the heat off. And that, my friends, is officially a make-ahead marvel.
Pasta with garlic and olive oil has got to be one of the fastest meals you can make. It's pasta with garlic and olive oil and lots of Parmesan cheese. After a really busy day testing recipes, that's what I love to make. In fact, a lot of chefs call it midnight spaghetti because they make it at midnight. So the first thing I need is lots of garlic. So I've got 8 cloves of garlic. I know it sounds like a lot for a pound of pasta, but it's It's really worth it. And when garlic cooks, actually in the olive oil, it actually gets a little bit sweet. So I'm just gonna slice them. The proper name of this is what Italians call spaghetti aglio e olio. And I'm sure my Italian accent's just terrible, but that's basically it. It actually means spaghetti with olive oil and garlic. It sounds much more exotic though. So, 1/3 cup of olive oil. It's actually quite a bit, because the garlic's gonna sort of simmer in it. 8 cloves of garlic, thinly sliced, right into the oil. Okay, that's just gonna cook for about 2 minutes, just until it starts to color but not brown. You don't want it burnt. Okay, next is, I like a little heat in this, so I'm gonna put about 1/2 teaspoon of red pepper flakes in. You can make it as hot or not hot as you like. So this is the curious thing about this recipe is I'm gonna add 1.5 cups of pasta water. While the pasta was boiling, I actually reserved some of the pasta water. So it's hot and it's got a little bit of that starch in it. And what it's gonna do is really moisten and thicken this pasta. Teaspoon of salt. You can always add more salt later. And this can cook away for about 5 minutes and the garlic is gonna get really tender and the sauce is gonna be delicious. In the meantime, I need fresh parsley. I need about 1/2 cup of fresh parsley. Okay, that's the chopped parsley. Wait till you see how fast this is. Got the pasta. I'm just gonna add it to the sauce, right into the pan. And all this pasta is gonna absorb the garlic and the olive oil. Just let it cook together, just for a few minutes. So this is just 1 pound of pasta, spaghetti. I cooked it according to the package, which is about 12 minutes for this kind of pasta. And as this sits in the pasta water with the garlic, it just really absorbs all the flavors, the salt and the red pepper and all of that sweet garlic. You can really see it's being absorbed. Okay, about 1/2 cup of good parsley and 1 cup of Parmesan cheese. I mean, that's gotta be good. You just toss it all together, and that's what's known as midnight spaghetti, pasta with garlic and olive oil. This smells so amazing. What a great dinner this is. A little bit of parsley, a little Parmesan.
Hi guys, Jeff Mauro here, and we are about to make one of my world-famous Chicago-style deep dish pizzas. And you don't need to get on a plane to enjoy it in my hometown. You do it right in your own kitchen. Follow me along, press pause when it's time to let things rise or to proof or to bake, and then press play again, and I'll meet you right back here to continue on with the recipe. Let's start, shall we? Starting with about 1.25 cups of room temperature water. We're gonna get our yeast bloomed right here. So 1 pack of active dry yeast. It goes right in there, and to help feed that yeast, we're gonna add in about 1 teaspoon of sugar. This is all gonna start to activate. So this is gonna take about 15 minutes to bloom and get all bubbly, and you'll know when it has that beautiful layer on top. So press pause and I'll see you back here in 15. All right, it's been 15 minutes. As you can see, the top has got those bubbles on there. The yeast has been fed with sugar. It's activated. It's ready to be combined with the dry ingredients. I have a standing mixer here, fitted with a bowl. Leave that right there, and we can kind of bring the horse to the water and start measuring out our dries here, starting with 3.5 cups of all-purpose flour. Right into the bowl. So 3 cups of the flour plus 1/2 cup. Next, salt to help season it. So 2 teaspoons of kosher salt. Another dry that you typically don't see in a lot of pizza recipes, it's 1/8 teaspoon of cream of tartar. This helps the dough relax so you don't have to overwork it. You can form it better, and it's less dense and chewy. It's just more, you get more of that even, crispiness that we're looking for. And we can mix these dries up real quick. Make sure it's all together. Now we can add our oil. This has got corn oil in it. We're doing 1/2 cup of oil plus 3 tablespoons. And as always, when you're measuring liquid in a measuring cup, don't hold it in your hand, right? Because you're rocking about. right? Probably listening to tunes, moving the whole time while you're cooking, you know, just getting in the vibe, right? And if I do that while measuring, it's sloshing around. You're not gonna get true measuring, see? Put it down, relax the body, take a deep breath, and get it to exactly half cup without the movement. Plus what? That's right, 3 tablespoons. You guys are listening at home. You could pour this right in the liquids here. Now, I know a lot of the East Coasters, West Coasters are like, this is not real pizza. This is a casserole in a round dish with cheese. It's a cabbage. I guarantee you, you make this, you come to Chicago, you sit down in a proper pizzeria, and you have this, nobody's gonna have anything bad to say about it because it's delicious pizza. This is like the true OG Chicago-style deep dish. Smooth. Okay, let's pour this in there, get it going. Now we could pour, remember, in here we have the water, the bloomed yeast, and the oil. It's all coming together, okay? You just wanna make sure you get yourself that rubber spatula on hand, and we're gonna scrape down the bowl. Why are we doing this right when we're getting going is because this is a very, very short knead. It's a quick dough almost, closer to a biscuit than it is to a pizza dough traditionally. So you get those layers, that crag. It sucks up the butter in the end, and it's more of like that, you know, just beautiful, light, crackery, biscuity crust. And that's why we want to aim for about a minute knead on this, all right? Maybe 90 seconds, nothing more than that. Right when you see it come together, you're done. We're looking for that crispy, biscuity crust, not a big, bready, chewy, you know, fluffy crust. 1, give it a little more, just to kind of get it off the hook. 10, 9, 7, 34, 28, hike. That's all we need, trust me. And you could smell that yeast in there. I just like to kind of form it into a nice little quick ball. Here we go. And there you have it. Now, that is a crazy looking pizza dough, right? It's not that perfectly smooth, sheeny dough, right? It's got character, right? It's got things about it. It's a rough structure. So all we're gonna do is give it a couple turns here on our board. No extra flour necessary, right? This is not sticky. It's not a super hydrated dough. But we are gonna form it into a tight ball. We got our proofing bowl here, just a little bit of oil to help it from not sticking. We will put this dough in a non-reactive bowl. I always like glass over metal, right? Just doesn't get crusty on the bottom, has a little more, you know, barrier between you and the heat. Somewhere warm, but not on your stove where you're doing the preheating, because you'll definitely get that crust on the bottom, which is just not fun to work with, right? We want this whole thing 360 soft. So we're gonna cover it with a wet towel. I prefer a wet towel to help seal it even more. Put it in a warm spot in the kitchen for 6 hours. Press pause, and I'll see you in 6. All right, guys, let's take a look at our dough that has been proofing and rising for 6 hours. Look at that, doubled in size. We got that nice protective barrier of the oil around it. There's nothing crusty on top. It is ready to be punched down. So what we're gonna do now is preheat our oven right now, 450, and punch down the dough. And when we come back in 15 minutes, we're gonna build a pizza. So 1, 2, pause. Hey guys, welcome back. That was a tremendous 15 minutes I just spent with myself reflecting on how my day's going so far. And guess what? It's going great because our dough post-punching has had a chance to kind of just bubble up just a little bit. Now it's nice and flat and ready to be built into a true Chicago-style deep dish pizza. First, we need that butter crust, right? I always say yes to butter crust. Just gives it an extra crispy, buttery crunchiness that you can't live without. So we are going to melt a tablespoon of butter. Always put the butter in the cold pan. I don't like putting butter into a hot pan. You just lose so much of it to the atmosphere, and it browns really quickly. And this way, we just melt it gently, and it'll happen very quickly. So we have our dough ready to go. I got my mise en place all set here for when it's pizza building time. You don't want to have to scramble for ingredients. You want everything to be built quick and put in the oven, right? Oven's at 450. Tomatoes are ready, whole tomatoes. I got my sausage here, bulk hot Italian sausage or sweet Italian sausage, in slices from the deli of a whole milk or a part skim, low moisture mozzarella. I like the low moisture stuff because it's less moisture, more of that good cheese pull and chewiness to it. And of course, you can't do this without a proper deep dish pizza pan. Now, this was ordered online. You can get them on various sites. Order a true Chicago deep dish pizza pan, or you can use your cake pans, okay? Our butter is melting, right? Just like that. It happens so quick. Doesn't really need much more. We just want a light melt so it's easier to spread, and we're gonna create that butter crust, right? So butter goes in first. 1 tablespoon. Move it all around so it gets up the rims and the edges, not too much. If you put too much oil or butter in here, it's just gonna be hard to form the dough, and it's gonna be too slick and that dough's gonna pull away. But you can see as we start building, it's gonna kind of start hardening up a little bit. Next comes that dough. Right, I do it the dry side down, right into that pan. Now we can start forming it, right? I'm looking at the size of this pan. It needs a little dough removed that we will turn into garlic knots. So I'm removing about 1/4 of the dough, anywhere up to, half the dough, depending on your sized pan here. But this feels right to me just by touching the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna get started, right? And this is kind of the Chicago way here, right? Once you have that perfect even base, right? I could feel it with my hands. I could feel it's even. There's no huge clumps of dough anywhere in there. Now let's start making that rim, right? That magical crust we love. Just by going around and pressing it fairly tight with your fingers and your knuckles there to create this kind of 90-degree ledge, right? Just like that. So we are going up, just going around the horn like this, making sure, right, it's not sloping, but a definite 90-degree angle right where that bottom meets the rim here. And it's going all the way up. I want it as high as you can get it, right? Pressing it the whole time. You don't want it to rise and push everything up. You want this fairly flat. So any bubbles you see, any pockets of air, you want to puncture. All right, this is looking good. All right, next comes the cheese, the meats, and then we'll get to the sauce last. Starting with the cheese goes on first. What? What are you doing, Jeff? We don't do that here in New York City. We put the cheese on top with very, very thin slices of sausage. That's not what we do in Chicago. We give you the good stuff. So we are literally putting a duvet cover of cheese on the bottom here. That's why we're using the slices and not the minuscule little pre-packaged, pre-grated stuff. Do it right and get that full 360 cheese blanket going, because there is no shortage of cheese in a true Chicago deep dish. So look at that. It's a pinwheel with one in the middle. And that's perfect, right? And maybe I'll throw a couple there, and then 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 there. This is awesome. So on here, you can see is about 12 ounces of part skim, low moisture mozzarella. Great. Now comes the toppings. In the Mauro family house, right, growing up, and to this day, we are divided. Half the camp is in pepperoni camp. The other half of the camp is in sausage camp. Never the two shall meet, okay? Luckily, pizza is the most democratic food item on the planet because you could feed up to 4 people or 2 very large hungry Mauros with one of these and everybody gets what they want. I'm a pepperoni guy, but I like 1 slice of sausage once in a while. My dad, my mom, my brother will never touch pepperoni. They only demand sausage, okay? So instead of, breaking up the family, going our separate ways with decades of turmoil and strife and therapy bills, half sausage, half pepperoni. Well, let's do the pepperoni first, since it's my favorite. I'm talking the classic pepperoni. This is not a place for those, thick cut pepperoni cups from the stick, right? I love them on top of Detroit's, pan pizzas, grandma style pizzas, but for this, you want them thinner, a little bigger. And we're doing a full layer, half right down the line. This is the Pizza DMZ right here. Okay? This is gonna be that brackish water that makes the people who like both things happy. But just give you, you know, like a little punch in the gut for those pepperoni people because they're gonna get a little sausage on their first bite. So it's gonna be like, you know, put everybody in their place. This is just food. It's just pizza. It's not that serious. Okay? We are just putting a good amount of roni on there. Pepperoni. Next comes the sausage. Now, on this style of pizza, whether you're going to Malnati's, Uno Dues, Pequod's, Paisanos, Salerno's, any of these places with vowels on the end of their name that serve pizza, it'd be one whole thin sheet of sausage on there. So there's no sausage nuggets. It's literally a sheet of sausage. So get some good Italian sausage, bulk. You could take it out of the casing if you can't find it bulk. This just makes your job a lot easier. So not too thick, right? A nice thin, using our hands again, right? Thin layer of that sausage. Beautiful, we're pressing this down. Okay, do you see what we're doing here, guys? Thin, pressed down layer of sausage. Now let's keep this clean by wearing gloves. Avoid the hand wash. Obviously, take your gloves off when you're done. Discard them. Now we can get to the sauce. Very excited about this because this is, you know what, I'm gonna grab some more gloves here because I'm a little sensitive once in a while to tomato juice, believe it or not. So I am gonna hand crush a whole can of whole San Marzano tomatoes. There's no pizza sauce on this, right? It's not seasoned with garlic, with dried Italian seasoning, with oregano, salt, nothing. It's just the pure best canned tomato in the world, crushed by hand, put directly on top of that. You do want some chunkiness to it. Just gives it some character, if you will. That's why we're using our hand here. Look at this. This is so nice. All right, I'm feeling good about this. Now I like to kind of use my fingers, almost like a strainer or a sieve, because again, you don't want too much of that liquid in there. You just want like that, the meat of that tomato, right? And it's going right on, right, with our hands. So you can take a good amount. Now, depending on what kind of canned tomatoes you're using, they could be a little more liquidy. So you want to keep an eye on this, right? Get it to the rim like that. Look at that. Full 360 San Marzano goodness. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All that dough is hitting on the bottom is pure heat and metal. So you're gonna get that bottom buttery, crackery crust. It's very well balanced. It's ready to go. One more thing to add to this, just a quick little dusting of Parm. I think Pecorino Romano is a little strong for this, so this is when you get the good grated Parmigiano Reggiano on top. In the oven, we are gonna bake this 25 minutes at 450 until it is golden brown. Aim for the lower rack opposed to the higher rack, but keep an eye on it. You may need to rotate it. Into the oven, it shall go. Press pause, and I'll see you in a couple. All right, guys, welcome back. Well, it smells like a legitimate pizzeria in here. My favorite smell on the planet. It's time for this baby to get taken out of that oven. This is it. We did it. All right, it's best to be patient right now and let this rest for 5 minutes to let everything set up. So press pause, and I'll see you in 5. All right, the pizza has rested. It's hot, but it's not too hot to handle right now. We took it out of the pan, which makes it easier to cut, especially when you got a lot of hungry people around you. Just get a nice, sharp chef's knife here. And we got, remember, the half sausage, half pepperoni. Where the first cut lands, nobody knows. Let's get in there. Ooh. Oh. All right, let's get our plate ready. I usually wear a pizza bib, but I left it at home, so a napkin will do. Let's see what we got. I'm hoping for pepperoni. Yes, pepperoni. No sausage remnants on there whatsoever. But you could see the layers already, how thin that bottom layer is, how many, like tight air pockets, the shelf of this crust where it meets the bottom crust, right? And this is all like a snack right here. This is like the appetizer. I eat a lot of times slices of deep dish backwards. It's crazy, I know. But now, since we are civilized, we are gonna knife and fork this. I've worked on this. I've become one with this recipe, and I taste it in every bite. It's so familiar in those fresh tomatoes, that just salty, spicy pepperoni on there, that beautiful layer of cheese, the right amount of saltiness and chew. Let's try that crust. Oh, sweetness from the corn. The fact that we only needed it for a minimal amount of time because of this light, airy biscuit quality. So this here is an authentic, real deal, deep dish Chicago-style pizza, folks. We did it. So if you like this recipe, be sure to save it to your favorites. We'll see you next time.
I'm making limoncello ricotta cheesecake squares. Okay, so that's 15 graham crackers. I'm just gonna make crumbs. You can actually buy them already ground, but I just prefer to grind them myself. Okay, into the bowl. I actually like this, instead of having a big, thick wedge of cheesecake, this is like a light cheesecake, and you get a little square, and it's just perfect. So, 1 stick of butter melted. This is really just a classic graham cracker crust, and 2 tablespoons of sugar. Okay, I'm just gonna mix that together. And ricotta gives it real body, it's wonderful. And lemon makes it lighter, really delicious cheesecake. Okay, that's nicely mixed. I'm just gonna put it in a 9 by 13 pan. Just dump the whole thing in. Just spread it out. I just want a little bit of an edge on it. And you don't want to press it too hard, just lightly. And this is my trick for making a little bit of an edge. Take a metal cup and just press it down lightly. And that way you end up with an edge, but not too much of a thick crust right in the corner. It doesn't have to be perfect. It smells good already. I think it's all the butter. Okay, this is gonna bake 350 degrees for 8 minutes, and then I'm gonna let it cool. So I'm making the ricotta filling. I've got 1 pound of cream cheese and 1 1/4 cups of sugar, and I'm putting in 1 1/2 cups of ricotta. The ricotta really gives it great flavor. I want all the ingredients to be room temperature, so it stays really nice and light. Okay, the next thing I'm gonna put in is limoncello, which is gonna give it great flavor. It's really Southern Italian liqueur. I'm gonna use a 1/2 cup, which is a lot. See if I can put this in without wearing it. Just mix it in slowly. Next thing is vanilla, 1 teaspoon of vanilla. And a tablespoon of lemon zest. Perfect. Right in. And the last thing is 5 eggs. Just put them in slowly so they mix in well. And that's the filling. Okay, it's perfectly mixed. Now I'll show you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a water bath for this. So big pan, put the crust right in, make sure it's really flat, and I'm gonna just pour the filling into it. The thing about the water bath is it keeps it from cracking, so it'll be really nice. Keeps the oven moist. I'm just gonna pour the whole filling right in. With all the, I can smell the lemon and the limoncello and the ricotta, a little vanilla. It's gonna be delicious. Just pour that in. Now I'm gonna get some really hot tap water. People think that you need boiling water for this, but I just use hot tap water. It's going into the oven, it's gonna get hot. And you want it to come maybe halfway up the side of the pan. Okay. I'm gonna bake this 350 degrees for about 50 to 55 minutes. And then what I'm gonna do is turn off the oven, let it sit for about 15 minutes so it doesn't crack, and then I'm gonna cool it, and in order to cut it, I like to chill it so you get really good squares. Can I scoot by with my lemon squares? No dessert before pizza.
I'm gonna have you turn your pizza here.
I'm just gonna put a little lemon zest on my limoncello cheesecake squares. Limoncello ricotta cheesecake squares. Is that good? Cheers. Cheers, Jeffrey.
That's the best dessert I've ever had.
Now this is my last one. I'm doing these jalapeno peppers. They're gonna be going to a stuffed jalapeno pepper. Now I'm gonna do it with sausage and 3 different cheeses. The ribs are actually the hottest part of this, but I'm making like a little boat inside of this. Now check that out, okay? Now I'm using the big jalapenos, and I'm throwing them on this roasting pan, and what I'm gonna do is pop them in the oven for like 5 or 10 minutes and let a little pre-cook go on these, because if I put the sausage and cheese mixture in there, by the time these jalapenos cook to where they're kind of nice and sweet and roasted, it's gonna be forever. I'm using a different variety of cheeses here. I got some mozzarella, of course, Italian, you got me. Little mascarpone, that's the interesting one, and a little Parmesan. If you don't have mascarpone, you can go cream cheese. But I like the mascarpone because we got some peppers here. They're gonna be kind of spicy, yeah. And the mascarpone has a little bit of sweetness to it, so the sweetness of the mascarpone will go along well. So that in a big bowl. Let me see if I'm ready here yet. I'm really about keeping that pan not quite hot enough. You see how it's not giving me a big shh? Cranking the heat all the way, but we'll just wait a second. Let's get the mozzarella down. Now the mozzarella, these cheeses will get mixed together. After I cook this sausage with some red bell pepper and some of the onion, what's gonna happen is we'll let it cool and then we'll mix it together to stuff the peppers. A little bit of Parmesan. That's good. It's about 2 to 1 on the mascarpone to everything else. Now you see a lot of times mascarpone being used in what? Yeah, tiramisu, one of my favorite. You know, I don't have a lot of desserts that I enjoy, but that's really my favorite with the lady fingers. Ah, it's great. Now you see it's a little bit hard, so I'm gonna give it a chance, move it around a bit, just bringing it out of the fridge and just give it a chance to soften up so when I mix it all together. And then I've got this sweet Italian sausage, which I've got some red bell peppers and some garlic and some onions. Cook that down. Now this is kind of about room temperature. The reason is I want to cool it down. Don't want to melt the cheese putting hot sausage in it. And I also don't want to put this hot mixture into these peppers. So I kind of mix this around a little bit. I kept all the cheeses out to kind of let them soften up so I can move them together a little bit easier. Okay, so you get this mixed together. Now grab one of these peppers. Now these peppers, like I said, I popped them in the oven for about 10 minutes to soften them up, also to make them so, you know, it's not so crunchy when you bite into it. By the time this mixture gets hot, because the cheese is gonna melt real quick, sausage is already cooked, so by the time it gets hot, it won't have enough time to cook the pepper. So kind of mold it in like that, not too much cheese, don't want it flowing over and burning on the pan. Kind of a nice little mold like that. So there you go, bunch of them to fill. Little tedious to stuff all these the whole time, but well worth it, especially when you're doing something like poker night. Take a look at them. I'm just gonna put them in. Now what's gonna happen is I've got the oven at 350, but now I'm gonna turn it to broil. Keep it a little bit off of the broiler. If I put it right up underneath there, boom, I'm gonna burn. So I want this to cook it all the way through, or kind of warm it all the way through, but put a nice crust on it. So we'll hit it up to, I think medium broil should work. These jalapeno poppers, look at them. I mean, this is the way they're supposed to be done. You've got mascarpone cheese, you got mozzarella, Parmesan, done with the sweet Italian sausage, some pepper, some onion, some garlic. Still a little bit of bite to the pepper.
Chicken Alfredo lasagna. It's creamy and rich and super indulgent. It's basically the cozy flannel sheet version of lasagna. To start, I've got a couple of chicken breasts cooking in my skillet here, and I've seasoned them with some Italian seasonings for extra flavor. You could also just go a shortcut route and use a rotisserie chicken from the store. I'll transfer these to a pan. I'll set these aside while I make my Alfredo sauce. I'll do it in the same skillet where I just cooked the chicken. I'm gonna add 6 tablespoons of butter. Get down. As the butter melts, I'll scrape the pan to get those chicken bits incorporated because those harbor a lot of flavor. And add in 6 cloves of minced garlic. I'll let this cook just for about a minute or 2 so that the garlic can soften. And when I can really start to smell it, that's how I know it's ready to move to the next step. Garlic and butter is the key to a good Alfredo. I'm gonna add some flour now, which is gonna help to thicken my sauce. 2 tablespoons is all I need. And the butter with the flour together is gonna create a roux, and that's gonna thicken up some milk and heavy cream so that it's just extra rich. I love lasagna made with a bechamel type sauce like this. Now I'm gonna add 2 cups of whole milk mixed with 1 cup of heavy cream. I'll pour this in gradually as I mix continuously until it starts to get luxurious. This is looking really creamy and dreamy. It hasn't reached its full thickness yet, but it's gonna continue to thicken up once I add my cheese. I've got shredded parm, which is gonna load it up on flavor. And in my creamy sauces, I love a little bit of nutmeg. It'll cozy it up. I'll just grate in a little bit. And then I'll mix in 2.5 cups of freshly grated Parmesan for loads of flavor. I'll sprinkle in about half of it and whisk it in until it melts. I'll add in a little more, and I'm gonna save some for the top. Okay, I'm gonna add lots of black pepper, and the Parmesan is pretty salty, so I don't need to add more salt. Give it a taste. Yes, that is perfect. All right, I'll just keep this on low while I chop up my chicken. Normally I'm super opposed to chicken and cheese. I don't think that they go well together. But chicken and parm and a little bit of mozzarella in this, I make an exception for. My chicken's all cubed up. I'll also chop up some parsley. It'll be really pretty and green. Add some fiber. Gotta have something green in there. Okay, to put this decadent lasagna together, I've got a buttered casserole dish, some shredded mozzarella for meltiness, and no boil lasagna noodles. I'm gonna start with a layer of sauce in my dish. I'll spread it all over the bottom. I'll lay down 3 noodles, spacing them out evenly, and they expand a little bit in the oven. I'll add another layer of sauce, make them extra cozy. I'll sprinkle on some chicken, some mozzarella. Lasagna is all about the textures. You have the creamy sauce, melty mozzarella, noodly noodles, and that juicy tender chicken. Ugh, all in one bite. A little parsley. And I'll just repeat this 2 more times. Nick grew up eating a lot of Italian food because he was on the cross-country team. The night before a meet, they would have pasta parties. I'll finish with my remaining Parmesan. Oh yeah, just enough cheese. All right, this is ready for the oven. I'll stick it in at 350 degrees for 40 to 50 minutes until the cheese is super melty and the noodles are tender. I'm gonna crush this. Mmm, this is delicious.
This is actually one of my favorite dishes. It's pasta with white truffle butter. I sliced all of these cremini mushrooms. I'm just gonna saute them in a little bit of butter, a little bit of oil, until they're really sort of golden brown. This is a great dish for the holidays because you make huge amounts of it. I'm just gonna let them cook slowly so they get really nice and tender and browned. Okay, that's the mushrooms. So that's gonna cook away. Next thing I wanna do is make the sauce. The sauce is really easy. It's heavy cream, about a cup of heavy cream. I'm just gonna heat it up. And I think I'm gonna do some salt and pepper in it too. I use kosher salt and fresh cracked pepper. And 2 pots of this white truffle butter. I'm gonna turn off the heat and just melt the truffle butter in it. Just let it melt in. You're not gonna believe how fast this dish is. And it's great for the holidays. You make large batches of it. It's good with chicken, you know, as a side dish. It's great on its own with a salad, which is exactly what we're gonna be doing. Okay, that's just gonna melt right into that. I've got a large pot of boiling water, lots of salt, really important. I'm just gonna dump the pasta in. So this is fresh fettuccine. It's gonna cook in like 2 minutes. Fantastic. 1 more pasta. That's a lot of pasta. Okay, the mushrooms are cooking away. It's like a one-man song and dance band over here. I think the pasta's done. Just gonna drain it. Whoa, that's a big pot of pasta. So I'm gonna put the pasta right into the cream sauce, and then it really absorbs the flavors. Okay, fresh chives. I think they're really good on this pasta. Ooh, that smells great. So just toss it in with tongs. I can really smell the truffles and the butter and the cream. I mean, how good does this look? Wow. I'm gonna add the cooked mushrooms, all these cremini mushrooms with a little butter. And then the last thing is fresh Parmesan cheese. I mean, for a whole dinner, that was pretty fast, wasn't it? Lots of Parmesan cheese right on top. I'm just gonna toss it in with the tongs. Sprinkling of chives on the top, a little Parmesan cheese, And I would say dinner is served. We were being very polite and waiting for you.
It smells so good.
So it's pasta with white truffle butter. And Jeffrey made the pasta.
I made the pasta. I never thought I could do it.
No one did.
Was it hard? It was really hard, let me tell you. I got up, the sun was just rising. I worked all day long.
You look exhausted.
But it shows, right?
It's really
Does it show?
We're the beneficiaries.
Is it really good?
Yes, it's
I'm not feeling the appreciation here.
Jerry, how long do you cook fresh pasta?
Well, you cook it until it's done.
Take over on it. You better be cooking.
Skillet spaghetti and meatballs. It's a delicious classic, lots of pasta, lots of meat, and it's baked in the oven. It is gonna be so good. I'm starting on the meat mixture for the meatballs, and it's just ground chuck with some minced garlic, and then a third a cup of Parmesan cheese, a third a cup of seasoned Italian breadcrumbs, and then a little bit of cream and some beaten egg. To season it, I'm just gonna add some salt and pepper, and then some finely minced oregano, and then I'll just go in with my hands. Lad and I actually don't really emphasize our birthdays very much, with the exception of last year. I turned 50 and he threw a big surprise birthday party for me. I've never had a surprise birthday thrown for me. I was a little bit shocked. I wouldn't have thought I would want a surprise party, but I wound up having the best time. Now, if I were to do that for Lad, I don't know how he would react. He does not like surprises. He doesn't like big parties thrown for himself. Kind of a quiet cowboy. He doesn't like a lot of attention. So a birthday, just the two of us, is the perfect way for him to celebrate. All right, this is all smushed together, and I'm gonna pinch a pretty generous amount. I'm making pretty big meatballs. Okay, I got it all smoothed out. So that's one meatball, and I'm gonna make 9 more just like it. I'll put them on a sheet pan first. The next step is to get them into a skillet and brown them in a 1/4 cup of olive oil. You have to turn the meatballs so they cook evenly and give them an occasional shake. It takes about 5 minutes. Don't these meatballs look amazing? They're so brown around the edges. They're not quite cooked all the way through, but they will have plenty of opportunity to do that. So I'm gonna move the meatballs to the edges of the pan and move forward with the sauce ingredients. In the center, I'll scrape in some diced onion and some more oregano and more garlic. So there's oregano and garlic in the meatballs themselves, as well as the sauce. This is Lad's idea of the perfect meal. He loves pasta, loves Italian food, loves cheese, and that is why I love Lad. We have a lot in common when it comes to the things that we like to eat. I'm a little more adventurous than he is, but what do you expect from a woman who's 2 weeks more mature than her husband? Okay, the onions, garlic, and oregano have been sauteing. They're already starting to get soft. So I'm gonna add a whole can of crushed tomatoes right in the center. And Lad and I can both handle a little spice in our life. In fact, at our advanced age, we need a little excitement here and there. Just kidding, we're young little sprites. And then I'm gonna add some water just to help make it saucy. I'm gonna crank up the heat just a little bit. So I'm just gonna let the meatballs keep cooking and simmer in the sauce until they're totally cooked through. Yep, this has Lad's name written all over it. I'm gonna turn the heat off under the meatballs, and I'll grab the pasta. I'm just keeping it real classic and doing spaghetti. Now sometimes if I'm making spaghetti and meatballs right before serving it, I'll put the noodles on a big platter and then carefully spoon the sauce over. It makes a really great presentation. But I'm just gonna mix the spaghetti and meatballs together in the skillet. Get the meatballs kind of on top.
It's date night in. Now, Ryan and I always have these grand plans to go out on a date, and then it comes to the last minute, and we're like, let's stay home. And usually that means pasta is on the menu. I'm Katie Lee, and this is what I'm eating now, bucatini amatriciana. Let me show you how to make this sauce. It is so easy, but it's also special enough for a date night. So I've got some pancetta in my skillet here, and I've cut it into slices, and I'm just rendering all the fat out of it. And you can see all those brown bits on the bottom. That's where the good stuff is. Gus, is the smell of this pancetta driving you nuts? Sorry, bud, but it's for your dad. So I've got a paper towel on a plate here, and I'm just gonna take this out with a slotted spoon, and all that good pancetta fat that's in there, that's what we're gonna use to cook our other ingredients. Now, if you don't have pancetta, this works really well with bacon, and usually we've got bacon in our freezer, so this can be kind of a pantry pull as well. You could make it with penne, spaghetti, whatever you have.
So while Katie's cooking the meal, I'm in charge of setting the mood. So here are a couple tips to make the most out of your date night at home. First, we're gonna start with a blanket on the couch. Not only does it help if she gets cold, but I like to refer to my wife as an aggressive eater. If something doesn't end up on her, it's likely to end up on the couch.
You can see that fat that I've got left in the pan. To that, I'm gonna add half of a sliced onion. And I'm gonna use a wooden spoon to kind of break up those browned bits. By using the pancetta fat instead of, say, olive oil, I'm just gonna get as much flavor out of the ingredients as possible. All right, now that the onions are starting to soften, I'm gonna add in my garlic and crushed red chili flakes. And I know some of you are probably thinking, that much garlic on a date night? But if you both eat it, you cancel each other out. I mean, we've got the smells of pancetta, onions, and garlic going in the kitchen. If that doesn't scream romance, I don't know what does.
And lighting is key. Do not go with scented candles. You don't want to conflict with the wonderful scents coming out of that kitchen.
Okay, it looks like it's time for the tomatoes to go in. And then just take your wooden spoon and kind of break up the tomatoes. And then a generous amount of salt. And we can't forget the pancetta. This is gonna simmer for about 20 to 30 minutes until all those flavors have melded together and the sauce is slightly thickened. While this is doing its thing, I'm just gonna take a walk down memory lane of some of my favorite date nights. Oh, this is probably the most elegant we've ever been in our lives. We were on the Orient Express and had just gotten engaged. Oh, there's my favorite date, Gus. He's always our third wheel. Or maybe Ryan's our third wheel, Gus. My sauce is looking good. Now my pasta back here, I'm using bucatini. So bucatini is kind of like a thicker spaghetti and it's hollow in the middle. I used really heavily salted water and I always save about 1.5 cups to 2 cups of the cooking water. So this has some great starch in it that's gonna help thicken up the sauce. I cook the pasta about 2 minutes less than the box says because I want it to be really al dente and it's gonna finish cooking in the sauce. And just toss it together with the sauce. Now that the pasta is nice and coated, time for some cheese. I'm using Pecorino Romano. It's nice and peppery. All right, it's time to plate this up.
And last but not least, look your best. Isn't that right, Gus?
Look what we have here. Honey, this looks great. Candles and a blanket.
I know.
Oh, and you look so handsome.
Yeah.
So handsome.
This is typical.
You too, honey.
He picked it out himself.
Well, I made your favorite, bucatini amatriciana.
Looks incredible.
So there's onions and garlic and crushed red pepper and pancetta and tomatoes, little pecorino romano.
Mmm. I love this.
Good?
It's spicy.
Just like me. I think we gotta dig a story. Aw, perfect date night at home. Look at this, puppy, pasta, Ryan, wine. What more could a girl ask for? Not much.
I always keep marinara sauce in the pantry, and it's a key ingredient in my roasted eggplant parmesan. I mean, by the time you cook the eggplant, sliced all the ingredients and assembled it, who wants to start making marinara sauce? Not me. So first the eggplant. I've roasted lots of it. Let me tell you how I did it. I sliced 2½ pounds of eggplant into half moons, laid them in a single layer on 3 sheet pans, brushed both sides with olive oil, sprinkled a teaspoon of oregano over the eggplant on each sheet pan, crushing it slightly, sprinkled a ½ tablespoon of salt on each pan, and a ½ teaspoon of pepper. Next, I put the 3 sheet pans in the oven at 400 degrees for 15 minutes. Then I turned the slices, rotated the pans, and baked them for 10 minutes more until they were tender. Okay, last pan. Trust me, once you've roasted eggplant, you'll never go back to frying it again. You don't get it all over the kitchen. You don't get it all over yourself. Okay, I've got all the elements. I've got marinara sauce. I've got eggplant. I have to pull some other things together. ½ a cup of julienne basil, a pound of buffalo mozzarella in thick slices, 8 ounces of garlic and herb goat cheese, and 1½ cups of freshly grated Parmesan. Okay, now I'm just gonna layer up all these ingredients. I'll start with 1/3 of the marinara in the pan, spread it out, then add 1/3 of the roasted eggplant, 1/3 of the julienne basil, 1/3 of the buffalo mozzarella slices, 1/3 of the goat cheese, and 1/3 of the Parmesan. I always grate it myself. Now we'll do the same thing all over again. Marinara, eggplant, basil, mozzarella, goat cheese, Parmesan, and again, ending with grated Parmesan. Now, how good does that look already? So one last thing to do, I'm gonna make a crunchy breadcrumb topping for the roasted eggplant Parmesan. Just gives it nice texture. So I need about 1 1/3 cups of breadcrumbs. And it's really easy. Just a few more things to add to give it great flavor. First, 4 minced garlic cloves, then 1/4 cup of chopped fresh basil. I'll pulse them just to combine. Then I'll add 1/4 cup of olive oil, a teaspoon of salt, and pulse them again, just enough to moisten the crumbs. Okay, that was pretty easy for flavored breadcrumbs, right? Okay, I'm just gonna put these right on top. So this is gonna bake 400 degrees for 50 minutes, and then I'm gonna let it set at room temperature for about 10 minutes so you can cut it easily. And that's gonna be so good. Okay, this is my roasted eggplant Parmesan. How good does that look? I just let it sit for about 10 minutes so you can serve it. And just make sure it tastes great. Wow. That's really good.
I met a group of great new friends at our homeschooling co-op in Bartlesville this year. Now school's out for the summer and we haven't seen each other for a few weeks, so I decided to have them out to the ranch for a girls' dinner. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm making a really summery chicken salad for dinner, and to go with it, a fresh herb pizza. So I'm gonna get started on the dough. I've got 3/4 cup of pretty warm water, and I sprinkled in ½ a teaspoon of yeast, and I'll just let that sit and start to work its magic. And then I'll add 2 cups of flour to the mixer. This is my favorite pizza dough in the entire universe. It is so delicious and so foolproof. ½ a teaspoon of kosher salt, and then I'll just put the mixer on low, and I'll drizzle in 1/4 cup of olive oil. Another fun part of tonight is the girls have never been out to the ranch, so we're really gonna have a fun time. I just love them, they are so much fun. So I'll drizzle in the olive oil, and it'll just slowly mix it into the flour and salt. And by now, the yeast and water mixture should be good, so I'll just drizzle that in and let it mix in slowly. The great thing about this pizza dough is you can make it an hour before you need it, or you can make it 3 days before you need it. It lasts for a really long time in the fridge. Okay, now it doesn't take long at all for it to come together. I'll give it just a little bit longer. Now I'm gonna put the dough into a bowl. So I'll drizzle in a little bit of olive oil, smear it around to coat it. So I'll just put it into the bowl, turn it around so it gets coated in olive oil. All right, the dough is all coated, and I'll just cover it up with plastic wrap. Now it just needs to rise for about an hour or so. Now the dough's been rising, and I'm just gonna roll it out. This is a really simple pizza, but it's gonna go perfectly with the chicken salad. Okay, got that all rolled out. Now I'm gonna drizzle some olive oil onto a baking sheet, and then I'll just pick up the dough. It's pretty stretchy, and that's a good thing, and I'll just plop it right on the sheet. And then I'll drizzle on a little more olive oil. This pizza doesn't have a really heavy sauce like a lot of pizzas do. I'll just smear the olive oil around, and then I'll just sprinkle on a little salt and pepper for flavor. And then, of course, this is pizza, so I have mozzarella cheese, and I'll just slice some thin slices. You can also grate the mozzarella, but I really like the way the slices bake. They sort of spread out and get really bubbly. Okay, I'll lay the slices of cheese on and see where I am. All right, that looks good. Now I'll get the herbs ready that I'm gonna put on the pizza. I have a package of arugula. I love, love, love arugula. It's so mysterious. It's kind of spicy and peppery and lettucey all at once. And then I have some beautiful basil, and I'm just gonna leave the leaves whole, not chop them up like I normally would. And then I have some parsley just for a little extra freshness. Just tear them up so there aren't any big pieces. Okay, I think that should be good. Now I'm gonna put the pizza in the oven when the girls get here, and with that, I'm ready for this girls' night to begin. The pizza looks amazing and it smells amazing. Okay, got a big spatula. I'm just gonna put it right onto the board. I'll just put the greens all over the top. Now I'll cut this up, big old pizza cutter. Okay, now just to finish it off, I'll throw on plenty of grated Parmesan. Okay.
Start with a red bell pepper and then a green bell pepper. A little spectrum of color. Traditionally, it's just made with green bell peppers. Let's add a little burst of happiness in there. Slice that top off. Slice the bottom off. Then that clean edge right there, and then you have that, you see? Now we want to cut larger strips because we're going to roast them pretty long. We're gonna cut this red bell pepper exactly the same as we did the green. All right, these are good to go in the pan. So we want a lot of oil on there because that'll help juicing up that sausage. Salt. Season it well. Some pepper. Pepper on the peppers. And for some garlic flavor in there, some granulated garlic. Sprinkle it on. Just mix it up a little bit. Get it all evenly coated in our seasoning. Seasoning's on point, ready to go in the oven. Give it a little shake, even it out. Always a spin, if necessary. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes I'm fancy. Into the oven, about 350. Let those peppers go for about 25 minutes till they soften up onto the sausage. Right from the butcher, pink, beautiful, filled with garlic, fennel. Hi. You ready to play? I'm ready to play. My grill pan is piping hot here. It's time to put the sausages. Oh, there it is. Hear that little sizzle? Now, I know what you're asking. You're like saying, hey, Sandwich King Jeff, how are you gonna cook this, not in a grill, and mimic the covering? Well, there's only one way to do that properly, and that's diner style. 2 metal bowls. So you get a nice, even cook through. We don't want these pink. We want these charred and cooked through. All right, that smell in the air is so familiar. It's sausage and peppers, and look, yay! Look at all the juices from the peppers are mingling with that olive oil. So what we wanna do is preserve all that. The longer you keep it on here, the more it'll cook, and the more of that moisture you'll lose. So right into a glass bowl. Look at that little tender waterfall of flavor. Let's check our sausages. It smells great, right? Look at that. That could have been done on an outdoor grill. Still sizzling a little, shut off my heat. We're gonna take those juicy peppers and a brush and paint the inside of these buns with that sweet pepper oil. Look at that. It's garlicky, it's salty, it's a little sweet. It's gonna help toast up that bread nice, especially when you paint that top.
It's finally time to assemble my amazing sausage and pepper heroes, and I'm topping them off with my homemade spicy giardiniera.
Let's put a cheesy roof on this delicious sausage and pepper sandwich. And of course, we're gonna use our fresh mozzarella right on top there. Not too much, not too little. Just enough to give it some zing. So into the oven for a couple minutes, add a broil, and keep an eye on it, right? We don't want the bread to burn before the cheese melts.
And our bread's not gonna over toast or burn because we took the time to brush it with that sweet pepper oil. Remember that? So it enriches it and creates a nice buttery, crunchy bite down. All right, check one more time. Jackpot. Look at that, fantastic. You can tell how melty that's gonna be. I think I'm going to cut it just to see what the inside looks like. And there it is. That stringy fresh mozzarella we made, the Conte di Savoia. I'm going in deep.
I started by cooking some sliced onions and garlic in some butter. And now I'll add the broccoli to the pan. I just took a head of broccoli, cut off the tough stems, and then broke it into tiny florets. It'll finish cooking in the oven so it doesn't have to get totally soft in the pan. And it needs some salt and pepper, of course. The boys have eaten my broccoli cheese soup since they were babies, pretty much. And so putting a broccoli cheese spin on pizza is a really good idea. And you can use homemade pizza dough, you can use store-bought pizza dough. I'm gonna use frozen bread dough that I thawed, so it's really, really easy. Okay, the broccoli is already starting to green up and get a little bit softer. So I'm actually gonna turn off the heat and stop the cooking process, and I wanna give this a chance to cool before I add it to the dough. Speaking of the dough, I'm gonna get it rolled out and ready. Frozen bread dough is such a revelation. They're frozen before they rise, so you just have to let them thaw out and then give them a chance to rise a little bit. And I'm telling you what, I use this stuff for so many things as a shortcut. I'm just pressing it into a little bit of a rectangle shape. And then I'll use the rolling pin just to roll it super thin. I'm gonna roll it out to about 11 by 13 inches. Frozen bread dough, you can use it to make regular pizza. It is so good. I'm always amazed at how versatile it is. It really is an amazing product, and it tastes delicious. Okay, that looks great. Now I'm gonna do a layer of sun-dried tomato pesto. It just adds a little bit of flavor to the inside of the stromboli. It's not overwhelming. You can do regular marinara sauce or pizza sauce, of course. This is another shortcut ingredient, jarred pesto. If you had to stop and make the pesto, it would take way, way too long, especially if you have hungry dudes hovering around you. Okay, that's great. So let me check the temperature of the broccoli and onions. It has cooled down quite a bit already. So I'll sprinkle it onto the pesto. You can only imagine the variations of this stromboli that you can make. Really, you can use up leftovers in a stromboli, which is a kind of a nice frugal way to go about it. So I've got the broccoli all spread out. And now for the cheese. And then I kind of want to hold all this on here, so I'm gonna shingle on some slices of cheese. I'm just using regular supermarket mozzarella is what I call it. But you could do slices of provolone. You could even do Swiss, depending on what your other fillings are. And then to elevate things a little bit, I'm gonna sprinkle on some basil leaves. You don't have to be too neat and orderly about it. Now I just need to roll this into a log. So the first thing I'll do is take the short ends and just kind of tuck them up. This is sort of like one gigantic burrito. Now I'll start on this end closest to me. And it's just about rolling this into a great big pizza log. So just roll it and press it as you go. You want to wind up with a really nice, tight roll. And I'm gonna grab the pan and get it on there first before I finish the top. So the first thing I'm gonna do is take a sharp paring knife and just cut little slits along the top. It helps to keep the stromboli from breaking open when it bakes. And then I want to brush olive oil very generously over the top. When you use frozen bread dough for any sort of pizza recipe, you always want to brush it pretty liberally with olive oil. Then you can sprinkle on Parmesan and it'll stick. I've always got a plan. Okay, now I'm going to bake the stromboli at 400 degrees for 20 minutes. So I'll see you when it's done. You're gonna like the look of this. I know I'm gonna like the look of it. That Parmesan bakes on top. It kind of makes a little crust on top of the crust. Okay, I'm gonna get it onto a serving board. And then I love to serve stromboli with a really good quality jarred sauce, and I warmed it in a saucepan, and I'll serve up a big bowl of it. The boys will probably pull out ranch when they eat this. And then I like to decorate the platter with some extra basil leaves, sprinkle them on top. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of dying to cut into this. I want to see what happened in the oven. That is the fun part after all. You can slice this totally and serve it already sliced. Look at that. Look at all that cheesy goodness. That redeeming layer of vegetables, that's always nice. Broccoli cheese stromboli.
Okay, pay attention. This is like the fastest pasta I ever made. So first I have a big pot of water to a rolling boil. I put a lot of salt in it. You want the salt to get into the pasta so it flavors it. Okay, and next, capellini, 1 pound. Capellini is a little thinner than spaghetti and a little thicker than angel hair. And it cooks in like 4 minutes. So you want to put it right into the boiling water. Just swirl it around. And just give it a big stir. And that'll keep it from sticking. Okay, next the sauce. Not gonna believe how easy this is. So it's a ½ pound of butter. I know it's a lot of butter, but it's really good. The zest of 2 lemons, and I'm gonna zest it right over the sauce, because then the oils from the lemon zest get into the sauce. So you just want that little bit of bright yellow around the lemon. You don't want the white pith underneath, because that's bitter. This is a great dish. I make this all the time for New Year's Eve, because we love to go out, have drinks, have fun in Paris, take a little tour, and then come back and have dinner at midnight. And I don't want to start making a long, complicated dish. So what I do is I make this, and literally in 5 minutes, dinner's on the table, lemon capellini with a big dollop of caviar on top. That sounds very festive New Year's Eve in Paris, doesn't it? Okay, that's one. And now one more. You know, I've seen so many recipes for lemons where they say, okay, you want a ½ cup of lemon juice and then lemon zest. But by the time you've juiced the lemons, you can't zest it. So always zest the lemons first before you juice them. So this is going to be the zest of 2 lemons and then the juice of 2 lemons. This is really one of my favorite dishes of all time. It was in my first book, the Barefoot Contessa Cookbook, and I've made it ever since. Okay, that's that. Now I'm going to do the juice of 2 lemons. In fact, I got this recipe on a New Year's Eve. I went to somebody's house and they were making it. I remember after a really long day at the store, I arrived at these people's house for New Year's Eve dinner, and they were cooking, and I kind of joined in just to be social. And the next thing I knew, everybody had left for the living room, and there I was making dinner for everybody. I thought, well, at least I got a great recipe out of it. Freshly squeezed lemon is just the best. Love my little juicer. Okay, this just goes right into the sauce. 2 teaspoons of salt. One teaspoon of pepper. And just swirl that around. Make sure it's really nicely mixed. And let's see if the pasta's ready. Got to clear the decks a little bit. Whoa, runaway lemon. So I'm just going to cook this. Normally it cooks for 4 minutes for al dente, but what I'm going to do is cook it for 3 minutes and then cook it in the sauce for another minute. Missy Robbins from Missy, the restaurant, pasta restaurant, taught me this. Perfect. So I'm going to just lift it out, let it drain a little bit, but then take some of the pasta water and put it into the sauce. And the starch in the pasta water thickens the sauce. And then I have lots of pasta water, just to add back in if I need to. Missy Robbins is just an incredible restaurateur in Brooklyn. She owns 2 restaurants, Lilia and Missy. They both have unbelievable pasta that she makes. Think this is enough pasta? This is gonna be so good. It's basically lemon, butter, and pasta, but the the total is so much better than the sum of its parts. And then I'm just gonna toss it together. I mean, Missy tosses it in the air, but I'm gonna be a little more conservative. I don't think it'll be all over the kitchen and me if I do that. So just toss it all together. Just keep tossing it for about a minute. So all the butter and the lemon and the zest and the salt and pepper get absorbed into the pasta. And then as it sits, it's just gonna get a little dry, so I'm gonna put a little of the pasta water in. Want to make sure it's really moist. You don't want it dry. Just toss it together. I wish you could smell this. It's just unbelievable. That sort of fresh, citrusy lemon is so good. And butter. I mean, how bad can that be? Okay, I'm going to show you how I plate it. So, I've got an Italian plate. I thought that would be pretty. And let me see if I can do it the way Missy does it. She takes a big thing of pasta. Whoa. So what Missy does is twirl it on the plate and your hand, so it ends up being a nice little pile. I don't know, hers looks better, but mine's still good. Oh, runaway lemon, and then I'm gonna do a little lemon zest on the top, just so you know it's lemon. It's that last hit of lemon that you really taste when you taste the pasta. And then everybody knows it's lemon. And I think maybe I'm just gonna do a little wedge of lemon on the plate. How's that? A little salt, a little pepper, and that's lemon cappellini. Looks so good, I may have to try it. Why do I think I'm going to be wearing this by the time I'm done trying this? Just to twirl it around. This is not my forte. It's so good. It's really zesty from the lemon zest and juice. It's perfectly seasoned. That's an amazing pasta. It's crazy good.
I am whipping up everyone's favorite coffee-flavored dessert. So I have those cakey ladyfingers. You can either make them or buy the cakey ones, and I dried them out in an oven. And then we're gonna start to build the tiramisu by mixing cognac and a lot of it. You know what I mean?
Okay. A lot of cognac.
You know, and a little sugar with the coffee.
I saw that.
And that's what we're gonna soak.
It's good.
So we're gonna, Sunny, you're gonna start to build this.
Yeah?
You're gonna do a quick donkey drive-by,
Sure.
and you're gonna build. But first, on the bottom, just do a little dusting of cocoa. And then we're gonna do the sort of whipped cream egg yolk mascarpone filling, which is just 6 yolks with half a cup of sugar. I'm just gonna whisk it together here.
Chef, oui.
Beautiful.
Okay.
And just start dunking and building that first layer. I've got the yolks and the sugar. And then right over a little water bath, a little low heat, you know, steamy water, just under simmering. And all we're doing here is cooking the eggs, because I think you have to have that eggy note in the tiramisu, but you don't want raw eggs.
No.
You just don't. So we're avoiding that by whisking these 6 yolks. You can do it with a hand mixer, too. Take a little break, or, you know, work for your dessert a little bit.
Tries and delts, primarily. Yeah. That's what kind of musculature system you're working out right now?
Exactly. And the yolks, the yolks, what you're looking for here really is a fluffiness. You want the eggs to be cooked. Scrape the sides down so the eggs don't stick to the sides and scorch and become like a tiramisu omelet. We don't want that.
Ooh.
All right, layer 1 is down. Quick dunk. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a hot summer day. You just want to dip your toe in real quick and jump right back out.
Absolutely.
Into our coffee mixture and right into the bottom there with the cocoa dusting.
This is about ready, and it's warm. So when you make it, you want to just take it off and let it cool a little bit, and then you have this.
Look at
nice
that,
and
beautiful.
cooled.
So light.
Yeah, it's light and fluffy, but it's got that classic tiramisu egg note that you really need. And to that, I have a little whipped cream.
Ooh. Bring it.
That I whipped with
From the can?
sugar and added some mascarpone at the end. Add the egg mix right in there.
Look at that.
How is this not going to be good?
Yeah, it's good. And, you know, you have a lot of flavor notes in here. So you have the sugar and the vanilla in the whipped cream itself. And you don't have to worry too much about, you know.
It's not a souffle.
You don't need to be you don't need to be too delicate. You really do want this layer mixed together.
It's not like overly sweet, you know? It's got some really cool vibey notes, the textures, the mouthfeel.
How's that sauce looking, by the way, Sonny? You stir it?
It's bubbling.
Oh man, I think you
like
gotta
a
give it a
bubbling
stir.
crude.
You gotta give it a stir. I mean,
You know
you
what I
can't
mean?
neglect the sauce.
Is there a spoon over here? What happened to our
I know we're all
stirring spoon?
mesmerized by
Oh, I
this
see it.
tiramisu construction.
It's melted into the actual sauce, this one.
Yeah.
How's it looking in there?
Part of
Looks
why
good
it's so
in here.
good.
Looks good in here, guys.
And so this is fun to build too. And then you just, you let this sit in the fridge.
I'll drop them.
You make it the next day, right? For the next day, one day ahead.
You definitely want this to sit in the fridge overnight if you can. Sometimes I've made it and not been able to wait. And this is big enough that you could, have a little scoop and maybe fill it in a little with a little cream and pop it back in the fridge and just say, oh my God.
What
amazing.
happened? Alex, is the cognac the normal booze that you use?
I mean, I think it's a little bit on the fancier side. Use a coffee liqueur here.
Do you? At
Dust
the end,
again, I
dust?
do.
Yeah. Curb
Why
appeal.
not?
Wait, there's more.
Oh, wait, there's more. And then I have a little swap here that's had its 24-hour rest period.
Look at it. It's alive.
It's a little plastic wrap. It's got a
Oh,
lot
you
of...
do a blanket of it. Let me curb appeal it the way you curb appeal it.
It's got a lot of dairy in it, so whenever you have something high in dairy, it absorbs other flavors in the fridge. So you definitely want to wrap it.
Yeah,
Come
you
on,
want
can't
onion
you
and
tell?
smoked salmon tiramisu going on there.
Yeah, you've got your sausage and tomato sauce that you pop in the fridge still hot, and
No, I do it
the
all the time. I'm the worst
tiramisu.
person like that. I'll throw the entire pot of sauce hot in the fridge.
And you can just cut. I think that we talk a lot about texture, that you can just cut through this and eat it is another layer of texture. Just a little shaved chocolate on top.
Yes.
I'm not gonna, I think the best tiramisus that Ava and I ate in Italy, and my favorite, which is on Mulberry Street, were the ones that were simple.
Yeah,
How is it, GZ?
I know what he's doing.
I hope it's good.
He's thinking about it.
Simple.
He's thinking of 6 adjectives right now.
To be perfectly honest, I'm not a tiramisu fan. I wasn't going to say that up front.
More of an affogato guy for your coffee?
I just think I've had so many bad tricolores and tiramisus that I stopped searching,
Yeah.
But I'm not a fan of normal tiramisus until today.
Until today.
This is off the chart good. And the cognac is the booze to use. It is because it has a little bit of alacrity. It has a little bit of...
It's boozy.
It's a little rough.
Yeah.
And you kind of need it. It's
It
like
comes in hot.
scotch and honey, It's like a cabaret singer right at the end.
Some sausage, peppers, some rosemary, parsley, some fresh herbs. That comes in later. Okay, so what we're gonna do first is we're gonna take some hot sausage and some sweet sausage. And basically the way you can tell the difference is, the hot is redder and the sweet is paler. The hot usually has some kind of hot red pepper in there to make it spicy. And then we're gonna also need some onions and some garlic. Tuscan home fries, it's gotta start with onions and garlic, right? Crush our garlic up. And you wanna crush this very well, because, we don't want big pieces of garlic running through our home fries. Then we're gonna take our sausage, I'm gonna take it out of the casing. I'm gonna take a little bit of butter. Then our onions, our garlic. Start to cook that. I'm gonna take some sweet red and yellow peppers, dice these up as well. And these are raw, so we wanna cook these a little bit. Then we're gonna take our sausage, and we're gonna saute our sausage right with the onions, the garlic, and the peppers. And this is where a lot of the flavor is gonna come in. I'm gonna dice up our new potatoes. Now, you can use Idaho potatoes if you wanted to. New potatoes, fingerling potatoes, any kind of potatoes you want. But what I suggest is that you cook them first. You can either boil them in water, which is what we did here, or you can roast them or bake them in the oven. And then what I like to do is just kind of dice them like this, because I want to get as much surface area of the potato exposed to the griddle so we get a nice sort of crusty texture. Let's get our potatoes on here. We're gonna season this with some salt and pepper, and then some paprika as well. All the best Greek diners in my neighborhood in New York, they add a little paprika to it and gives it a really nice color. I'm gonna coarsely chop some flat leaf Italian parsley. I'm gonna use a little bit of rosemary as well. You know, rosemary is a very strong flavor. You always hear me say, like, always add the fresh herbs at the very end. The one exception might be rosemary, just because it's not a bad idea to kind of let the rosemary cook, get a little softer, and also kind of mellow in flavor just a little bit. So I'm gonna put a little bit of the rosemary in right now. And we'll save the parsley for the very end. Okay, so if you notice, I haven't really touched this yet because I really want the potatoes and the onions and the sausage to really, you know, sort of get a really nice crust on the outside. And if I keep moving it around, that's not gonna happen. You can see some of the potatoes are starting to get a really good crust on the outside. It smells amazing. See how nice and crusty it's getting on the underside? So now we try to flip the potatoes that have not been flipped on this side, and we do the same thing on the other side. And if the potatoes start to break up a little bit, that's good. I don't want al dente home fries. No interest. So we're gonna put some parsley on top, and we're just gonna fold this in, and then we're done. And you see the parsley at the very end just adds a really nice hint of freshness. Okay. Gorgeous. Maybe just like a little sort of splattering of extra virgin olive oil. Keep it in the Tuscan style, and then a couple of parsley leaves on top.
This right here is some Italian turkey sausage and some ground beef. Just hit it with a little bit of onion, and this is gonna be going for these great Italian nachos. Let the meat kind of cook down, get nice and brown, a little crisp to it. Just gonna hit a pinch of some garlic. I'm not worried about the garlic burning right now because there's so much moisture in the pan. I'm gonna let this turn the heat down a bit. These are gonna be topped on top of some great Italian nachos. And speaking of great Italian nachos, I need to work on the salsa for that. Capers and peppadews. You know, I love the peppadew. And this kind of sweet, a little bit of heat, but it's gonna be a great basis for this. So some tomatoes, some onions, all gonna go together to make this great Italian salsa. Go ahead and dice these up. Peppadews in the bowl. And to really give this Italian salsa its own little kick, just a touch of that great peppadew liquor that's in there. Next up, tomatoes. It's a lot of tomatoes, but it is a salsa. Chop those capers up so they're not little briny buds that scare somebody when they get a bite. Next, red onion. And now some parsley. Parsley's done. Okay. A lot of chopping here on Big Bite, I know, but it always makes it worth it. And this going on top of the nachos is gonna be dynamite. Okay, a little more garlic, some salt, fresh cracked pepper, and let's give this a little mix. And a little olive oil on top of that. Not too much, but wow, look at that. Now I'm gonna get into doing some of the, well, it looks like some chips for the nachos here. These are wonton skins. So drop them into the oil, separating them a little bit. Don't wanna put 2 or 3 at the same time. Let's get a few of those in. It's the layers that really make this work. You know, it's not just put down a bunch of chips and clump everything on top. Take the time, stack the chips nicely, get the meat on there evenly, and these are really gonna come out great. So when people grab them, they get one that really has kind of everything to it. All right, these bad boys into the broiler. Now, keep an eye on them because those skins have already been fried. They can go really fast. Oh, looks dynamite. Sprinkle that on the top. Then, like you do in an Italian style, gotta have some salami. Say julienned up some salami, some green onions, some nice color in there. Of course, some basil, a little Italian parsley, and for some of that fresh bite, how about a little bit of pepperoncini that's diced up? Oh, excellent.
I don't think there's any dish I've made more than Parmesan chicken. So for a mystery guest, I have no idea what they like. I'm gonna try something really safe. Everybody loves this. So the first thing I'm gonna do is make the crust for the chicken. I'm gonna do a cup of flour, teaspoon of pepper, and a teaspoon of salt. Just gonna mix that all together. So it's gonna be flour, egg, and breadcrumbs. I need 2 eggs. About a tablespoon of water. Just gonna beat this together. And then the breadcrumbs. I need a cup of breadcrumbs. I use seasoned breadcrumbs. You don't have to make your own. Make sure they're fresh though, that they haven't been sitting in the pantry for a long time. And Parmesan cheese, which is why it's Parmesan chicken. So for the Parmesan, I'm just gonna use actually ground Parmesan, and for this it has to be very finely ground so that it distributes itself really well on the crust. So I'm just gonna chop this up, put it in the food processor, and then just grind it up. How fast is that? I just need a half a cup right into the breadcrumbs. So I'm just gonna mix that together. Now for the chicken. And you pound it so it's tenderized and it's actually very even. So this is time for a rolling pin. So just gonna pound it really thin. Okay, that's done. Time to cook the chicken. Tablespoon of butter, tablespoon of olive oil. And I'm gonna take each chicken breast. First dip it in the flour. Make sure it's completely coated. Shake it off. Dip it in the egg and water. And then dip it in the breadcrumbs and Parmesan cheese. Okay, right into the pan. I'm gonna cook it for about 2 to 3 minutes on each side. Okay, this is nice and brown on this side. I'm just gonna turn it over. Oh, does that look good? Okay, perfect. Browned on that side. And you can tell if the chicken bounces back, it's perfectly done. Onto the sheet pan. Okay, into the oven, very low oven, 200 degrees, and that'll stay warm until we're ready for dinner. Well, that's a crowd I don't want to leave for too long, so I'm glad I did the Parmesan chicken in advance. So the first thing I'm going to do is make lemon vinaigrette. I need 1/4 cup of fresh lemon juice. That's it. 1/2 cup of olive oil. 1/2 teaspoon of salt. 1/2 teaspoon of pepper. And just whisk it. Nicely washed lettuce. Glad I washed it in advance. Just pour the vinaigrette on. And that's gonna go on the chicken. So the hot chicken and the cold salad, it's just a great combination. All I have to do is plate up the chicken, cold salad on the top, shaving of Parmesan, and I'm back for the fun.
All right, I had some onions and garlic browning in a pan, and I just added 1 pound each of ground beef and Italian sausage. And I'm just gonna break this up as it browns. It already smells so good. Since I was planning steak and potatoes for Tim and Missy, I didn't think it would be feasible for me to make that at both locations. So I kind of looked in the fridge and pantry to see what I had, and this baked ziti just jumped right out at me. Honestly, once I started thinking about it, I thought, I don't think Tim, Missy, Lad, and I have ever had dinner just the 4 of us. We've always had the kids around, so it's kind of a novel concept. I hope we can find things to talk about. Okay, the meat is totally browned. I'll add a 28-ounce can of whole tomatoes, juice and all. and then a couple of regular cans of tomato sauce. You can also do jarred marinara sauce if you have that. Either one will work. And then just to give it a little spice, I know the 6 Drummond kids can handle it, some crushed red pepper flakes, and then about a teaspoon of Italian seasoning. I love this baked ziti. Anytime I have to feed a bunch of people, I whip it up. Then a little salt and pepper. Okay, now I'll just let the meat sauce simmer for about 25 to 30 minutes to make sure it's really flavorful. And while it simmers, I'll whip up the cheese mixture for the baked ziti. So the first cheese is ricotta, just a tub. The next is mozzarella. I'll grate 1.5 pounds and add about 2 cups, keeping the rest for later. And I'll also grate 1/2 cup of Parmesan and add it in with the other cheeses. Next, it's 2 eggs, 2 tablespoons of minced parsley, some salt, and pepper. And then I'll just stir it together a couple of times. Okay, the cheese mixture's all combined. Now I'll get the pasta in to cook. I'm using 1 pound of ziti pasta. You can do penne, mostaccioli, any short pasta is just fine. Just pour it in. All right, now I'll just let the pasta cook for about 10 minutes until it's done.
A steer. Page. Kangaroo. Yes. Can I go? Can I go?
Yeah, go, Tom.
Now the baked ziti elements are all ready, so I'll start by assembling it. Now first I'm gonna take about 3 cups of the sauce out of the pot, and I'm taking it out just so it'll cool down a little bit. All right, stir it around. I'll show you what I'm gonna do with this here in a sec. Now the pasta is all cooked. I rinsed it under cold water because I wanted it to stop cooking, and I'm just gonna pour it into the bowl with the delicious cheese mixture, and then I'll stir this so the pasta gets coated in all that wonderful ricotta, all that mozzarella. Okay, now the sauce should be slightly cooled, so I'll pour it right in with the pasta and the cheese. Now the purpose of this is just to give the cheese-coated pasta a little bit of a coating of sauce without totally drowning it yet. Okay, this looks great. You don't want to totally mix it together. You still want to have some big chunks of cheese in there. Now I'll start the layering process. I'll add half of the pasta into this dish, and then I'll spread it all into an even layer. Now, I'll top the pasta with half of the sauce. The sauce looks so good. It's been bubbling away. It's really dark and rich looking. You could just boil up some pasta, top it with this. That'd be a great dinner too. Okay, now I'll just spread the sauce into an even layer. Now, on top of the sauce, I'll add a little more grated mozzarella. And then I'll start the whole process again.
I'm making penne arrabbiata. Arrabbiata sauce is really kind of a classic Italian pasta sauce made with tomatoes. Mine has an unbelievable amount of garlic in it, which I'm gonna cook very slowly in olive oil. It's gonna be really sweet and delicious. So, nobody wants to peel 24 cloves of garlic. So what I do is I blanch them in a pot of boiling water just for about 15 seconds. And then you'll see the skins just slip right off, just like that. Okay, so that's a cup. So I've got 2/3 of a cup of olive oil that I've got warmed. I'm gonna put the garlic in and just cook it for about 10 minutes, just until the outside is like just barely browned and the inside's really tender. Okay, I'll let that cook for about 10 minutes. Okay, next is the tomatoes. So I've got 2 28-ounce cans of San Marzano tomatoes. I think San Marzano are the best quality canned tomatoes. And I've got whole tomatoes. I'm gonna put them in the food processor and just chop them up. I'm just putting them in the food processor so I can control the consistency of the tomatoes. And I'm draining them because I don't want the sauce to be watery. Nobody wants watery sauce. Okay, you can make Bloody Marys out of the rest. Okay, Get them in. Good. And then I'm just going to chop them up. Just like that. You don't want a puree, you just want them roughly chopped. Okay, I think the garlic is just about ready. And I'll show you what I was looking for. These are great. I wish you could smell it. Nicely browned on the outside and perfectly cooked through. Okay, I'm going to take the garlic and put it right into the tomatoes. And then I'm going to chop that up and then cook it all together with some fennel. This recipe actually is inspired by Missy Robbins, who has the most incredible pasta restaurant in New York called Missy. It's in Brooklyn. And she makes her arrabbiata sauce with 24 cloves of garlic. And it's so good. And then I'm just going to chop that up so you get bits of garlic in the sauce. And then this whole thing goes right back into the oil. Try and do it without getting it all over yourself. So this is going back on the stove. Turn on the heat. And I'm going to take 2 teaspoons of fennel seeds. You can do it in a mortar and pestle, but I think this is actually better to grind them yourself. What I do is just chop them up. And they're going to bounce all over the place, but it's really worth it. And I think what you do is you get a lot of the oils out of the fennel seeds. Just give it a rough chop like that. They're going to get tenderized when the sauce cooks. I actually prefer using whole fennel seed rather than ground. Ground kind of loses its flavor. When you chop up whole fennel seed, you get all of those essential oils in it. And fennel has this like anise flavor that's just great, particularly with tomatoes. Okay, right into the sauce, right there. 1 teaspoon of hot red pepper flakes. Okay, next is 1/3 cup of red wine. I'm using an Italian wine, of course, since it's an Italian dish. I'm using a Chianti. You want something very dry and kind of rough. 2/3 cup. Just pour it right in. Yum. Tablespoon of salt. Make sure it's really well seasoned. Teaspoon of pepper. I'm always looking for how flavors complement each other, how the tomatoes make the red wine taste better, how the red wine makes the fennel taste better. This is going to do exactly that. The garlic flavors everything. So I'm just going to bring it to a boil and then lower the heat and let it simmer for 30 minutes. I'm almost done with the arrabbiata sauce. I'm just going to add some fresh basil to it. Gives it a nice, fresh, kind of peppery flavor. Okay, about 1/4 cup right into the sauce. So I've got a big pot of boiling water, salt, and 1 pound of penne, and I'm cooking it to about 2 minutes less than it requires for al dente. And that's because I'm going to cook it in the sauce. So let's see how it's doing. Okay, great, it's perfect. With a wire strainer, just put it right into the pasta sauce. And that way, all of the pasta sauce gets absorbed into the pasta, and it really flavors it. Very often what we do is we serve pasta, and then we put the sauce on top, and it just kind of sits on the top. But this way, it cooks into it. And a little bit of the starch from the pasta really thickens the sauce. So the 2 elements really work together. So that's all the pasta. Just give it a big stir. I'm just going to cook this all together. Oh, man overboard. It's going to cook together for 2 minutes. The pasta will be perfectly cooked, and the sauce will be just really silken and delicious. You can really smell the garlic. But it's like soft, not sharp. In the meantime, while that cooks, I'm going to julienne a little more basil for garnish. I love pastas because you can make the sauce in advance. Just cook the pasta, cook it together, and you've got a fabulous dinner. Big salad. I'm a happy camper. Okay, so clear the decks. You need a big bowl. And the pasta should be done. Oh, this looks gorgeous. And you can really tell that the tomato sauce has gotten into the pasta. Who wouldn't want to have this for dinner? A little fresh basil on top. And lots of freshly grated Parmesan. Actually, I call it grated Parmesan, but it's really ground. I grind it in a food processor just because I like that kind of grainy texture of it. a fork. This is the kind of dinner anybody in the family would love. It's just not your ordinary tomato sauce. This is pasta arrabbiata with 24 cloves of garlic. It smells amazing. And it tastes so good.
We got some garlic, which I want you to pulse up first, get a head start. Sometimes the garlic gets lost in the food processing. And I want this kind of chunky and rustic. But that garlic needs to be a little more thinner. For our herbs, we got some fresh oregs.
Okay, oregs.
We got some parsley. We got some thyme. And we got some sage. We got, of course, plenty of anchovies. You can use olives, you can use whatever. I got some giardiniera right there. Some salt. That looks like a pretty aggressive amount of salt. I'll let you eyeball that. Some pepper, lemon juice, and lemon zest. Zip it all up in there. It's gonna be a very flavorful filling. Here I got our cut of meat. Boneless pork shoulder with the fat cap on, helping mimic that pork belly rolled porchetta. They usually get that big succulent piece of fat on there, protecting the inner layer of the tender tenderloin. This is gonna give everything. We're gonna cook it low and slow and really render all that stuff. We just wanna open it so it accepts all that delicious stuffing right there. So I'm gonna use a sharp knife and kind of unfurl it, if you will, right? And you wanna aim to get about 1.5 inches flat section of this kind of unrolled so you can really roll it up tight and evenly cook it in the oven.
I love this pork shoulder. It's such a great cut.
It is. So now we got this kind of like flat, as you see, using a very sharp knife, cutting along the seam. And now I'm gonna go the other way.
How much olive oil should I?
A decent amount so it's pasty, not
Quarter cup?
oily. Yep.
Jeff, this is such an easier version and so great for a
Flip it.
crowd this time of year.
Oh,
We've got
holidays.
family visiting. Perfect.
I think that this pork shoulder is actually, for me, a bit more flavor and easier to eat than a pork roll.
So we're gonna hit the inside and outside right now with 360 degrees. If you can help me with a little pepper when you're done with that so I don't, making sure you got that fat cap right on. I love this cut of meat. Excites me no matter how it's cooked. Whether you throw something, yes, please, right on the inside.
Oh my gosh.
Boom, watch this. Turn and burn.
Again?
Turn and burn, Alex.
I love
Turn
it.
and burn.
I love all the pepper. You really need it.
You do.
Boom.
No measuring there.
Nope, boom. That was what, a scraping?
Yeah.
Scraping pulse?
Yeah. And,
This is a dump and
blend
spread.
it with a quarter cup of olive oil to kind of bring it all together.
You smell that? Oh.
Yeah, I really can.
So now we're gonna roll it, and then
And by the way, you can have your butcher do this, cut it for you, and you just have to roll it and stuff it, right?
Exactly. I like to start with the end closest to you, give a nice little tie off here, nice and tight. Help kind of enclose it. I do, my mouth is actually watering. Then you can kind of do the little loop, right? Little twirl and loop.
Jeff, you must love making roast in the winter, right? Dude. Chicago.
All right, into the pan it goes, right? You can keep going, obviously get tight, get aggressive on the ends there. For the sake of time, that's what it's gonna look like. I'm gonna wash my hands. Alex, if you could pour some of that water on the bottom to catch the drippings, we are not gonna let any of that render fat go to waste. All that flavor of that filling. And it's gonna go in the oven, yeah, why not? In the oven, 275.
2, not 3. 2.
No, 275 for about 4 hours, could be 5.
Slow and
So
low.
that big, thickest part of the meat hits about 200, and you can put a fork in there and turn the fork a little bit, and it's kind of pullable, right?
The twirl.
Low and slow. Do you know what I'm talking about? The poke and twirl. Look at that.
Wow.
Beautiful. Do you smell that, Alex? Get a little bit of that.
I
Katie,
love-
a little bit
I
your
definitely
way. I
love-
need to emphasize the word roasty here, all right? Because this is what you want a roast to look and smell like. It's dramatic right out of the oven, but
Beautiful.
this thing needs one more thing, Miss Alex.
Well, it needs a sauce.
And that's a sauce.
Yeah, it really does.
So I'm gonna let this rest and you get going on, I see a ton of onions in that pan. It really smells good.
This is a classic. And I mean, we think about sometimes, you have some dishes that combine pork and milk, or you think about how a bolognese sauce is traditionally finished with milk. There's a lot of cream and milk bumping up against meat in a lot of great classic dishes. And a sous vide sauce, which is just a fancy term, which means you made an onion sauce. To a pint of cream that I've reduced a little bit in lieu of a bechamel, which is more complicated, half a cup each of Parmesan cheese and Gruyere. Little France, little Italy in there.
Look at that, the
Yeah.
dichotomy of sauce.
And whisking that into that reduced cream so you've got a little bit more of a texture. Separately, I've just diced and cooked a large onion. Could be white or yellow. And we generally, you know, classically we want this to be somewhat white in color, but to the cream and the cheese, dash of Worcestershire, pinch of lemon zest. Those little what's in here, what do I taste, but you don't really know. And then of course for me, whenever I have dairy, there has to be the tiniest, for my grandmother, a pinch of nutmeg in there.
Oh,
with all that flavor in there.
Jeez.
Oh, that was crazy.
That looks beautiful.
This is gonna be decadent.
I'm done. I'm going into the gravy boat.
Here we go. Let's check it out.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
It's there.
What?
Oh.
What? What's that?
Look
Juicy.
at you. You acting like you on TV
I am
selling
on TV.
stuff.
Look at Matt.
Yeah.
Selling stuff. So think medallions, right? Nice sharp knife. Get through that.
And the mistake I think a lot of home cooks make is they don't cut it thick enough.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Oh,
you
you can't-
gotta have a thick piece.
You're
Look at that. Beautiful.
She's grabbing, she's coming in.
There she's done a lot of work. She made the filling.
I'm doing the mop.
Mop it up.
All right.
I can't wait to taste this. Oof.
Oh, fudge. It's so hot, guys. Wow. All right, I'm gonna plate you one up.
Plate
here,
me up
Katie.
a taste while you get that platter already.
I love the wedge of lemon with this. Love it.
Oh, look at that. That was a
Lord have
Subija Lanch.
mercy. That was
Mod on.
Lanch.
Subija Lanch. Watch this.
Oh,
Watch
my
this.
God.
Here we go. Katie Lee
now
Beeks.
now
Look at that.
Hey, wow.
Boom.
ready.
It's got vegetables now.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm gonna cut into this. Ooh, it looks so good. Get me a lot of that sauce on there.
Don't skip the anchovies, please. It is
Just bursting
smoking
with
hot.
flavor.
Bucatini carbonara. So what I have here is my pasta water is going, and I have bucatini. Bucatini is one of my favorite pastas. It really is thick spaghetti with a hole in it, almost like a fiber optic cable. You can actually see right
good
through
one.
there, right?
Yeah.
The next step up from here is percatelli, which is, I know, a big favorite of yours.
My favorite.
So we have it down in salted water, and I'm gonna use some of this water. I have guanciale or pancetta. This is pancetta. Guanciale is pork jowl. Didn't have it. This is more readily available. And a little olive oil, getting nice and crispy. It's almost ready. And some cracked pepper. I added some pepper here. So we're starting the carbonara. It's not over. We're gonna add some more pepper later. A little bit of garlic to this. We're not gonna fry the garlic. Fried garlic smells good, but when it gets brown, it doesn't taste good. And it ruins the dish. So we're just gonna fry this here a little bit, turn it down to real, real low, and almost just off the heat, just let it sit and hang out, okay? We don't wanna cook that too much. And to that, I'm gonna add a touch of pasta water. See, it sounds weird, but this is how you start. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna cement the cooking process of the pork. It's already cooked, it's done, I don't want it to cook anymore, but now I've gotten some starch from the bucatini in here. So that's really all there is to do, and if it goes down, you just put a little bit more in. Now all we have to do is wait for our pasta to cook and wait for our cheese mixture to come together. Okay, so we have 1 egg.
1 yolk and 2 whole eggs.
I'm sorry, 1 yolk and 2 whole eggs, okay? Just like that.
All right.
Into a bowl.
And you can use bacon if you can't find pancetta or
absolutely.
guanciale, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
It's like thick
Bacon
cut,
just-
not maple bacon, you know, something pretty.
Pancetta
salty.
is the belly, but it's not as smoky as bacon. Bacon is smoky, adds another flavor. Smoke is good, but sometimes it overpowers the cheese. So we're just gonna whip this up. Some cheese, Parmigiano Reggiano or Pecorino Romano, or both. I use both, okay?
Why?
For this, I just like the tang of the pecorino and the sort of age of the.
So is this your spin on a classic?
This is
Because
just mine.
you led this all up into this is like the correct version.
I've made it so many times that I found that when I was thinking of like, what's a way to teach this to someone who wants to make it and have a successful night, this is the way, because it's really easy. Okay, to this, I'm gonna add just a touch of the pasta water. What I'm doing is just almost, when you're doing pastry, you're tempering the eggs with the hot water. It's like an insurance policy to make sure that the eggs don't scramble.
It's really smart. Your pasta's really hot. And the eggs are cold or even room temperature. You're trying to bring that egg mix a closer temperature to the pasta.
Or you won't be successful. Most pastas I would put in here at 80% with the sauce and cook them in here. Not this one. This has to be almost done because we're not gonna cook this cheese mixture. This is gonna be happening off fire, okay? So I have this on just really low. I think my pasta is actually perfect. I'm gonna put the pasta right into here. If there's any residual water, it's fine. So what I'm trying to do is just get all that juice out of there in here. So we're gonna take this off the fire. The pasta's cooked. Now we're gonna add some generous grinds of pepper. And I say generous, I mean generous, okay?
Well, it means the carbon from the coal miners, you know, in Italy that would come home and need a quick, you know, obviously affordable, hearty dinner, and the bits of coal would come off and drop into the pasta, and that's how it got its name.
Wow.
Did you know that guy?
That is just an amazing soliloquy.
It's a true story.
Okay, so
Right, Alex? Concur?
I'm gonna put this in here, and it's off the fire, okay? So it's not gonna heat, and I'm just tossing it like this, and everything is just coming together in a beautiful way. Remember, we're not cooking this, the egg's cooking itself, and the little bit of insurance polish we took out with the hot water and the pasta water is really working magic. Now, if this gets too thick, you just add a touch of
pasta water.
It's like such a fantastic.
That's amazing.
It's just a touch.
And I love the pecorino and the parm combo.
Now, I haven't added a lot of salt to this because that pancetta, it's salty. Okay.
Just want to look.
Pecorino Romano. Carbonara. Classic, simple, inexpensive, and tasty. Touch of extra virgin olive oil on top. Not needed, but really. So that's about as close as you get to the real one, with a little addition of the garlic. The garlic is actually not.
That was what I was going to ask. That's not very traditional. But
shall we?
Look at how luxurious and creamy that is without any cream.
The bucatini is a real structure to it. All right, what you taste is pepper, pork, excellence. All it really needed was the correct pasta, the correct cooking in the pasta and the pasta water, and you're done.
You know, with the last name Fieri, you know I make a lot of Italian food, right? And it's through the years, I've taken some of my favorite Italian dishes and kind of put my own spin on them, okay? There's certain ways I like things, certain ways I want to push things, and one in particular is chicken saltimbocca. Now, you've all had it at an Italian restaurant, and I want to make it the Fieri style. So here you go, Fieri chicken saltimbocca. All right, to start things off, what's chicken saltimbocca? We're talking about chicken breast, we're talking about prosciutto, we're talking about sage, and a little butter and a little white wine, and it's fantastic. But I want to push mine a little bit further. My kids want it to go a little bit bigger, and I think that sometimes even the simplicity of the dish can kind of make people feel like it's not that special. This way, I think is special. Now, the first thing we're gonna start off with is a little bit of sage. I'm gonna take some olive oil, preheat a pan, put a little crisp on this sage, because it's gonna be going in with the chicken in just a bit. Actually, we'll throw the stems in there too. They got a ton of flavor. Put a little crisp on them, but what the real key is they're infusing this oil. And we're gonna cook the chicken breast in this oil in just a second. But I don't want them to go too far to where they become, where they lose their flavor. Okay, so chicken breast. Pretty common because it's quick and it's easy and it goes fast, and this will add a ton of flavor to it. Now, everybody's got a theory on it when it comes to chicken breast, whether or not they're gonna pound it out or they're gonna make a fillet out of it. I just kind of look at the size that I have first to kind of make my determination. So we have this big lobe right up front. Now, we start pounding on this thing right now, it's just gonna be too much. So what I would recommend when the chicken breasts are this big is that you take your knife and cut it right down the center here, like so. Okay, you got that? See, I kept my hand on top of it. Nice sharp knife. And just about even side, just like that. Okay? And this will give us a chance to give about two per pan. All right? What I don't want to do is if I get into pounding it out too much, I get into really tearing the chicken. And then you start to really lose the texture of the breast. Yeah, it's a meat, but it just becomes too much. It's like ground meat, okay? These could be cut in half if you don't want to do it this big. But I'm trying to do this nice big presentation because this is going to look nicer for dinner. Wash my hands real quick. Plastic wrap in the wind, my nemesis. This will just keep all those chicken parts from flying around. Super simple. From the inside, just a little inside out. And that's as far as we want to take it. What am I really doing here, more than tenderizing, is I'm making all the size. Isn't it annoying, someone trying to talk to you and you're hammering at the same time? I'm trying to make it all the same size so it'll cook evenly. See See, in, out. Hang on a second. I need to get this pan ready. I'll give that a little bit of that sage oil. Look how beautiful that is, that color. Little canola, light fry. If you didn't want to fry, then you could go ahead and do this in the oven. But kind of giving this a little quick pan fry builds a really nice texture on the chicken. Okay. Now, there's two different styles here. Do we want to season the chicken right now, or do we want to season the flour to season the chicken? Since I have such little chicken that I'm working with right now, I'm just going to go ahead and season it now. Up high with that salt so it disperses evenly. Not too much salt because we're using that prosciutto and it's gonna have a ton of salt, and not a ton, but it's got a good saltiness to it. And so does the provolone cheese. So traditional saltimbocca would be just what we're doing here. Hit it with the sage, hit it with the prosciutto, and call it a day. But we're gonna take ours a little bit further and put some provolone on it. Then it becomes a little bit more, yeah, it's Americanized, but it's the kids like it a little bit more. You put cheese on anything, the kids like it. Okay. See what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for how fast that oil moves in that pan. It starts to move around in that pan like it's water, we're good to go. Okay, take the chicken. We'll dredge it in a little bit of flour, just a touch of flour. You want to make a big old batter with this, you could, but it wouldn't really be salt and samboca at that point. But this is just so it'll give it a nice little caramelization, and it'll help some of the sauce adhere to the chicken. But this will brown off real nice. Okay, we're gonna give it a little test. We're ready to drop. I could load this up. I could fit everybody in a pan, of course, but why would I want to do that? Because all we're gonna end up doing is steaming out. So we'll get 1 down, 2 down. Oven's preheated right now at 350. We'll be going in there in just a second. All right, let these brown on both sides. Nice and golden brown on the one side. Don't worry about cooking this all the way through in the pan because we're gonna take this into the oven. So all I wanna do is just get a nice sear on both sides that I've done, and I'm rocking, okay? Now we're gonna grab the sage. A little sage sprinkled in. A little sage goes a long way, folks, and it's gonna perfume out. Now, prosciutto. My recommendation when the recipe calls for like a ½ pound of prosciutto, you should get exactly 1 pound. Because between me picking at it, my kids picking at it, my wife picking at it, my dad picking at it, everybody getting a piece of this, I'm gonna throw the prosciutto right in on top. Make sure it's nice and thin. I always, when you go to the deli counter and they're slicing it for you, I always ask them to let me try a slice. And I'm really serious about this. I just had we were up here cooking at the ranch, and we brought a bunch of our managers up here, and we were having this big fiesta, and we were making this dish, actually, and someone had cut the prosciutto with a camping axe. I mean, it was like that thick. We had to go and break it down in the food processor to be able to use it. So just enough prosciutto. Everybody gets a nice little coating. I've got some salty, beautiful provolone here. Cover that up lightly. Again, I don't want to, let's remember, in Italian style, we're not going for big monster amounts where it's this big heaping, gooey cheese running off it. Just enough to coat it. Okay. A lot of flavor in this pan that we're going to bring out here in just a second. So coat that with a little provolone. If you're wondering again what's going on, no, this isn't chicken Parmesan. This is how my kids like saltimbocca. All right, so look what we got. We got the chicken, super simple. We took the breast, we sliced them in half, we gave them a little pound, little flour, little salt, little pepper into the sage oil. That, little prosciutto on top of that, some of the sage and some of the provolone. We drop it in the oven, 350 degrees, just enough to melt the cheese. We're almost done. All right, I think we're done. That's what I'm talking about. Gorgeous. That nice hard provolone. Sage, prosciutto. Let's get this. I'm gonna need this pan because there's a lot of flavor in the bottom of that pan that I want. And look at that chicken. Oh man. This is why the kids love it. And it can go with anything, I'm not kidding you. You got so much richness, so much flavor going on that when you wanna go ahead and just serve this with vegetables, asparagus, whatever, everybody's just dying for it. I mean, you got the saltiness, you got the creaminess, you got the roasted chicken or the seared off chicken. Let's get into making the sauce real quick. I'm gonna use both of these actually because I want all the sauce. I had to do 2 pans. I'm just gonna deglaze it first. Super hot, all the flavor, bottom of the pan, little Sauvignon Blanc, okay? We'll let that cook off a bit. I got some really cold butter here that I'm gonna mix into it. I'm using the cold butter because that's gonna keep it from breaking. Hi, yeah, those are hot. Little Italian parsley here that I washed. Always gotta dress this up. We're taking all this time to do it, right? We've been able to knock this meal out. Literally, this meal can be knocked out in 10 minutes. Now we'll hit a little chicken stock into it. There we go. Just drop in a little bit of butter. Look at all the flavor we're bringing off the bottom of the pan. Like I said, that cold butter keeps it from breaking. And just when this butter finishes melting, and you get a little bit of that leftover sage, you get some of the drippings from the prosciutto, that salty provolone. You're gonna love this dish. And what I'm trying to do here, the whole idea is to show you these things you can take and do on your own. And sometimes, I mean, listen, have I made it with chicken thigh? Absolutely, I've got to cook it a little bit longer, but it's all possible, folks. There we go. Oh yes, you gotta taste it before you do it. The white wine, the chicken stock, just the creaminess of the butter. I'm just gonna pour this right over the top, okay? Yes, it shouldn't be laying in sauce, but you know someone's gonna spoon that out. Take that, drop that right there. Italian parsley. And because it's just you and me hanging out, and there's a fork here somewhere. Look at this. So the great thing is we just cooked it in the pan a little bit, and then we finished it in the oven. So you know that chicken breast is gonna be super tender. A little bit of that salty provolone, a little white wine chicken stock and some butter. How do you think this bite's gonna be? That's how that bite's gonna be. So happy that I didn't pound that breast down too much. Giving it that butterfly, let it open up, and then just kind of even out the meat, so cooked even. It's not overcooked, it's not dry. A lot of times that happens with chicken breast. And it's a beautiful presentation. We took what is sometimes, a little bit ordinary, but awesome, saltimbocca, and we just fieried it a little bit, huh? I think your family's gonna dig it. Enjoy it, you guys. Go get that recipe. See you next week. Adios.
I'm making linguine with shrimp scampi. It's a great summer dish. I add oil to the pasta pot so that the pasta doesn't stick together, and salt for flavor. Okay, that's gonna cook for 7 to 10 minutes according to the directions on the package. Okay, that's 3 tablespoons of olive oil and about 3 tablespoons of butter. I do the olive oil because it has a high burning temperature, and the butter because it has lots of flavor. I know this looks like a lot, but it's the sauce for the entire dish. And about 1.5 tablespoons of garlic. With garlic, you really don't want to cook it too long, so just about a minute. Nothing worse than the flavor of burnt garlic. So 1 minute while I get everything else ready. So the first thing is shrimp. And what I buy is peeled and deveined shrimp from the fish store. If you can't buy it, you can always peel and devein it yourself. I'm gonna add a pound of shrimp and just cook it for a very short time, like 3 to 5 minutes. And all that flavor of the garlic is gonna get into the shrimp. So first thing I'm gonna do is salt and pepper the shrimp. I want it to have lots of flavor because when you add the pasta, the sauce has to flavor the pasta also. So it's gonna be really strongly flavored. Just turn the shrimp so they cook evenly on both sides. It smells so good, all that garlic and butter and oil. How bad can that be? So just drain the water from it, and then it's gonna go right into that pan with the shrimp and the garlic and butter and oil. It's gonna absorb all that great flavor. Okay, just like that. 2 spoons. Just toss it all together. This This is actually a great way to make any pasta. Italians do it. Even when you're making pasta with tomato sauce, as you cook the pasta and the sauce together for the last few minutes, and it really absorbs the flavor. Okay, and then the last ingredients are lemon zest, lemon juice, I like a little bit of heat, so just a sprinkling of red pepper flakes. Okay, just toss that together, and then I have 2 more things to put in. Parsley. Okay, right on top. And then, because I want you to know, you can't really see the lemon, but I want you to know it's lemon, what I do is a few thin slices of lemon. People aren't going to eat them, but they'll see that it's lemon. So I'm going to add a few slices of lemon to the whole thing before I finish its tossing. This is really a great summer lunch.
My father's making mozzarella here for over 50 years. I've been doing it since I'm a little kid.
David Greco makes fresh mozzarella every day at Mike's Deli. It's one of the ingredients in his famous eggplant parm.
And now that's fresh mozzarella.
Homemade cheese is just one of the things I'll be up against in this throwdown. So I'm heading to the Food Network test kitchen to work out my strategy.
Stephanie, Miriam, my trusty assistants, we're gonna make some eggplant parmesan today. Did you notice I'm wearing an eggplant
I was
colored
gonna
shirt?
say that you were dressed similar to the eggplant.
Picked this shirt out all by myself.
All by yourself?
Okay, guys, here we are. We're gonna make our famous eggplant parmigiano. And what we do is we look for a nice firm eggplant, smooth, and you take off your tip of your eggplant, and then we go right into peeling the eggplant. This was the job my grandmother used to give me.
I actually like the flavor of the skin on the eggplant. Gives it eggplant flavor, don't you think?
Yeah, I just think it's like a totally unnecessary extra step.
Yeah, I mean, the skin is gonna get tender while we cook the eggplant, so it's really not an issue.
We're gonna slice out our eggplant on the machine, a little less than 1/4 of an inch.
Well, you can cut it into rounds or you can cut it lengthwise. I guess that maybe this is a little bit easier to handle. So now, we're gonna start by making sort of a dredging station for the eggplant. We have flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs. We're making our own Italian-style breadcrumbs. Thyme, oregano, and parsley.
Now there's a seasoned breadcrumb, there's grated cheese, dried parsley, garlic. Calabrese style, my father's side of the family, they like a little extra grated cheese in there.
Once our eggplant is breaded, it's into hot oil to brown.
It could be a little darker than that.
No, it's gonna keep getting brown
Where?
as it cooks.
Underneath a layer of sauce and cheese? I don't think so.
Okay, these are perfect, nice and crispy.
Just chill, all right? I will take no eggplant out before it's time.
How about that one?
Back off the eggplant.
The truth of the matter, I like to eat it like this. I am hungry. These are delicious, they're perfect.
We're gonna use a few different kinds of cheeses. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 cheeses.
Our eggplant parm will have fontina, romano, and grated mozzarella inside, and a layer of fresh mozzarella on top.
We use the Romano because it's more robust. It's a pecorino cheese made from a sheep's milk.
And what's so interesting about our eggplant parmesan? We're not actually using any parmesan.
And that's okay. As long as it's got melted cheese, you can call it Parmesan.
Let's start with the sauce.
Our sauce is made of plum tomatoes with onions, garlic, fresh herbs, and gets a kick from roasted red peppers.
That's good.
So now we have our beautifully fried eggplants. They're gonna go in our sauce, which is our marinara sauce. Grandma's recipe, very simple, little garlic, little onion.
All right, so how are we gonna do this? Sauce first?
Sauce first. A little bit, yeah.
Very important to get some sauce on the bottom of the pan.
It's like 3 layers of eggplant with cheese in between them, a mix of this stuff.
This is the pecorino romano, a layer of mozzarella.
Okay, one more layer of eggplant.
I'm so excited to try this.
This is ready to go in the oven.
So for all the flavors to kind of meld together, it's gonna take probably about 35 to 45 minutes. What temperature, 350? Let's try 400, I like high heat.
Nice, perfect. You ready to eat eggplant parmigiano? See how the fresh mozzarella gets a little crispy? That's very important to us. More flavor like that.
I think it's pretty good. It could be missing one thing. I'm not really sure what. Could be a little spicier, maybe a little bit more herbaceous.
Or a little sharper, more Romano.
Maybe some more Romano, like
Yeah.
a little salt,
I think you need a
little more
little bit of-
like natural saltiness.
I have to have a piece, guys. I'm sorry. I'm starving. It smells so good. Really good. Here's our eggplant parmigiana. That's grandma style, alla nonna style.
All right, Dave, we're coming to Arthur Avenue. Eggplant Parmesan, Irish style.
I'm making delicious, meaty, very cowboy-friendly lasagna for the guys. I'm adding 3 pounds of ground beef and 2 pounds of just regular pork breakfast sausage to a big pot. And then I'll add about 5 cloves of minced garlic. Now I'm just gonna cook the meat mixture until it's totally browned. I'm gonna add 2 28-ounce cans of diced tomatoes, and then I'll add 2 cans of tomato paste. If you have the little cans of tomato paste, you'd actually need to add 4 cans. This is one of those recipes that I could seriously make in my sleep because my mom made it so much and I have made it so much. All right, now I'll just stir in all the tomato stuff, and I'm gonna add some salt and pepper. It's a lot of meat, so it needs some seasoning. I'll add some fresh herbs later. It just needs to simmer uncovered for about 45 minutes. Okay, now I'm gonna add half of the herbs to the sauce, and then I'm gonna save the rest of the herbs for the cheese mixture. Okay, the sauce is pretty much ready. So I'll go ahead and make the cheese mixture for the lasagna. I've got 2 big containers of cottage cheese. Even if you don't like cottage cheese by itself, it's delicious in this lasagna. My husband would not touch cottage cheese by itself to save his life, but he loves this lasagna. All right, now to the cottage cheese, I'll add 4 beaten eggs, and that helps bind the lasagna all together. And then a cup of grated Parmesan. Then I'll add a little bit of salt and pepper and mix it all together. The cottage cheese mixture is a little more mild than the ricotta flavor, so you really taste the meat in the sauce. All right, that's all stirred together. Now I'll just throw in the rest of the herbs, the parsley and the basil. All the elements are ready, and I'm gonna start assembling it. I'll lay 4 lasagna noodles in the bottom of these disposable foil pans. All right, on top of the layer of noodles, I'm gonna spoon 1/4 of the cheese mixture right over the top. So I'll just spread that all over the noodles. Now on top of the cheese mixture, I'm gonna lay slices of mozzarella. It's just a big old spoonful, pretty much on top of each slice of cheese. All right, and spread that out. Now I'm gonna repeat the layer exactly like the first one. It needs to bake at 350 for about 45 minutes to an hour until it's hot and bubbly. I'll leave the foil on so the top won't get too burned.
First, you drain the ricotta. You want to just pop that into a strainer, put it in the fridge, and just let any excess liquid drain out. So next, I make the dough. Very simply, sifting together the dry ingredients, flour, sugar, and salt. Now to that, I'm gonna add exactly 1 tablespoon plus 2 teaspoons of cubed up butter, somewhat soft. And then I just work it into the dry ingredients with my hands, which is fun. I'm also gonna add an egg yolk to this. And then you add the white wine. We want a fully mixed dough, but we don't want to mix too much. Over-mixing anything with flour could lead to a tougher texture. Flatten this out so it just fills out that plastic, and into the fridge we go. Then you focus on the filling. Powdered sugar, a little bit of allspice, and a little bit of cinnamon. You don't realize cinnamon's kind of lurking underneath. And now let's introduce ricotta to its flavor center. For me, ricotta can be kind of dense, so I like to whip a little heavy cream. You can use a mixer or a hand mixer for this to whip the cream. I kind of like to do it by hand. And just fold that into the ricotta cheese, and then add your little textural bits. 1/4 cup of chocolate chips. And then just for a little bit of citrusy brightness, light zests of lemon. Put the ricotta filling into a pastry bag and then get it in the fridge. So I've put a quart of canola oil in this heavy bottom pot with the thermometer. We're gonna heat this on a nice low heat until we get 360 degrees. Then you take your dough out that's had its nap. You roll it nice and thin. This is my rule with this. When you think it's thin enough, roll it about 10 or 20 more times. To a thickness between 1/8 and 1/16 of an inch. You wanna go pretty thin. So I just use a regular bowl, a few inches in diameter. Cut around it with a knife. Wrap them around the tubes or the cannoli molds. Seal them with just a little bit of egg wash. Flare the edges slightly. Fry them in the tube. Have 2 towels ready. Hold the shell in one and the mold in the other. Slide it right off. You take the filling out of the fridge, fill it from both sides. Dust it simply with powdered sugar, and it's done.
I'm gonna show you how I do carbonara, and you're gonna love it. So why does Smokey like carbonara? Because it all kicks off with pancetta, right? Huh, Smokey Dog? Yeah, a little beggar. So pancetta is bacon, but it's not smoked. Right here, that's the bacon. If we unravel this, we can. If we unravel this, that's the pork belly right there. The Italians make it look a lot cooler. So what we've done is asked for about a 1/4 inch. We're gonna go ahead and give it about the same 1/4 inch, well, maybe a 1/2 inch. Give it a little cut. The colder this pancetta is, the easier it's gonna be to work with. When it starts getting a little warm, it starts getting a little slick, it starts sliding around. So carbonara, what is it again? So it's pancetta, egg yolks, little parsley, and some great pasta, and that's just about it, folks. When you start seeing peas in it, when you start seeing heavy cream added to it, you're not really having carbonara. I think this is about as close to traditional as you'll find. I could be screwing something up, but this is the way we make it, okay? So I've got a pan here, diced up that pancetta. I don't want to be too hot when I go into the pan. So we're just gonna let this go medium to low heat. If we get this too hot too fast, we're not gonna render that fat out. We're gonna use that fat in the dish, but most importantly is we want that pancetta to be nice and crispy. Okay, pancetta's working, rendering down nicely. Hot water, boiling water, screaming water. This water's gotta be going. And how much water are we looking for? Come on, I'm gonna ask you at home. I know you're checking your phone right now. It's a gallon of water to a tablespoon of salt. This is where we miss it so often. People go like this, and I'm not kidding you, I watch it all the time. Okay, we're salted. No way. This is getting salted, okay? I don't eat pasta like I used to, but I'll tell you what, when we're gonna do it right. We're gonna use the right amount of water, we're gonna salt it the right way, and we're gonna use great pasta. And the pasta we're gonna use is called bucatini, okay? Bucatini is spaghetti with a hole in the middle. Right there. I'm gonna tell you a statement that we use all the time, and that is pasta waits for no one. I want this sauce done, I want this ready to go, and then I'll drop my pasta. And the reason is, as long as it's hot and as long as it has moisture, it's gonna continue to cook. And the deal is, overcooked pasta, nothing could be worse. We know how to cut the onion, right? Simple little method, cut off the top. That's where the onion grew from. That's the belly button of the onion. If you keep this onion together, it's gonna make it a lot easier to dice. Now, make sure we peel down deep enough into that onion because that one layer that you don't go and grab, like this one right here, it's like shoe leather. You can cut it up all you want, it's never gonna break down. Get that real nice, tender, juicy inside of the onion. We'll cut through here. This is gonna give us the chance to almost have it pre-diced. Look at it, make sure it's uniform. We want that onion to really disappear into this dish. Let's get into the pasta. There's a lot going on in the world of pasta. There's great pastas, there's cheap pastas. Why is one cost a bunch and one cost a little? I want you to look at the pasta here real quick. And it's got kind of this dry texture to it, almost kind of like it's handmade. I want you to spend the money. You're gonna notice that when you cook this pasta, it's gonna take it longer to cook. It's gonna be harder. You're gonna be mixing it in here and you're like, why is this thing so hard? Because it's the way the pasta's dried. When the pasta gets a chance to really naturally dry, it's gonna lose more of its moisture. The more moisture that's out of it, the drier the pasta is, the longer it takes to reconstitute or rehydrate, okay? So the bucatini, water's boiling. We're gonna go in. Now this is where it gets critical, folks. I'm not ready because my pancetta is not ready. Hang on a second. And I've got this slotted spoon so I can pull the pancetta Let me let that pancetta continue to work. Let me get into my eggs real quick. I got a lot of moving parts here. It's simple, but it's super important to follow the rules with this. The eggs. So we're gonna go, the better the egg. When we have the eggs from the chicken coop, the organic eggs, I mixed that up, I went backwards, but it's all right. Egg yolks. The better, if you can find really dynamite organic eggs where those yolks are just golden, orange, it's just gonna make you better carbonara. Get the whites out, more yolks the better. And you know I'm not an egg fan, right? But I'll tell you something, the one time that they really do work is for this and for Caesar dressing. All right, take a look at this. Nice, crispy, beautiful pancetta. I should probably taste that just in the name of science. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Still tender, not too crispy. Let that fat sit at the bottom of the pan. And why am I doing this? Because I want to reserve that fat. Now, this isn't the same kind of fat, the same kind of flavor that you get from bacon. This isn't nearly as smoky. This is actually a little bit saltier. And I can't, why did I not put the onions in right now? Because I don't want to waste my crispiness. You know, I'll tell you something. I remember when I first got on the Food Network, someone walked up to me and said, hey, when you do a cookbook, can you make sure that the recipes are real? And I said, what does that mean? They said, well, I bought some of those cookbooks from some of the famous chefs. And, oh, look who just showed up. Hi, Smokey. Said, I bought one of those cookbooks, and I don't know that the recipe was that real. And I said, well, what happened? Well, I did this, I did this. I said, wait a second, did you follow the steps, or did you just add all the ingredients? Yeah, I don't know ingredients. I mean, why do you have all the steps? They make it a lot harder that way. I said, because that's the whole process. You shortcut this, you put those onions in with that pancetta right now, you're gonna sog up that pancetta, all that moisture coming in from the onion. And we get to use that delicious fat. All right, so we're gonna let the onions sweat a little bit. Let me give that a touch of salt. Gotta watch the salt content of this. You're gonna have salt. I'm gonna help this to pull some of the moisture out of the onions, but let's watch it. We got a lot of salt in the pancetta. Not all pancetta is the same, all right? So you get that pancetta that's super salty, your dish is gonna be salty. Plus, we have my favorite cheese, Parmigiano Reggiano. This is from Parma, Italy. This is the bomb. Hunter and I were in Italy together, and when we went through Parma, we went and actually made Parmesan cheese.
Going to cheese heaven. This is it, man.
This is the key. Again, when I talk about critical basics, really good eggs, really good Parmesan cheese, really good bucatini, really good pancetta. Do it the right way, and you're gonna have a rock star dish. I get a little cracked black pepper. All right, we're gonna drop pasta. Still boiling water. You start potatoes in cold water and bring them to a simmer. But why do we start pasta with boiling water and drop it in? Well, the potato we're cooking from the inside out, and we're cooking this big potato. On this pasta, we are literally cooking from the outside in, and we're gonna get right to the inside of the pasta where it just has a little bit of bite to it, and what we call al dente, dente tooth, Latin, I guess. But that is the key, is the pasta waits for no one. This is all ready to go. We'll drop the pasta. Remember, we salted it with a tablespoon of salt. No, there's no breaking the pasta. Take a look right here. This is starting to cook, and this is sitting out. We spent a little bit of time, that first 30 seconds, and get in here and work this around and make sure that everybody's in the pool. You also notice that I have the strainer inside of the pot. It gives us a chance to pull the pasta immediately, not have to go to the sink and do all that, but it also retains that pasta water, which is gonna be super critical in the finale of this dish because we're not gonna add cream to it, and we have to have some other body, some other medium to work with to make this nice and creamy, and it's gonna be that pasta water. One of the things I always say about cooking, you gotta be present. When you're here doing this isn't time to check your email. Anything gets off, we burn those onions or over-caramelize them. We overcook that pasta, we overcook this pancetta, anything. There's only a few spokes in this wheel of the bike going to Flavor Town, all right? So we can't mess that up. We gotta stay with it. Onions are almost done. Our pasta's just about finished. I've got some of this Parmigiano Reggiano, really nicely grated. We're gonna mix that in to the eggs, and then we're gonna temper the eggs into this mixture with the onions. And when I say temper, we gotta go in nice and slow, otherwise we're gonna make ourselves an omelet, and that's not what we want. This is where it gets kind of, not iffy, but you really gotta be on top of this. Onions are beautiful. Take a look at that pasta, and I'm on that pasta all day long. I can tell by when I start pulling it out of the pot whether or not we're there. Just a little white dot in the center of it. Take my gonna go into a mixing bowl. Now, why into the mixing bowl and not into the pan? I wanna show you a method that I think is gonna be a little bit more helpful to you, because if you go into this pan and it's super, super hot, you have a real good chance of cooking these eggs. So now I'm gonna take my onions with the pancetta fat right in there. I've got my eggs done with my Parmesan cheese, and I am mixing this as fast as I can to keep this from setting up on me and turning into an omelet. Oh, I am telling you, you're gonna love this. A little bit more of the egg. Can't have really enough egg in this. Did you ever think you'd hear that from me? Now, as we say, and as I've learned forever, pasta is not a castle, so it should not sit in a moat of sauce. We are amalgamating all those beautiful onions, that Parmesan cheese, and those eggs, and it should just be sticking right to that pasta with that cheese. Oh. Fortunately, I'm so quick with the knife, I won't have to worry about this. Should have my parsley prepped out. I want to add a little color to this. It really needs it, and that little herbaceousness. That pasta was retaining some water, but you could see how it started to dry up a little bit. Just a touch of water, not a bunch. It's gonna rehydrate. What's gonna do is it's gonna let that creaminess of that cheese wake back up. Just give myself a little serving of this. I want you to see how golden. Nest the pasta when we put it down and stand it up a little bit. Grab some of the bits from the bottom. Is your mouth watering yet? Mine is. Okay. Touch more of that cheese. And you know the great thing about this, and we do this a lot for Christmas, is we serve in courses. And I'll serve pasta just like that, a small, little, beautiful portion. Let me show you the right way to get into this pasta, by the way. We don't use any spoons. Once you grab the edge of that fork, grab about 2 strands, and I want you to bring that pasta right over here to the side. And you can tell it's al dente the way it kind of sweeps that plate. It's simple, it's basic, and it's tons of flavor. That's the old Triple D step back. When you watch Triple D and I take a bite of something and it really gets going, that's what happens. Not one piece of this is standing out past the other. You get the crispy bacon, you get the creaminess, that unctuous sauce made from the cheese and the egg. You get that beautiful sweetness from the caramelized onion. And the perfectly cooked pasta. People are flying in to get the recipe. You guys got it, check it out, make it at home. Your family's gonna love it. Adios.
For years and years and years, every time Jeffrey came home on Friday night, I would make roast chicken. And then one day I thought, I've got to be a little more creative than this. I want the house to smell great. And of course, I want to make chicken. So each time I challenge myself to make something new. I'm making chicken piccata, which is wonderful. I'm going to start with 2 chicken breasts. I'm going to do a coating for them. So they're sauteed in a lemon and butter sauce, which is so good. So the first thing I need is half a cup of flour, just all-purpose flour. Half a teaspoon of salt, 1/4 teaspoon of pepper. I'm just going to mix that all together. So that's the first part of the coating. Then it's going to be dipped into 1 egg. Just mixed with a little touch of water. Just beat it all together. The next part of the coating is breadcrumbs. I use seasoned breadcrumbs, about 3/4 cup. Okay, I'm just gonna heat a little oil in the pan. Just a few tablespoons. And while that gets hot, I'm gonna take the chicken breasts and pound them out until they get really thin. Sort of even. Chicken breasts, they're sort of thicker parts and the thinner and other parts, and this way they cook more evenly and they cook really quickly. rolling pin's a good basher. Some people have meat pounding things, but everybody has a rolling pin. I like them between 1/4 and 1/2 inch thick. And just do it in 2 directions so it ends up smooth. Doesn't end up in ridges. Okay. So the first one goes into the flour. And just make sure it's coated all over. And shake off the excess into the eggs. The flour dries it out, and then the eggs make it so that the breadcrumbs will adhere. And then the breadcrumbs. Seasoned dry breadcrumbs. And right into the pan. Perfect. Just 2 minutes on each side until it's golden brown. Okay, that guy's done. Perfect. Now the next one. A little oil. Right into the pan. 2 minutes on each side. I wonder if this is going to replace Jeffrey's favorite roast chicken for Friday night chicken dinner. Oh, perfectly done. Okay, I'm going to put this on a sheet pan. Keep it warm in the oven, 400 degrees for about 10 minutes, right alongside the red onions. And then I'm going to make a nice lemon butter sauce to go with it. Oh, I think perfect timing. I think I just heard Jeffrey. The weekend starts now. Now I just have to make the sauce for the chicken piccata. So the first thing I'm going to do is just wipe out the pan that I cooked the chicken in. And I'm just going to heat up a tablespoon of butter. So the chicken is warm in the oven. Just keeping it warm in the oven while I just make a nice sauce for it. Okay, now I need 1/3 cup of freshly squeezed lemon juice. It's probably 2 lemons. Just gonna pour it right into the butter. Okay, now 1/2 cup of white wine. Really nice dry white wine. Something I drink for dinner. Okay. 1/2 teaspoon of salt. 1/4 teaspoon of pepper. And this is what I'm going to do with the lemon shells. I'm going to put them right in the sauce so you get the flavor of the zest. Just cooks together. So I'm just going to reduce this by half. It'll take about 2 minutes while I chop up some parsley and some sliced lemons to put on the chicken. Now this looks perfect. Okay, now I'm going to take the lemon out. It's actually surprising. The oil in the zest really does flavor the sauce. Great. Sweetie, dinner's ready. It's Friday night. So the onions, I have a little bit of vinaigrette left over from the marinating, which I always love to put on at the end. Just toss them all together. Oh, these look so good. That's gonna be wonderful. Okay, and then the chicken. Some of the piccata sauce. That looks pretty good. Some slices of lemon, so Jeffrey knows it's lemon piccata. A little bit of parsley. These roasted onions smell so good. I love the way they look. Who doesn't love mashed potatoes and buttermilk mashed potatoes? Oh, your timing is perfect as always. Guess what's for dinner?
Well, let's see. It's Friday. Chicken, but what kind of chicken?
It's chicken piccata.
Ooh, that
and
looks
it's ready.
great.
Is it up there with the roast chicken?
You know, I used to think that roast chicken was the only thing I could have on Friday night. But this chicken piccata, this is just as good.